Deku Fanfic. What if Izuku Midoriya discovered that he wasn't the only Deku in existence? What if countless versions of himself were scattered across infinite worlds? And what if some of those versions were far stronger, and far more dangerous, than anyone could imagine? Izuku's life changes forever when a mysterious multiversal phenomenon begins tearing apart the boundaries between realities. Suddenly, heroes, villains, and civilians witness the impossible as alternate versions of Midoriya start appearing from different universes. Some are legendary heroes. Some are feared villains. Some possess quirks so powerful that they can reshape entire cities. Others were never given the chance to become heroes at all. As reality fractures, dozens of Midoriyas are brought together into a single world. Every version carries different memories, different powers, and different scars. While some immediately join forces to protect innocent people, others see the chaos as an opportunity to achieve their own ambitions. Class 1A is left speechless as they meet alternate Dekus who mastered One for All years ago, Dekus who inherited completely different abilities, and even versions of Izuku who chose darkness instead of heroism. Meanwhile, villains across the multiverse begin moving. The appearance of so many powerful Midoriyas creates a threat unlike anything the world has ever faced. Old enemies return. New enemies emerge. Entire realities begin colliding as the barriers between worlds continue to collapse. With every new universe that appears, Izuku learns a shocking truth. A single choice can create an entirely different destiny. A single moment can turn a hero into a villain. A single act of kindness can save an entire world. As friendships are tested and worlds begin to crumble, the countless Midoriyas must decide whether they can overcome their differences and stand together. Because if they fail, the multiverse itself may be destroyed. Heroes and villains from infinite realities clash in battles that shake entire dimensions. Powerful alternate Dekus unleash incredible abilities. Forgotten worlds reveal their secrets. And at the center of it all stands the original Izuku Midoriya, trying to unite versions of himself that were never meant to meet. Can the many faces of Midoriya become the greatest force for good ever seen? Or will the endless conflict between alternate Dekus bring about the end of every universe? This is the story of infinite possibilities. Infinite destinies. Infinite Midoriyas. And the greatest multiversal adventure ever faced by Deku. Let's go. Before we dive in, if you enjoy dark, powerful what-if stories like this, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next upload. Your support helps bring more stories like this to life, and it only takes a second. Now, let's begin. A flash of light jolted Izuku awake. As his mind cleared, he realized he was in an unfamiliar place, not surrounded by all might as he usually was. Confused, he thought, where am I? What happened? Villains? Instinctively, he jumped into a fighting stance, ready to defend against any threats. Looking around, he spotted his friends and family. "Mom," he exclaimed, rushing to ensure her safety. He noticed everyone from Class 1A and 1B, along with familiar faces like Shinso, Mei, and the Big Three. The UA staff was present too, including pro heroes like Mirko, Ryukyu, and Endeavor. Among the crowd, he saw the Todoroki family, as well as Kota and Eri, who rushed over to him the moment they spotted him. "Hello, everyone," a voice announced, causing the pro heroes to take defensive positions. "Don't worry, I mean you no harm." The source of the voice was a white, featureless figure, leaving everyone bewildered. "Who are you?" Endeavor demanded, ready to attack. The figure responded, "You may call me the world, the universe, or perhaps God. I am all, and I am one." Bakugo, frustrated, shouted back, attempting to charge at the figure, only to be restrained by dark hands that emerged from the ground. "Please stay calm. I wish not to fight, merely to show you something," the figure said, releasing Bakugo. "If you continue with aggressive thoughts, I will remove your quirks for your time here." Demonstrating his power, he temporarily stripped everyone of their quirks. "What do you want to show us then?" Nizu asked from atop Vlad King's shoulder. "I wish to show you the multiverse." The revelation shocked many in the group. "So it exists," Yaoyorozu said, realizing the implications. "But it's not as you believe it to be. The multiverse surrounds a single soul that is the anchor point, one soul that exists in all the universes. While many hoped they were the anchor point, Izuku believed it might be All Might. The bullying he had faced in the past had affected his self-esteem, but his time at UA surrounded by true friends had helped him heal. Of course, it's me, for I am the greatest, Bakugo declared, prompting Izuku to scoff internally. You do appear in some universes, but the focus is on one and only Izuku Midoriya, the figure revealed, shocking everyone. Midoriya. Deku. Young Midoriya, they exclaimed, realizing that Eri and Kota saw Izuku as a father figure. You're saying that he is the main focus of everything? Setsuna asked, using her quirk to place her arm around Izuku's shoulders. Correct. We are going to watch Izuku Midoriya. Some of these universes may be intense, and I will ensure that none of the children view those. Please sit down and relax. If you wish for something to eat, think of it, and it will appear. If you need to use the restroom, the rooms to the side are available, the figure instructed. Mitsuki silenced Bakugo, and everyone took their seats. The girls gathered on one of the beds, while Aizawa chose a chair, and the pro-heroes settled in as well. Izuku initially wanted to sit in a chair, but at Eri and Kota's request, he joined them on the bed. The rest of the classes mixed and matched for seating, with most preferring chairs. As they settled in, the figure began searching for the multiverse. Multiverse found. Demon Slayer, it announced. The first request for this multiverse was made by Connor 171. Hope you enjoy it. Multiverse found. Demon Slayer. Truth observed the scene, noting the beginning of their journey into a new universe. He snapped his fingers, and soundproof headphones appeared on Eri and Kota, along with a tablet displaying a show they were eager to watch. This one is rather dark. Is there anyone who wishes to skip this universe? Kendo inquired. Sir is not needed, Truth is fine. But to answer your question, I shall explain, Truth replied. In this universe, a powerful demon roams the earth. This demon possesses many abilities, but the most frightening is its capacity to create more demons by sharing its blood. In response, humanity formed the Demon Slayer Corps, utilizing breathing techniques to combat these threats. Achiko asked a question that many were thinking, why don't they just use their quirks? Well, there are no quirks here. Many universes operate without them, they have different powers. In this case, it's all about breathing techniques. Now, enough time wasted, let's watch, Truth declared as he snapped his fingers again. The screen illuminated, revealing a figure cloaked in robes, stumbling as if injured. A trail of blood dripped from the figure, indicating a serious wound. As the camera focused, it became clear that the figure was Izuku Midoriya. Unlike the cheerful Izuku everyone knew, this version had cold, lifeless eyes and an emotionless expression. Gasps filled the theater as everyone called out for Izuku, distressed by the sight of his vacant gaze. The other Izuku closed his eyes, and a memory surfaced. A younger Izuku, around 6 years old, was seen running through a street, calling for his mother. "Mama, Mama, where are you?" he shouted, rushing into the kitchen where he found his mother. Inko Midoriya, still radiant and graceful, paused her cooking to respond, "What is it, baby?" "Mom, can I stay over at Ida's house tonight?" the little boy asked eagerly. "Of course, sweetie. How about I take you after dinner?" she replied, and Izuku nodded enthusiastically. He dashed to his room to pack a small bag while Inko continued preparing dinner. The scene shifted to show young Izuku standing in front of a new house with his mother and a young Ida. "Look, it's Ida," Kaminari exclaimed, prompting Mina and Toru to chime in about how adorable the two were as children. Izuku blushed as Inko added, "They were so pinchable, and he loved it when I pinched them." "Mom." Izuku protested, causing laughter among the adults. Young Izuku waved goodbye to his mother as she walked away, blowing him a kiss. The mood shifted as Izuku's voice echoed, now devoid of cheer. "Mom, I miss you so much." The scene transitioned to the next day. Young Izuku returned home, calling out, "Hi, Mom, I'm back." He entered his mother's room and was met with a sight that would haunt him forever. The room was in disarray, and the horror of what he saw was evident. The audience reacted strongly to the shocking imagery, some unable to watch, while others shed tears. Inko was visibly shaken, but Toshinori's comforting presence helped her regain her composure. The focus returned to the older Izuku, now walking the streets with tears streaming down his face. "Mom," he whispered softly, filled with longing. He entered a larger building, where 3 demons awaited him outside. "Let's get him for master," one demon said, licking blood from his fingers as they prepared to enter. Screams and crashes erupted, followed by a flash of light. The door burst open, revealing Izuku, now dressed in fresh clothing, though his eyes remained lifeless. "Those were nothing more than lackeys, damn it," he muttered, bandaging a cut on his palm. Just then, a figure appeared beside him. "Where is Nezuko?" Izuku asked the figure, who had reddish, fluffy hair and a bright smile. "She is at the mansion with the rest, waiting for you." "I came to see if you needed help," the figure replied. "No, I'm fine, Tanjiro. I'll come after taking down this final one." "Tell everyone I'll be back in an hour or 2, Izuku said, patting Tanjiro's head before he dashed off. Izuku sprinted forward, and the camera followed Tanjiro as he approached a large mansion marked with the UA symbol. Upon entering, he encountered someone familiar, Shoto Todoroki, who appeared slightly different without a scar but missing his left arm. "Hello, Tanjiro. I thought you were sent to get Izuku," Shoto remarked. "I was, but he told me to go ahead, he's just finishing up," Tanjiro explained. Tanjiro entered another room and greeted his sister, Nezuko, a petite girl with long, wavy black hair that transitioned to flame orange at the ends. She had soft-looking, pale pink eyes that appeared lighter around the rims of their irises, slanted downwards towards the sides of her face and framed by notably long eyelashes. "Hey, big brother. Where is Zuzu?" "Zuzu," the girls screamed. Izuku was shocked by the news himself. Mineta and Kaminari were astonished at how Izuku had managed to get such surprising information. "He will be here shortly," Tanjiro said again. "You know you don't have to worry about him, he is a Hashira, after all." What is a Hashira?" Tetsu asked, wanting to understand the full story. A Hashira is one of the most powerful combatants in the Demon Slayer Corps. They are the organization's top-ranking, most elite warriors who each serve a pivotal role in their war against the Demon Lord. This sparked a lot of murmuring among the group. "It doesn't matter, he is my Zuzu, and I will always worry, even now that Muzan has been put back in hiding," Nezuko told her brother, who sighed as he reflected on the past. It had been a year since Izuku and Tanjiro had first met. Tanjiro was on a journey to save his sister from her demon curse, while Izuku sought revenge against the demon that had killed his mother and against Muzan. Izuku and Tanjiro had crossed paths after both were summoned to speak with the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. Tanjiro was summoned for 2 reasons: first, he was traveling with a demon, and second, he had fought one of the lower 5 demons. Izuku was summoned because he had attacked and wounded one of the upper 6 and survived, despite being injured in the process. When they arrived, Tanjiro wanted nothing more than his sister's safety, even if it cost him his own life. Izuku had been compelled to come, but hearing Tanjiro's words had enraged him at the Hashira. Izuku, who had not been restrained, jumped forward and spin-kicked the man holding the box with Tanjiro's sister. The kick was powerful enough to knock the man off balance, allowing Izuku to grab the box and return it to Tanjiro. It was a gesture Tanjiro would be grateful for until his final breath. They were allowed to live and travel under the condition that if Nezuko ever harmed a human, Tanjiro would have to kill her and then end his own life. Izuku was offered the rank of Kino, the second highest rank, which he accepted to gain more opportunities to confront Muzan. Tanjiro followed Izuku closely. Each day, Izuku rested and traveled, while each night he hunted for demons. This routine continued for a long time until that fateful day. Izuku came face to face with Muzan, who was not prepared for this encounter and had only one of his lower 3 demons with him. Flashback to the fight. Izuku had left Tanjiro, who was tending to Zenitsu, and Nezuko. He was on a mission to find and eliminate a demon that had been abducting and harming children under 8. However, when Izuku found the demon, it led him to the lower 3 and Muzan. "Muzan, I found you," Izuku declared, gripping his sword and speaking softly. Light breathing, first form, first light. Izuku's blade shot forward in a blinding light, slicing through the child-eating demon and even grazing Muzan. The lower 3 kicked Izuku away and positioned themselves in front of him and Muzan. Muzan brought his hand to his cheek and noticed blood, his anger boiling higher than ever before. This unknown demon slayer had dared to lay a finger on him. Izuku quickly recovered from the kick to his chest and launched a second attack. Light breathing, fourth form, midday's warmth. The lower 3 lost a leg, an arm, and was sliced across the chest, while Muzan lost his arm. Muzan had not faced such a breathing form in years and retreated. "Kill this brat now," he ordered the lower 3, who were powerless against Izuku's strength. Light breathing, second form, rainbow's end. The blade arced through the lower 3's neck. Muzan had escaped, but Izuku managed to collect a blood sample. Back to the present. Izuku emerged from the building, having just defeated the leader of a small demon group. After Muzan was forced into hiding, many demons that believed themselves strong took charge over weaker ones. Izuku took it upon himself to hunt them down. After some time, he arrived at his mansion, but was suddenly tackled to the ground. He looked up to see it was Mitsuri Kanroji, the love Hashira. She lifted her head from his chest and kissed him on the lips, and Izuku kissed back. "Wasn't that Nezuko lady his girlfriend, or am I missing something?" Present Mike asked, with many others sharing the same curiosity. Inko gently smacked her son on the head, making her point clear. "You better not be cheating on one of them, young man." "But Mom, that is not me." "Well, he is me, but not me. I would never do that, I promise." Izuku stood up with Mitsuri still on his chest and walked into the living room, being the last of his group to arrive. Nezuko quickly stood up and ran toward Izuku, who was still carrying Mitsuri. Nezuko gave Izuku a passionate kiss and then a small peck on Mitsuri's cheek. "Sit down, sweetie, we are just setting up dinner." Izuku took a seat at the head of the table. To his right sat Todoroki, who greeted him with a small bow, and to his left was Tanjiro. Next to Todoroki sat Mitsuri, who finally removed herself from Izuku. Next to Tanjiro was Nezuko, and directly across from Izuku, next to both Mitsuri and Nezuko, was Eri. Everyone cheered, seeing the cute little girl sitting at the table. Eri had not yet noticed that Izuku had entered, as she was focused on her drawing. Just as Nezuko entered the room, she spoke. "Eri, honey, you need to stop drawing, dinner is ready." "But Mama-ko, Daddy isn't here yet," Eri whined as she looked up from her drawing. She glanced forward and saw her daddy looking at her with a soft smile. "Daddy," she screamed, her voice filled with excitement. Eri got up from her seat and ran as fast as her little legs could carry her, tackling her father with a strength that would impress even the toughest athletes. Izuku embraced her gently, kissing her on the forehead. Eri wore an outfit reminiscent of Nezuko's earlier days. Izuku asked his daughter to sit down, and she complied immediately. They enjoyed dinner together, and after some playtime with Izuku, Eri went to bed. Once Eri was settled, Izuku retreated to his study to write a report on the day's activities. He reflected on his encounter with a small group of demons, noting that the leader might have been of a higher rank than usual. After finishing his report, Nezuko and Mitsuri entered the room, both looking tired. Izuku understood their need for rest, having spent much of the night pursuing demons. He followed them to his bedroom and lay down. Nezuko snuggled into his chest, while Mitsuri cuddled behind her, acting as the big spoon. With Izuku's arms around both of them, Nezuko purred contentedly and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Truth addressed the students, who expressed disappointment at having to pause their viewing of the universe they were exploring, despite its intense nature. Truth reassured them that they could return to it later and suggested they choose something else to watch. Zero asked if the selection was random, to which Truth confirmed it was. He then presented two options: they could either watch a random universe again or explore the relationships Izuku had with the girls present. Inko exclaimed in surprise, her voice echoing with excitement, "My baby boy is in a relationship with multiple girls." Truth clarified that it wasn't the Izuku they were currently watching, but rather different versions of him from various universes, and assured her that they would only be viewing images from those realities. The choice was left to the group. As Truth asked what to watch next, the response was quick. Each woman, except for RG, wanted to see relationships. Inko wished to see her son in love, and Mitsuki felt the same about her nephew. Masaru agreed to watch the ships for two reasons: he cared deeply for Izuku and was aware of how his son Bakugo treated him. He had tried to change Bakugo's behavior, but his son was too stubborn. Additionally, Masaru was intimidated by both Inko and Mitsuki when they were determined. Slowly, the girls convinced the guys to agree to watch the ships. Present Mike wanted to watch them on his own, as he was a shipper himself. "So we all agree on ships, good," Truth said, snapping his fingers and removing the headphones from Eri and Koda, making the screen go white. "What are we watching?" Eri asked, both she and Koda unsure. Inko addressed her grandchildren, "We are going to watch some pictures of Papa." Eri's smile was bright, reminiscent of the sun. All three had a blush. Tsuyu felt a little shy. She had feelings for Izuku and knew that Achiko did too. She was considering offering to share Izuku with Achiko. Tsuyu had developed feelings for him after the USJ incident, but he had piqued her interest since their first lesson. His strength was impressive, able to throw a ball over 700 meters with just one finger. During their combat lesson, Izuku had punched through 5 layers of reinforced concrete, a feat that required immense force. However, Izuku was quite shy. He struggled to call Tsuyu by her first name and would become flustered with the slightest contact. One time during training, when she playfully slapped him with her tongue, he nearly fainted. Achiko was blushing deeply, feeling overwhelmed by the picture. She wanted to kiss Izuku for many reasons, recalling the entrance exam when he used his quirk to save her, even injuring himself in the process. She remembered how he protected her from Bakugo during combat training and how he had comforted her at the sports festival. After the overhaul incident, she had been terrified of losing him. That night, when she knocked on his door, she almost ran away, but Izuku welcomed her in, both of them feeling anxious. Eri had stayed by Izuku's side, not wanting to leave her hero. They spent hours talking before lying down together, and that night, Izuku and Achiko experienced some of the best sleep they had ever had. Momo felt a warm blush spread across her cheeks as she wished for a moment like this to happen in real life. Over her year at UA, she had grown very fond of Izuku. In the beginning, she thought little of him. During classes, he often seemed unremarkable, looking scared whenever someone glanced his way. When a girl spoke to him, he would blush deeply and nearly shut down. However, there were moments when Izuku showcased his heroic nature and intelligence that caught her attention. During the USJ incident, Momo learned that Izuku had saved Tsuyu and even fought to protect All Might. At camp, he bravely tried to save Koda and did his best to rescue Bakugo. The first time she truly saw Izuku in action was during the Kamino Ward incident. Although they didn't engage in a fight, his strategic thinking impressed her greatly. It was then that she began to notice him more and slowly developed feelings for him. Mineta, on the other hand, couldn't help but wonder how many girls Izuku attracted. Mina squealed with excitement at a picture of herself and Izuku, imagining them as a couple. Inko, Izuku's mother, wiped away tears of joy, proud of her son growing up. Kaminari remarked that he never expected Mina and Izuku to end up together, while Shiro noted their contrasting personalities. Kirishima, however, believed they could make a great couple, with Mina potentially bringing Izuku out of his shell. Toru felt a blush creep onto her face at the thought of Izuku with Mina. Although she liked him too, she never thought she would stand a chance. Yet, Izuku always greeted her and held eye contact, something that surprised her. Jiro, feeling a similar attraction, was aware of the competition but doubted her chances with Izuku. She had overheard Aizawa and All Might discussing Izuku's intense workout schedule, realizing he was pushing himself to the limit to achieve his goals. This made her question her own abilities as a hero, as she wanted to pursue both music and heroism. Despite her doubts, Jiro often daydreamed about spending time with Izuku, imagining cozy moments together. Mineta's frustration grew as he lamented Izuku's popularity among the girls. Awase pointed out Kendo, who had never considered herself a contender for Izuku's affection. She admired his strength and kindness but felt uncertain about her own appeal. Ibara, devoted to her faith, found herself having thoughts about Izuku that conflicted with her beliefs. She appreciated his willingness to listen to her talk about her religion and even offered to join her at church. Yui, who had limited interactions with Izuku, cherished every moment they spent together. She had a significant crush on him, drawn to both his physique and his gentle personality. Despite being quiet, she felt comfortable around Izuku and wanted to express her feelings to him soon. Pony made a comment that left everyone puzzled, prompting a humorous reaction from Izuku, who turned bright red. Eri and Koda, not fully understanding the situation, found it amusing. Komori, shy like Izuku, was grateful for her friends who supported her, including Kendo. She had known Kendo since she was 6 and often acted as a protector for Komori. She was aware that Izuku had been bullied too, but she didn't know the extent of it or the reasons behind it. Komori understood why she was bullied. It was due to her obsession with mushrooms. They occupied her thoughts, but she never wanted to change. As for Izuku, it puzzled her why he was bullied. He had a strong quirk, was kind, and had a charming personality. It seemed unfair, yet it created a bond of shared sadness between Komori and Izuku. I wouldn't mind cuddling with Green. Not at all, she said, giving a playful wave and wink to Izuku, who quickly turned back to the screen. Whenever Izuku appeared, he would notice the reactions around him. He had never mustered the courage to ask a girl out, but he often dreamed about it. Perhaps it was because the girls were the only ones who treated him kindly. He found himself attracted to multiple girls, hoping that one of them would reciprocate his feelings. He often glanced at the girls in pictures with him, searching for any sign of interest. Setsuna was honest about her feelings but was unsure if she liked Izuku. They barely interacted, and when they did, Izuku would blush and stutter. Setsuna loved to tease him, but she couldn't deny that she enjoyed looking at him. She appreciated his strength and even found his scent appealing. Setsuna often invaded personal space, and she particularly liked being close to Izuku. Mineta, on the other hand, was bewildered by the situation. What in the world does he have, he thought to himself. Denki, while initially cheering for his friend, quickly shifted to lecturing them about appropriate behavior on school grounds. Mei was lost in thought about her own ideas. Inko, please tell Izuku to be careful, she said, concerned for her son, who looked overwhelmed by her comment. In his mind, he tried to focus on something else, assuring himself that nothing inappropriate had happened. Perhaps it had rained, and he had simply lent his shirt to Mei. Many of the boys envied Izuku, while Mineta and Kaminari felt a mix of jealousy and frustration. They often stayed quiet to avoid trouble, but sometimes their impulsiveness got the better of them. Mineta would have gladly traded places with Izuku. Nijaya was curious about what boys enjoyed, contemplating whether to ask Izuku about it, though she knew it would be better to wait until they were alone. Mirio and Amajiki found humor in the situation, teasing both Izuku and Nijaya about their crushes. Despite losing his quirk, Mirio remained dedicated to training at UA, often alongside Izuku and the others. Izuku felt overwhelmed, his thoughts racing. Namiri playfully commented on her interest in him, prompting Aizawa to intervene with a spray bottle, reminding her to behave. Empty Lady expressed her frustration about sharing Izuku, leading to more playful banter among the group. Aizawa had to step in again, urging them to act more maturely. Kota checked on Izuku after a brief moment of embarrassment, and Izuku nodded, trying to brush off the laughter from his friends and the envious glances from others. Mirko observed Izuku, recognizing his worthiness. She had initially been unimpressed during the sports festival but found herself increasingly drawn to him after witnessing his bravery during various events. Ryuko tried to hide her blush at the thought of being close to her green-haired crush. She had heard stories from her friends and felt a strong urge to embrace him whenever they crossed paths. Mineta, overwhelmed by the situation, fainted. He now lay on the floor, overwhelmed with frustration. He believed he should be in Izuku's position, surrounded by admiration and affection. Instead, he felt left out, especially as he imagined being in a bath with Ryukyu. Bakugo and Monama laughed at Izuku, their amusement tinged with spite. However, others joined in the laughter in a more light-hearted manner. Tiger approached Izuku, placing a hand on his shoulder, and praised him for his honorable actions in saving Pixie Bob, declaring him an honorary member of the Wild Pussycats. Izuku, despite his embarrassment, felt a tear escape at the kind words, cherishing the recognition. As a child, Izuku had always admired the Pussycats, and hearing such praise from Tiger was unforgettable. He looked around at the other members, who all nodded in agreement. Pixie Bob entertained the idea of a relationship with Izuku, imagining how adorable their future children would be. Ragdoll, who had grown closer to Izuku after losing her quirk and feeling lost, found comfort in their late-night conversations. Izuku's support filled a void in her heart. Pixie Bob jokingly suggested that she wouldn't mind starting a family with their new team member, causing everyone drinking to spit out their drinks in surprise. Izuku chose to ignore the comment, overwhelmed by the implications. The girls began to argue about the unlikely scenario, while Eri, confused, focused on the large candy apple Izuku had summoned for her earlier. Mandalay felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. She thought Izuku could use some affection, but she doubted she would ever have the courage to act on it, fearing it might overwhelm him. Kota pondered silently, considering the implications of his aunt and Izuku's relationship. He smiled at the thought of having a fuller family, appreciating the unique roles each person played in his life. Mineta, waking up, lamented his situation, wishing for a chance at the attention Izuku received. Surprisingly, Aizawa voiced his support for the budding relationships, catching Present Mike off guard. Aizawa clarified that he simply wanted to alleviate the tension among the group. Emi chimed in, playfully comparing Izuku to an Olympic athlete, which left him feeling both embarrassed and flattered. Setsuna excitedly declared her support for a group relationship involving Izuku, only to be playfully reprimanded by Ibra, who blushed at the suggestion. The atmosphere shifted as arguments erupted, nearly escalating into chaos until Truth intervened, restraining everyone with his powers. With the bickering halted, Midoriya offered a peace treaty. If everyone stopped arguing, he would share Izuku's baby pictures. This promise silenced the group, making them sit up straight in anticipation, leaving even Ida feeling self-conscious about his posture. Unacceptable. You will not date that boy, Fuyumi. I forbid it. Endeavor's voice was filled with growing anger. Izuku felt a surge of frustration. He liked Todoroki, who was one of his closest friends. Learning about his father's actions was infuriating, and the only thing that kept Izuku from confronting Endeavor was the fact that he was a hero. But this was too much. How could he forbid his daughter from making her own choices? Izuku held back, not wanting to create a scene or expose his siblings to violence. All Might stood up, addressing Endeavor firmly. Enji, you cannot forbid your daughter from doing anything. She is a grown woman and has the right to be in a relationship with whoever she wishes. I will not have my daughter involved with your secret love child, Endeavor shot back, causing a stir among the onlookers. Some laughed, while others agreed with his statement. Actually, Toshinori is not Izuku's father. His father is Hisashi Midoriya, a voice chimed in. Endeavor responded, Oh, really, Miss Midoriya? I did some research, and there is no one by the name of Hisashi Midoriya, dead or alive. Izuku felt the anger rising within him, ready to unleash his power. But before he could act, Mitsuki stepped forward, staring down Endeavor. "Are you calling Inko a liar, flame brain?" she challenged, unafraid. The argument escalated, and Eri began to cry at the commotion. Izuku shifted into protective mode, channeling a small portion of his power. "Shut up and sit down, all of you." His voice boomed, surprising everyone into silence, including All Might and Endeavor. "First off, All Might is not my father. I don't care what anyone thinks. Second, if you speak to my mother like that again, I won't care that you're a hero. Third, you have no right to order your daughter around, she is an adult and can make her own decisions. Fourth, you have no right to dictate anyone's life choices." Izuku's words hung in the air, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. "Wow, that was impressive," Rumi remarked, earning nods of agreement from the other girls. Izuku felt his confidence waver, returning to his shy demeanor as he muttered apologies to everyone except Endeavor. Papa?" Eri asked, looking up at him. He nodded, encouraging her to continue. "Are they going to be my new mamas?" Her innocent question caused the girls to blush, caught off guard by her unexpected remark. To make the story more interactive, I will include a few options at the end of each chapter for you to choose from. The options now are: All for One Izuku, Izuku x Momo, Spider Deku, Harem. Your choice. Feel free to suggest something different from the other options. Eri looked up at her father, curiosity shining in her eyes. Papa? Are they going to be my new mamas?" The question caught the girls off guard, causing them to blush. Izuku, taken aback, stammered, I don't," but before he could finish, the girls chimed in with enthusiastic agreement. Yes. Their excitement surprised him, but seeing their happy faces eased his embarrassment. Mina and Toru exchanged whispers with the other girls before they all nodded in unison. Achiko, Tsuyu, and Mina playfully jumped on Izuku, with Achiko making him float and Tsuyu wrapping her tongue around his waist to pull him closer to the group. Mina grabbed Eri and Kota, bringing them into the cheerful pile of girls. Izuku's face turned a deeper shade of red as he found himself surrounded by the girls. Just then, Truth interrupted, announcing, "Let's move on to the next universe." With a snap of his fingers, the screen went black. I expected a bit more time before this happened, so I'll need to invite some extra guests. I must warn you all, if anyone attempts to attack, I will remove your quirk. This applies to everyone, students and heroes alike. After everyone nodded in agreement, he snapped his fingers again, summoning a new group of individuals. All for One, All Might declared, though he was without his quirk. Truth wasted no time, immobilizing the new arrivals with dark arms. "Stop before you irritate me. I can make you quite uncomfortable." The new arrivals included All for One, the leader of the League of Villains, who had been imprisoned after a significant incident. Alongside him were Stain, who had previously injured Ida's brother, Himiko Toga, and Dabi, all notorious for their past actions against heroes. Next came Yu Heya, a close friend of Nijire Hado, followed by Melissa Shield, the daughter of David Shield, who regarded All Might as family. David Shield himself, a former sidekick to All Might, joined them as well. "I brought you here to observe Izuku Midoriya," Truth explained. "You will experience the memories of the universes we've watched, as if you witnessed them firsthand." As he spoke, the memories began to unfold. "Let's also do this," he added, restoring Dabi to his former self, free from injuries. Rei's eyes filled with tears as she recognized her son, while the Todoroki family felt a mix of joy and relief. Endeavor, however, was conflicted, lamenting his son's choices. As the new guests settled in, Toya was seated next to his family, keeping his distance from Endeavor but hugging his mother. Toga attempted to sit on Izuku's lap but was blocked by the group of girls surrounding him, forcing her to find a spot nearby. Stain observed the scene, a smile forming as he noticed Izuku and All Might, before choosing to sit away from the others. David took a seat next to All Might and Inko, exchanging friendly greetings. "Ah, Toshi, it's good to see you," David said, embracing his friend. "I'm doing better, taking better care of myself these days." He then turned to Inko. "You must be Toshi's girlfriend. Nice to meet you." This comment caused All Might to cough slightly, while Inko blushed and quickly dismissed the notion. All Might felt relieved that Izuku hadn't overheard, unaware that a red and white-haired boy had caught the exchange. Melissa joined the group of girls, finding herself welcomed into their cuddle pile, while Yu sat next to Nijire. "Now, let's watch for real this time," Truth announced, snapping his fingers to begin the show. The scene shifted to Izuku walking down the street, Eri perched on his shoulder and Kota walking beside him, holding an All Might balloon. Izuku carried several bags, filled with groceries and a few toys. "We just need to get some pork, okay? Let's head to the butcher, then we can go home," he instructed. Eri and Kota responded eagerly, "Sure, Papa." As they made their way to the butcher, the screen transitioned to a more intense scene. The USJ was in chaos, Aizawa lay injured, and 13 was gravely hurt. A large number of students were on the ground, bruised and battered, while Shigaraki loomed over them with a menacing presence, flanked by a group of thugs. The sight was grim, with a second Nomu standing menacingly beside the first. Shigaraki taunted Momo, applying pressure to her arm and causing her pain. Just then, Izuku, having just exited the butcher, sensed the distress. Without hesitation, he opened a portal, still holding his children. At the USJ, the students initially mistook the portal for another threat, but out stepped Izuku, bags in hand. Upon seeing the scene before him, Shigaraki stepped back in fear, while the nearby thugs prepared to attack. "Kota, please protect your sister," the little boy nodded, water dripping from his fingertips. The remaining students, still awake, attempted to call out a warning, but it was unnecessary. Izuku stood up, his eyes filled with determination, instilling fear in everyone present at the USJ. "Sir, we didn't know. We apologize," Shigaraki attempted to explain, but it was too late. Izuku spotted Momo on the floor, injured and clutching her arm. With a swift motion, he unleashed black tendrils from his fingers, knocking the thugs away with great force. He rushed to Momo's side. "Momo, are you okay?" he asked, concern etched on his face. Eri and Kota joined him, calling out for her as well. Izuku extended one of his tendrils toward Momo, and despite the thug's shouts to stop, her injuries began to heal, and her arm returned to normal. "Thank you, Izuku." "I'm fine, babies," Momo replied, hugging Eri and Kota tightly. Izuku's voice took on a more authoritative tone as he asked, "What happened here?" "They attacked us, wanting to hurt All Might," Momo explained. "We didn't know your fiancé was in this class, sir. Otherwise, we would have never attacked," one of the thugs stammered, fear evident in his voice. A tendril wrapped around his neck, lifting him off the ground. "You not only attacked my fiancé's class, but you also broke her arm. You're fortunate I was able to heal it without leaving a scar," Izuku said, flinging Shigaraki down the stairs without concern for his safety. He then directed his tendrils toward the Nomu, transforming them back into their human forms, causing them to collapse. Suddenly, the door burst open, revealing All Might. Upon seeing Izuku's tendrils, he assumed that AFO had begun using a new body and prepared to attack. Izuku quickly created a shield that All Might punched, urging him to stop. "Please, the wind force could hurt my children." All Might dropped to the floor at Izuku's command. The other pro-heroes arrived shortly after. Izuku positioned himself next to Momo, cuddling with her while Eri and Kota nestled between them. He had also healed Aizawa and 13, preventing All Might from attacking him further. After ensuring none of the students were seriously injured, they made their way back to UA. Izuku found himself in a room with All Might, Nizu, Eraserhead, Midnight, and Recovery Girl. A detective waited in a separate room, meant to be a secret from Izuku. Why don't we let the detective sit down? Standing isn't comfortable, Izuku suggested, causing the others to exchange surprised glances as the detective entered through a back entrance. What do you want to know so I can go home? Izuku asked. Who says you will go home? Eraserhead replied. I know this is supposed to be intimidating for me, but can we skip the formalities? We all know the only reason Eraserhead and Midnight are here is to try and stop me. I also know, Toshi, that you're reaching your limit, so just let it go. Does the detective even need to be here? His quirk isn't infallible. And how sure are you about that? Eraserhead questioned, but Izuku maintained a bored expression, locking eyes with the detective. I am a 12-meter-tall unicorn wearing a G-string, Izuku declared. The room fell silent, and the detective confirmed that Izuku spoke the truth. They couldn't discern whether he was lying. Why were you at the USJ? Nizu asked. Because my fiancée was injured, and I wanted to help her, Izuku replied. Who is your fiancée? Nizu inquired. Momo Yaoyorozu, Izuku answered. And who is your father? Nizu pressed. You know him as All for One, Izuku stated firmly. His real name is none of your concern. He may be an evil villain to you, but he is still my father. I won't betray him, so don't even try. I guess we should just arrest you and put your children in foster care, Eraserhead threatened, though he had no authority to do so. This provoked Izuku, and in an instant, black tendrils surrounded Eraserhead's head. Try to take my kids from me, and I will make sure you regret it. Izuku's voice was dark and intimidating. We don't intend to, sir. Please release him. We apologize for the threat, Nizu urged, and Izuku let go, taking a deep breath and straightening his suit. I have provided more than enough information already. I healed your teachers and have only been aggressive once during this meeting. Yet, all I've received in return are threats and insults. I would prefer if you removed Eraserhead and Midnight to show that you don't fear me attacking you. They couldn't stop me if they tried, Izuku asserted. Nizu agreed, and the two left the room, along with the detective, who had proven to be unhelpful. I do have something of a gift for you, Toshinori. I don't do this for myself, frankly, I could care less if you stayed injured. The truth is, both my children like you, so I'm doing this for them. Izuku then shot one of his tendrils into All Might, who flinched. All Might attempted to power up but exceeded his limit and was unable to do so. Sorry for this, Izuku said as he pierced Toshinori's chest where his injury was. All Might coughed up more blood than usual, and as Izuku withdrew his arm, All Might collapsed to the floor, leaving Recovery Girl and Nizu in shock, fearing Izuku had harmed him. All Might, the heroes and students cried out, believing the former number one hero had fallen. The villains remained silent, none truly hated All Might, except perhaps AFO, who kept quiet. Wait, I'm okay, All Might said, getting back up. The wound on his chest had closed, and he found it easier to breathe. What did you do? He asked, as Izuku sent another tendril back toward him, ready to explain. I gave you one of the healing quirks that were within the Nomu, but for it to take effect, I had to reopen your wound. Now you should be able to use one for more than 3 hours. It won't be like in your prime, but your daily life should improve a bit. All Might went down on his hands and knees, expressing his gratitude to the man who had yet to reveal his name. Mister, can I ask why you're not a hero? With your quirks, you would undoubtedly be very useful. The man replied, I have kids to take care of. Being a hero might have been a dream of mine when I was younger, but growing up with All for One as a father was quite eye-opening. The corruption, the hate, it's all very unheroic. I prefer to do my work behind my desk, be there for my family, and live my life how I want to. But don't think that I won't use my quirk to help or save my family, whether it's legal or not. Izuku then stood up. I will be leaving now as it's my turn to make dinner, and one thing I don't want to do is make Momo angry. He walked out of the room but paused at the door. I hope this doesn't affect Momo negatively. With that, he exited. All Might could only nod, relieved that the boy had not followed in his father's footsteps. In a home somewhere in Japan, Izuku was in the kitchen wearing an apron that read, "Cooking for Love," as he prepared dinner for his family. At the kitchen table, his family waited for food. Koda was busy with his homework, which Izuku had assigned as he was homeschooling both him and Eri. Eri had finished her homework, which was a bit easier, while Momo helped Koda with his. After a little while, the food was ready, and the family began to eat, laughing and enjoying each other's company. That was so wholesome, Mina remarked at the ending screen. What an unusual way to use my power. Perhaps giving it to you could be a fun test. All for One spoke calmly, still observing the heroes around him. If I had that power, I would use it to give Ragdoll's quirk back. You wouldn't use it for evil or to take vengeance against those who wronged you? All for One asked, making Bakugo flinch slightly. So what, should I use it to take the quirks of everyone who looks at me wrongly? What would that accomplish except bring more hate and anger into this world? Stain smiled at the words of the worthy hero. I knew you were a true hero, worthy of the title. Unlike some so-called heroes here. Stain and Dabi, also known as Toya, glanced at Endeavor. But what is One for All? Mirko asked, causing everyone who knew the secret to go wide-eyed and sweat a little, or a lot, depending on who it was. Izuku was sweating profusely, and the girls around him noticed. Deku-kun, what is One for All? Uraraka asked her crush, who swallowed hard. What will be the next chapter? Option 1, Kaido Izuku. You don't have to know One Piece for this. Izuku would just be very powerful and large, making All Might look like a child. Option 2, Spider Deku. Option 3, up to you. Also, a quick question, do you want more dialogue from the students in between, or would you prefer to watch the universe unfold with only small words in between the parts? I don't know when the next chapter will be, but it might be the weekend, depending on what I have to do and how much I want to write. See you soon. Deku hesitated in response to Uraraka's question. He didn't want to lie to one of his crushes, but the truth came out. It's the quirk that All Might uses. Remember, these are different universes, they have some aspects that are similar and others that are different. This seemed to satisfy her, although there was still no clear connection between Izuku and All Might regarding their quirks. Uraraka had asked Izuku because of his knowledge in the subject of quirks. AFO considered revealing information about the quirk but decided to wait for a more suitable moment. He preferred to observe for now, waiting for the right opportunity to create unrest. Let's watch the next one, he said, snapping his fingers to start the show. Suddenly, a large explosion erupted. Izuku, who was helping an elderly lady cross the street, turned his head toward the commotion. Sorry, ma'am, but I have to go, he told her as he dashed away. Helping the elderly, how commendable of our classmate, Ida remarked, gesturing emphatically. Remember, kids, a hero's job is to help, not just fight. Sometimes assisting someone across the street or rescuing a cat from a tree is what's needed. You are heroes, not gladiators. The job isn't all about combat, Aizawa added, and most of the class agreed, even Mirko, except for Endeavor, of course. Bakugo simply scoffed. He understood that being a hero wasn't solely about fighting, but he wasn't going to rescue a cat from a tree, let the extras handle that. They watched as Izuku sprinted at an impressive pace, showing no signs of fatigue. He leaped over people and cars, running for about 2 minutes before reaching the site of the explosion, still looking fresh. As he approached, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A large, smiling villain stood in the middle of the street, holding a hostage. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Bakugo, though the slime made it hard to see clearly. Surrounding the villain were several heroes, Death Arms, Kamui Woods, Empty Lady, and Backdraft. His strange slime body prevents me from attacking. One of you has to step in, Death Arms said, while the others chimed in with their own concerns. Fire and wood don't mix well, one hero noted. I can't get in, it's a one-way street. In the background, a frail figure leaned against a lamp post. It was All Might in his weakened form, a sight everyone had come to recognize. He thought to himself, a hero will arrive soon, one who can save the hostage. Why did I push myself beyond my limits? Izuku saw his friend in danger, and without thinking, he ran forward. Stop the kid. He's going to get himself killed, someone shouted, urging others to stop him before he could take another risk. As Izuku sprinted toward the villain, his mind raced, calculating the size of the villain, Bakugo's position, and the best way to rescue him. Everyone watching was astonished by the speed of his thoughts. Only Nizu, Inko, and Izuku himself were truly aware of the rapid calculations happening in his mind. The slime villain noticed Izuku approaching. I don't know who you are, kid, but this is how you die, he threatened, sending out multiple tendrils to strike. Izuku dodged with remarkable agility, leaving the onlooker stunned, believing he might not survive the encounter. Empty Lady, in her enlarged form, attempted to reach him, but the street's angle made it impossible. Izuku tried to kick the slime, but his foot went right through. Realizing he couldn't damage the villain directly, he jumped toward Bakugo, attempting to free him. However, the slime villain retaliated, swatting Izuku away before he could rescue his childhood friend. Observing his surroundings, Izuku pointed his wrist outward, and a string shot out, connecting to a piece of rubble created by one of Bakugo's explosions. He swung the chunk of debris at the villain's eye, hoping to create an opening to rescue Bakugo. The villain screamed in pain, giving Izuku a moment to act. He shot the string out again, this time missing the villain but using the momentum to propel himself closer. He managed to grab Bakugo and pull him free from the slime's grasp. However, the Bakugo he rescued was different, still spiky-haired but now with longer hair and a distinctly feminine appearance. DMN, Bakugo looks fine, Kaminari joked, prompting laughter from the group, though Bakugo was ready to retaliate against anyone who laughed. I always wished for a daughter, Mitsuki added, nearly provoking Bakugo into an explosive reaction. With his hostage gone, the slime villain had nothing left to protect. He was facing imprisonment for a long time, perhaps even life, and he intended to make Izuku pay for his interference. Izuku, leaving Bakugo unconscious, began to navigate the area, leaping and clinging to walls, far surpassing what a typical kid could do. He managed to hold out until another hero arrived to subdue the slime villain. Bakugo remained unconscious as Izuku finally stopped moving. He approached Bakugo with a smile. Hey, Kaken, he began, but before he could say more, Bakugo punched him in the face. How rude, Bakugo. He just saved your life, that's no way to act, Ida scolded his classmate. Izuku removed his hand from his face, revealing no signs of injury. What? He began, but before he could continue, he was interrupted, not by a punch, but by a kiss. In the theater, laughter filled the air. Bakugo's face was flushed, though it was unclear whether it was from embarrassment or anger. Could it be that our Bakugo has feelings for Midoriya but is just a massive tsundere? Kaminari teased, prompting Bakugo to respond with clear irritation. If Sparky says one more thing, I will end you. You could have gotten hurt, dumbass, Bakugo said as she pulled away from the kiss. I would prefer me getting hurt over you getting hurt any day, Kaken. Bakugo smirked, just wait until I tell Auntie or the rest. Izuku's eyes widened, and he began to plead with her not to say anything. He offered anything she could want, massages, food, cuddles, fights, anything to keep her quiet. On their way home, Bakugo stopped by the store to pick up some eggs for Auntie. Izuku offered to accompany her but was declined. As he walked alone, he was approached by a weakened All Might. Excuse me, young man, All Might said, prompting Izuku to turn around. Can I ask why you went and saved that young lady from the slime? All Might inquired. Izuku paused for a moment, thinking. I don't really know. I just saw someone in need and had to act. This response brought a smile to the older man. So you aim to be a hero, are you? I am, sir. I aim to get into UA, Izuku replied. All Might nodded and began to walk away, adding, good luck, and see you there. Izuku was left confused, but before he could follow, his phone rang. It was his mother. Yeah, coming back home after that happened was not fun, Izuku reflected as he entered the house. His mother hugged him tightly, making him feel as though he might need medical attention. But that was just how she was, and it was one of the reasons he loved her. Now, Izuku stood in front of UA with a smile on his face when he received a playful smack on the head. Come on, idiot. We're going to be late if you keep standing there. As he walked forward, he tripped over his own feet and was about to fall when he found himself floating. How can you trip? Ochiko Uraraka, a friend since middle school, exclaimed as she grabbed his face. I've seen you jump around a room from wall to wall while reading from that notebook of yours without a problem, but then you do this. She giggled, while Bakugo laughed heartily. Uraraka then kissed Izuku on the lips. You're lucky you're cute. In the theater, Uraraka blushed furiously. Not only were Izuku and Bakugo dating in that universe, but Izuku was also dating her. The thought of possibly sharing Izuku made her blush even more. The other girls watched with envy, wishing they were the ones kissing him. Izuku smiled and said, but if I don't fall once or twice, why would I need you? Uraraka pretended to think deeply before letting him go. Izuku began to float upwards, shocking those around them. Ochiko, can you please release your quirk? He asked. No, not until you apologize, she replied playfully. I'm sorry for the joking. You know I will always need you. You keep me grounded. Bakugo burst into laughter at his choice of words, causing others to join in. Talk about cheesy, Shiro commented. Izuku felt embarrassed, realizing he would have said the same line if he were in that position. Ochiko nearly fainted. She loved watching cheesy romance movies, even if they were predictable. The thought of her having the best happy ending thrilled her. The physical exam to enter UA was in full swing. Multiple students were fighting robots, and Izuku swung around the city, jumping on top of and breaking several robots. He grabbed one and threw it at a group of others, then shot a string at a robot that tried to attack some students, giving them a chance to escape. Suddenly, a massive robot appeared, the zero-pointer, towering over the buildings at the exam site. Students ran in fear of being crushed. Izuku planned to run as well, but then he heard someone call for help. He turned to see a girl with pink skin pinned under rubble. Without thinking, he rushed forward. Izuku shot out his string, hitting the ground near the girl. He used it to get closer, positioning himself between the robot and her. Run! It's going to crush us, she screamed. Izuku braced himself and took the punch that the robot threw, stopping its fist just above the ground. People thought it was the robot's programming, but it was Izuku holding it in place. He managed to remove one of its arms and shot his string at the rubble on top of the girl, lifting it off her. Get out of here, he urged. Once the girl was a safe distance away, Izuku let go of the robot, which was now stuck in place. He jumped onto its chest, shot his string to connect to its arm, and then jumped back, immobilizing it. Exam is over. Make your way to the entrance and see Recovery Girl if you need medical attention, Present Mike announced. Izuku walked over to the pink girl, who was still on the ground. Yo, you okay? He asked. My ankle hurts, she replied. Izuku nodded and lifted her bridal style, ready to help. Causing the pink girl to blush, she exclaimed, WW, what are you doing? Izuku replied, I am bringing you to Recovery Girl as your ankle is most likely broken or strained. Either way, you shouldn't walk on it. All the girls, except Recovery Girl, Mitsuki, Inko, Eri, and Reiko, thought to themselves, I wish that was me. Izuku brought her to Recovery Girl, where Ochiko and Bakugo were already talking. Achiko saw him and gave a teasing smile. Really, you're alone for 1 minute and find an extra girlfriend? Isn't 3 enough? The pink-skinned girl blushed even more. It's not like that. She is injured, I had to help her. We know you, smart idiot. But you could place her down. If you want to cuddle, I am happy to take her spot, Bakugo said as Izuku gently placed the pink woman down. He then lifted Bakugo and held her in a bridal style. Thanks for the save back there. I really thought that was the end for me, Mina said. Saving people is a hero's job, isn't it? I just realized I haven't introduced myself. I am Izuku Midoriya. The blonde in my arms is Katsuki Bakugo, and the one with cute pink cheeks is Achiko Uraraka. They responded with a wave at the introduction. Hi, I am Mina Ashido. Not to be rude, but you said you had 3 girlfriends. Is that really true, or was it a joke? Nope, our green hunk is dating both myself and Blondie here. He is also dating a girl who has already been accepted to UA called Momo Yaoyorozu. Why, wanna join in? Achiko teased. Mina started blushing and didn't know how to respond. It sounded nice if she was honest, but she didn't even really know the guy. The group talked a little more until it was time to go. Izuku went to get changed as his workout clothing was a tad bit dirty. As he came out of the lockers, he was met with the same weak-looking man again. I saw you out there, young man. You did quite well, the man said. Thank you, sir, but who are you? I don't recognize you as a pro, not to be rude, Izuku replied. Ha ha ha. Don't you worry, it's hard to recognize me. But I have an offer for you. Would you mind following me? Izuku nodded and followed the man. In the room sat Nizu, an older pro Izuku recognized as Gran Torino, and a detective. Izuku wanted to fanboy as he was in the room with 2 pro heroes, but the old man sounded serious, so his excitement would have to wait. Izuku sat down in the offered chair. This is the boy, Toshi. Nizu asked, and the man nodded. Hello, young Midoriya. You must be wondering why you are here, the man continued, causing Izuku to nod. Well, during the exam, we scored for robots defeated. What we also did, but did not tell you, was we scored rescue points. You scored the highest not only this year but had a higher score than the last 25 years. So Mr. Yagi here wanted to make you an offer. But before that, you must swear that whatever happens here will not leave this room. Izuku nodded. Good, Mr. Yagi said as he started growing in size and became All Might. I have an offer that revolves around my quirk. People often ask me, All Might, what is your quirk, and I always avoid the question with a joke or change the subject. But the truth about my quirk is this, my quirk is called One for All. It's a stockpiling quirk and allows me to transfer it to another human being. One user uses the power and improves it, making it stronger. They then give it to someone else who does the same. I am the 8th wielder of this power, and I want you to be the 9th. Everyone was shocked at the words, nobody expected to hear that. That is the 2nd time we have heard it. Midoriya's quirk is similar to All Might's, is that the case here? Tetsu asked, with Midoriya not knowing what to say. I will accept, All Might. If you have enough faith in me to entrust me with this, then I will, Izuku said without hesitation, just as All Might expected. This has to remain a secret. You cannot tell anyone about this. It would give them massive targets on their backs, All Might said as the screen started turning black. You never answered. Is it true? Rin asked. It is correct, AFO replied, a smile on his face as the crowd turned to him. I am the one who created the quirk, so I do know who holds it. This revelation sparked an uproar among the audience. So what, Midoriya is a traitor and stands with Shigaraki? Kamikiri questioned, to which Achiko responded, of course not, Deku-kun would never work with villains. Eri stood up, pouting, yeah, Papa isn't bad. Papa is the greatest hero ever. Young Midoriya is not a villain. Far from it, All Might interjected. But what AFO said is correct. He did create my quirk, but that was over 100 years ago. All Might stood up, moving to the front of the theater. I had a feeling this would happen, I just hoped it would be a little later. I will tell you the secret of One for All. It would come out eventually. The quirk One for All came from two brothers. One was a symbol of evil, all for one, and the other was a younger brother with a strong sense of justice. To gain loyalty or force him into SBMSN, AFO gave a quirk to his younger brother, and OFA was born. Izuku sat alone, feeling a mix of shame and fear. The first user of OFA tried to fight his older brother, but the older brother was far too strong and defeated him. To secure the safety of the world, the younger brother passed OFA on to someone else. This continued for years until my master, Nana Shimura, passed OFA on to me and fought AFO herself. All Might looked down, a tear rolling down his face as he recalled the last memory of his master. She fought but lost her life during that battle. Since that day, I held OFA as my quirk. I held it for over 30 years, during which I fought AFO. I wounded him, but it did not come without a cost. He lifted his shirt to reveal an injury. He did this to me and forced me into this state. He destroyed part of my lung and my stomach. I thought I had killed him, so I continued with my life. When the quirk started to weaken within me, I searched for a successor, someone who would hold OFA and bring safety to society. Sir Knight, I suggested young Mirio as a potential successor. Mirio's eyes widened in shock. You wanted to give me your quirk, he asked, still stunned by the news. You were an option, young Mirio. You were strong with your own quirk and brought safety to those around you. But I continued my search. Then it happened. I was pursuing a slime villain who had robbed a store. I lost him for a bit in the sewage system, but when I caught up, he had captured young Midoriya. I managed to defeat him without injuring him, but as I tried to bring the villain to the police, I jumped away in fear of my time limit. Young Midoriya grabbed onto my leg as I leaped. We landed shortly after, but my time limit was up. Young Midoriya asked me if he could be a hero without a quirk. I gave him an answer that I have regretted ever since. As All Might spoke, many heads turned. Did he regret giving his quirk to Izuku? I told young Midoriya that he could not become a quirkless hero. I know why I said this. In the state I found him, he was too skinny and sickly to fight. But that doesn't excuse my words. I should have said that the road, while possible, would be extremely hard, harder than for anyone else. But why would that be? I can be a hero, and my quirk does not give me any combat use, Owaze asked. Because of the hate people hold for the quirkless. Quirklessness is less common nowadays, with only 2% being quirkless, but during young Midoriya's time, it was 5%. The hate most people have for them is incredible. Simply because they have no quirk, they are bullied and looked down upon. They are discriminated against for anything they do. Both young Midoriya and I have been through this. But I told him no and suggested he aim to be a police officer or firefighter instead. Then I left him on that roof and went on my way. An explosion occurred, and I made my way over in my weakened state, only to see the slime villain again, this time holding young Bakugo. I was unable to act as my time limit expired. Young Midoriya then rushed over to help Bakugo. It was a reckless move, but that action changed his life. All Might continued, I stood there, powerless, watching as this quirkless boy ran toward a villain. He threw his backpack at the slime villain, revealing its weakness to everyone around. With all his might, he tried to claw his friend free from the villain's grasp. That strength allowed me to push past my own limits and assist young Midoriya in saving Bakugo. But later that day, I told young Midoriya about my quirk and promised to train him. I trained him for 10 months for the UA entrance exam, and on that day, I gave him my quirk. Eraserhead was shocked. You are kidding me, All Might. Why did I not know about this before? He was visibly upset, and Endeavor sat deep in thought, nearly overwhelmed. Why didn't you inform me about this? I understand the need for secrecy, but as his homeroom teacher, I saw his lack of skill in his quirk as blunted arrogance and almost expelled him on the first day, Aizawa exclaimed. Momo chimed in, but it took Midoriya only 6 months to become one of our class's strongest. Kaminari interjected, yeah, but that's because of All for One. No one is going to be stronger than that. Aizawa continued, that's not what I meant. Midoriya, in terms of quirk experience, is like a child. We've all had our quirks for over 10 years. If our time with our quirks is 100%, Midoriya is only at 5%. Yet his skill with his quirk is on par with ours, if not greater. This revelation left them all silent. I demand you give that quirk to Shoto this instant, Endeavor insisted. Young Todoroki, while he is on his way to becoming a great hero, does not deserve one for all. I have given the quirk to young Midoriya, and he shall become a great hero. Stain defended Izuku, saying, that quirkless brat does not hold a candle to my Shoto. Deku is worthy of the title of hero. You and your child do not. Endeavor retorted, do not speak about my child like that. Izuku had heard enough and activated his quirk, jumping and kicking Endeavor in the chest, sending him crashing into the wall. I told you I would not stand for you speaking to my mother like that. Izuku took a combat stance, calculating how to protect those behind him while dealing with Endeavor. Stop now, Truth commanded, and both Izuku's and Endeavor's quirks ceased to function. Endeavor was restrained by dark arms. I allowed that kick to happen because I am quite a fan of Inko. In nearly all universes, you are the only one who stands behind your son and has given your life for him. Now, Endeavor, you will remain silent for the rest of what you will witness, or I will permanently remove your quirk, and you will live as a quirkless individual. To show why Izuku deserves one for all more than anyone else in this room, let's take a look at his childhood. I must warn everyone that it may be difficult to watch. Bakugo flinched at those words. Miss Midoriya, know that what you are about to see is what your son went through, and you may feel as if you failed as a parent. If it weren't for you, Izuku might not have made it through his early years. While his life wasn't the hardest, it was more than most could endure. We will show parts of his life, not the entirety. The screen lit up, revealing a 4-year-old Izuku standing in front of a purple-haired child who was on the ground, clearly having been attacked. Stop bullying him. His quirk isn't villainous, young Izuku pleaded. Get out of the way, Deku, or we'll teach you a lesson too, one of the bullies threatened. Stop bullying him, Kaken. He hasn't done anything. If you don't stop now, then I will stop you myself. Izuku said, trembling as he took a fighting stance. You. Don't make me laugh, Deku. I guess we just have to teach you a lesson, the leader of the group, Bakugo, sneered. The group included a chubby kid with dragon-like wings and another with long fingers and a strange smile. Izuku quickly urged the other child, run quickly, or they will get you too. The child obeyed, but just as Izuku tried to escape, the long-fingered kid grabbed his ankle and pulled him closer to Bakugo, leading to a quick but harsh confrontation. The audience watched with discomfort, recalling their own childhood missteps. Inko wiped away tears at the sight of her young son, bruised and in distress. The screen transitioned to a 7-year-old Izuku, sweating in a forest, fear evident on his face. He clutched a limited edition hero card, quickly hiding it in his backpack. Suddenly, Bakugo's voice echoed, filled with rage, Deku, give me that card before I take you down. You don't deserve those things. Izuku ran, with Bakugo in pursuit, explosions propelling him forward. Those actions are not befitting of a hero, Ida scolded Bakugo. Using explosions in a forest is dangerous and could cause a fire. Izuku lowered his head, bracing for insults and laughter. Aizawa whispered to Nizu, if this continues, I want Bakugo expelled for his actions. Nizu simply sipped his tea, while Mitsuki, furious, recalled how Izuku had always been kind and helpful, remembering a time when she had needed assistance and he had been there for her. Izuku had seen her and was initially going to ask if he could wait while she retrieved some bags from home, but he had already begun emptying his backpack. Mitsuki was confused until he turned his back to her. She wanted to refuse his help, but he started placing the items into the bag, leaving her with no choice. Even though he had his own books, he simply put the backpack on his back and walked alongside her. Masaru usually wasn't one to get angry, but he was ready to have a serious talk with his son. He expected better from him. Inko was in tears, overwhelmed by the realization that her son was being targeted day after day for something beyond his control. Izuku was soon chased down, and an explosion knocked him to the ground. Bakugo stood over him, breathing heavily. "Give me the card," he demanded. Izuku replied, "I don't have it anymore, Kaken. I dropped it when you started chasing me." Bakugo's frustration boiled over. "First, you make me sweat, and now you're lying to me. Now you're going to regret it." He began striking Izuku, using open palm strikes that caused real damage. "You need to know your place. You're worthless," Bakugo spat, finishing with a kick. A flashback showed Izuku at age 10, walking down the street when he was unexpectedly hit on the back of the head with a piece of wood. He lost consciousness and, upon waking, found himself tied up and in a dumpster, a note taped to his chest that read, "Human garbage, don't recycle." Izuku, unfazed, retrieved a small pocket knife from his backpack and began cutting the duct tape binding his wrists and ankles. As he climbed out of the dumpster, his thin frame and the scars on his back were evident. This scene brought many to tears, with the girls from Class 1A particularly affected. Mirko had a few tears running down her cheeks, while Achiko, who had harbored feelings for Izuku, was held back from confronting Bakugo in anger. Mitsuki shared similar feelings of despair, questioning her parenting. Endeavor smirked, believing that the strong had the right to dominate the weak. Fast forward to Izuku at 13 on what seemed to be Valentine's Day, with hearts decorating the school. He opened his locker, which bore multiple insults, "Die, go kill yourself, quirkless freak," and more. Sighing, he muttered to himself that he would need to ask Mr. Kurina for cleaning supplies again. As he opened his locker, he was surprised to find a letter addressed to him, adorned with a red kiss. "Look, Midoriya has a Valentine. It isn't all bad," Mina said hopefully, wishing for at least one good moment for Izuku. Izuku carefully opened the letter, reading it with care. It expressed admiration for his kindness and invited him to meet his secret admirer at the bleachers behind the school at 5 p.m. A smile crept onto his face as he placed the letter back in the envelope and tucked it away in his locker. With over an hour until the meeting, he decided to clean his locker, insisting to Mr. Kurina that he didn't want to be a burden. At 5 p.m., Izuku arrived at the bleachers and saw a girl with her back turned. As he approached, he was suddenly attacked by a group of people. The pain was overwhelming as he was beaten by several individuals, with insults hurled at him. "Did you really think anyone would ever love someone like you?" they taunted. Izuku curled into a ball on the ground, trying to protect himself, but soon blacked out. When he regained consciousness, he found himself tied to a football goal, feeling pain in his back and ribs. Thankfully, he managed to wriggle free one of his hands. Ray had already signed the paper, but Endeavor was determined to prevent it, fearing it might tarnish his hero career at this crucial time. He believed Ray deserved something nice in her life, and he wanted her to end up with Izuku. In a somber atmosphere, Truth spoke to the group, attempting to lighten the mood. He revealed that in this universe, Izuku had the ability to produce flames from his feet, a power that had emerged during a tragic event in his childhood when he lost his mother in a villain attack. This incident had led to Izuku being labeled as a devil by some due to his nervous tic, which caused him to smile in a way that others found unsettling. Despite this, Izuku remained steadfast in his dream of becoming a hero. When Izuku entered UA, he formed friendships with many, although a few familiar faces were absent. Koda and Mineta had attended different academies, making way for two new students, Maki O's, who could manipulate fire, and Tamaki Kotatsu, whose quirk caused her to lose her clothing due to her clumsiness. Truth also mentioned Midnight, who worked alongside a partner named Princess Hibana, a hero with her own fire abilities. The story began when they were all professional heroes. Truth set the scene, showing a street ravaged by destruction, with a towering villain brandishing a massive battle axe. In front of him stood 5 women, Maki, injured and bleeding, Tamaki, with cuts and bruises, Midnight, who appeared unconscious, Princess Hibana, crouched and hurt, and Achiko, who was also injured. The villain demanded their SBMSN, but Hibana stood her ground, attacking with her flames. Unfortunately, her efforts were ineffective, and the villain retaliated, knocking her down. He offered them one last chance to serve him as his loyal followers. Back in the theater, the audience was anxious for the heroes, especially Midnight and Achiko. The severity of Midnight's injury was evident, and the situation looked dire. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, "Have no fear, a hero has arrived." Deku-man came to the rescue. Izuku appeared, his green hair unmistakable, and he positioned himself between the villain and the women. With a powerful kick, Izuku sent the villain crashing into a nearby building, causing significant damage. The villain, furious and now injured, confronted Izuku, who boldly declared himself the hero of all. The crowd was initially excited to see Izuku, the #1 hero, but concern grew as the villain prepared to attack again. Izuku leaped into action, using his flames to propel himself and evade the villain's swing. He countered with a powerful knee strike, followed by a spinning kick that knocked the villain off balance, causing him to drop his weapon. "Surrender now or feel the flames of the devil," Izuku warned, taking a combat stance and unleashing a display of flames. The villain, realizing he was outmatched, reluctantly surrendered. However, as Izuku approached to secure him, the villain seized his axe again, attempting a desperate attack. Izuku quickly countered with a swift kick, narrowly avoiding danger. The axe swung in front of Izuku's face before the villain was knocked out by a powerful kick. Now knowing the villain was incapacitated, Izuku quickly tied the villain's arms and moved the axe out of reach. Ambulances arrived shortly after Izuku had requested surrender. The medical team prioritized Namiri, who had sustained the most severe injuries, followed closely by Achiko due to a head injury. The police arrived just as Namiri was being placed in the ambulance, and the villain was taken into custody. Izuku stayed behind to speak with the press that had arrived alongside the police. He expressed gratitude for the efforts of the heroes involved, acknowledging that it was an uneven match but thankfully no one had lost their life. He reassured everyone that the injured heroes would make a full recovery. After taking some pictures and signing autographs, he ensured the injured heroes had a moment of privacy away from the media. Afterward, Izuku made his way to the hospital to check on the heroes. He greeted the nurse in the hero wing and was led into a well-appointed room with 4 beds. He knocked and entered, expressing his concern for the 5 heroes. Maki, with her arm in a cast and ribs bandaged, informed him that Namiri was still in surgery but was out of danger, although she would have a scar. Izuku let out a breath of relief and asked about the others. Achiko reassured him, saying they were fine and just needed to take it easy for a couple of weeks. A nurse knocked at the door and addressed Ms. Uraraka, asking if a follow-up appointment in 2 weeks would work for her. Achiko nodded in agreement. In a different setting, there was a sense of surprise as Izuku had married multiple women in this universe. Achiko, who was clinging to Izuku's arm, blushed and stammered about their marriage, hugging his arm tighter without realizing it. The other girls felt a twinge of jealousy. While they understood it was a different universe, they still wished to be called Mrs. Midoriya themselves. 2 weeks later, the scene shifted to Izuku in the kitchen, preparing a snack platter and grabbing a bottle of wine. He carried it to the living room where the 5 women were lounging on the couch, along with Eri and Kota in 2 recliners. Izuku asked if they had decided on a movie, and Namiri suggested watching Red, handing her wine glass to Izuku for a refill. They settled in to watch the movie, with Izuku in the middle of the couch, gently stroking Namuri's hair as she rested her head on his lap. As they watched, Truth commented on the situation, noting the smiles of everyone except Endeavor. Shoto inquired about how long it took Izuku to become number one in this universe. Truth explained that Izuku had reached the top 10 heroes within 6 months of graduating from UA and took an additional 6 months to reach number 1, totaling 1 year. All Might felt a sense of pride, recalling it had taken him 5 years to achieve the same. Truth suggested taking a short break to allow the teachers to review their notes and give everyone time to process what they had just watched. He mentioned the possibility of doing something fun during the break, leaving the choice up to them. As the scene concluded, the narrative shifted back to the audience, inviting them to share their thoughts on what they wanted for the next chapter. Ideas included Izuku interacting with various characters and exploring different scenarios, with a call for more suggestions to keep the story engaging. Could we take a little time to discuss what we just witnessed? It was a lot to take in, one of the students asked. Truth expected this question and nodded in agreement. That is fine. There was a moment of silence as no one knew how to start. Izuku felt uncomfortable, recalling past experiences where he had been misled by those he thought he could trust. The first time he remembered was when he was 7 years old. He had finally found himself in a class without Bakugo and hoped things would be different. He had made a friend named Kabuto, who spent a week with him. Just as Izuku began to trust Kabuto enough to share his feelings, the next day, everyone knew about his crush. A girl in class had made a mockery of it, and that experience left a lasting impact on him. Since then, trusting others had become difficult for Izuku. He tried to be friendly, but he hesitated to share personal details, fearing that vulnerability would lead to pain. Even at UA, he wanted to believe he could trust his classmates, but a nagging voice in his mind warned him that they would betray him if they learned the truth. Midoriya, Aizawa said calmly, catching Izuku's gaze. Why did you start making these notes? What do you mean, sir? Izuku replied, confused. Why did you make them? I understand you wanted to be a hero, but why focus on notes instead of training? I read about a hero named Flexibility, whose quirk allows for extreme flexibility. Your notes suggest he needed more strength and better martial skills, which is accurate. Yet it seems you haven't trained. So why? It never crossed my mind, I guess, Izuku said, trying to deflect. He didn't want to dampen the mood or draw attention to himself. So this is how it's going to be, Truth interjected, snapping his fingers. It seemed nothing happened, but then he turned to Izuku again. Why did you make your notes? It was an escape that didn't lead to me getting hurt, Izuku admitted, surprising everyone. What did you do? Ojiro asked, taken aback. I made it so that Izuku here can only speak the truth, Truth explained. He can't lie or avoid the subject. Anything you ask him now is 100% the truth. The group was curious but unsure of what to ask. The girls had a question in mind but hesitated, fearing rejection. Finally, Momo spoke up, what are your thoughts on being in a relationship? I would love one, but my fear of being hurt and my social shyness make it unlikely, Izuku confessed, shocking everyone. Inko, his mother, then asked, what is your opinion of me as a mother? She had always felt she had failed him and needed to hear the truth. You are the most amazing mother. I couldn't even dream of a better one. Without you, I would have given up years ago. It was tough when you gained weight, but that never changed how I felt, Izuku said, bringing tears of joy to Inko's eyes. Why didn't you train your body to become a hero? Aizawa asked, hoping for a sincere answer. Mostly, it was a fear of getting hurt even more. I already struggled with bullying because I was smarter than most. I had to hold back my grades to avoid standing out. I didn't want to find out how much worse things could get if I looked like a physical challenge too. The other part was hope. I believed that becoming a hero was only possible with a powerful quirk, Izuku explained. But why? You have Eraserhead in your notes. Sir Night Eye doesn't have a combat quirk at all. So why does a quirk matter? Midnight asked. Sure, their quirks don't provide combat power, but they help in other ways. Aizawa may not have a quirk that enhances his strength, but he puts others at a disadvantage by nullifying their quirks. Even now at UA, we focus more on improving our quirks than on our fighting skills. Aizawa takes away the one thing they rely on. Sir Night Eye, while lacking a combat ability, can see someone's movements for an entire day, making it easier to predict attacks. I could learn that too, but it would require me to fail repeatedly, Izuku explained. Do you still want to become our dad? Eri asked, her voice trembling with fear of being sent away. There is nothing in this world that I want more, Izuku replied sincerely. What are your thoughts on the girls? Mineta asked, surprising everyone. They are all beautiful women who deserve a perfect life and someone who treats them like the queens they are, Izuku said, causing the girls to blush. What do you think of the entrance exam? Nizu asked, curious about Izuku's perspective. It's rather biased towards combat-focused quirks. Sure, you made it possible to earn points through rescues, but it mainly emphasizes fighting. While fighting villains is a significant part of being a hero, as first years, we risk losing out on powerful quirks. For those with combat abilities, it's a great opportunity, Izuku explained. Who are the top 5 in our class? Shiro asked. Momo, me, Mina, Ochiko, and Todoroki, Izuku listed. Could you please explain? Momo asked, confused. I looked at total power. Momo can create anything, even something as destructive as a nuclear bomb. She could change the economy with just a few resources, Izuku concluded. Izuku possessed the power of All Might, a force so great that if he unleashed it fully, it could be devastating. Mina had the ability to produce acid, capable of melting through anything, while Ochiko could manipulate gravity, sending foes into the air with just a touch. Todoroki wielded both fire and ice, making him a formidable opponent at any range. The realization of their powers was both impressive and shocking. Toga inquired about the perception of villains like themselves, prompting a discussion about the nature of villainy. They reflected on how quirks could be seen as tools, capable of both good and harm. The heroes present, including All Might, AFO, and Stain, felt a sense of pride in Izuku, believing he would guide the next generation toward a brighter future. However, Endeavor was frustrated, unable to accept that someone he deemed weak could be placed above his own creation. As the conversation continued, the teachers discussed Izuku's notebooks with Inko, revealing that she was aware of their existence but had underestimated their significance. Toshinori expressed regret for not paying more attention to the notes when he had the chance. They reminisced about the incident with a slime villain, which had led to Izuku receiving an autograph from All Might. The topic shifted to alternate universes, and Nizu brought up Izuku's potential in a different reality. AFO appeared unexpectedly, adding to the intrigue. Inko, feeling empowered, demanded AFO acknowledge her presence, and he complied, knowing better than to provoke her. The audience was taken aback as Inko confronted AFO, using her quirk to retrieve her slipper and confront him about abandoning her and their child. Izuku quickly intervened, shielding his mother from any potential retaliation. The tension in the room escalated as Endeavor prepared to confront AFO, with his family ready to support him. Truth, a powerful figure, intervened, declaring that he would strip Endeavor of his abilities. He accused Endeavor of being the true villain, contrasting him with AFO, who at least cared for his family. As Truth snapped his fingers, Endeavor's powers diminished, leaving him vulnerable. Rei felt a sense of liberation as she witnessed Endeavor's weakened state, finally able to confront him without fear. As the situation unfolded, no one moved to assist the now powerless Endeavor. Rei took her children away from him, and Ida questioned the implications of Izuku's lineage. AFO revealed that he had once gone by the name Hisashi Midoriya but had changed it for the sake of his family's safety. He expressed regret for not being able to provide for Inko and Izuku due to the dangers his past actions posed. Inko smiled, recognizing the man she had once loved, the caring individual who had been there for her and their son. She had one final question, seeking an honest answer from AFO. Did you take young Midoriya's quirk when he was younger? Toshinori asked, the room falling silent in shock. The implications of the question hung heavily in the air. The tension was palpable as everyone awaited a response, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. As the conversation continued, the topic shifted to Enji's powers. I took away all of Enji's power, someone mentioned, pondering whether it should be a permanent change or just temporary. The uncertainty lingered, leaving the group to consider the ramifications of such a decision. Then came the most pressing question, did AFO steal a quirk from Izuku? If so, what could it be? AFO's quirk or perhaps a stronger version of Inko's quirk? Maybe even a modified version of AFO's abilities. The discussion sparked various ideas for the next chapter. Suggestions were thrown around, with options like a quirkless swordsman Izuku, Izuku joining the Straw Hats, or Izuku wielding Madara's power as a vigilante. The excitement of possibilities filled the room, each idea more intriguing than the last. In a light-hearted moment, someone shared a headcanon, AFO was actually scared of Inko, just like Mitsuki, Izuku, and All Might. This brought a chuckle to the group, easing the tension as they continued to brainstorm the next steps in their story. AFO spoke softly, making Inko smile. This was the man she had fallen in love with, the kind-hearted man who cared deeply for her and their son. Toshinori, with a serious expression, asked, I do have a question, and I want you to answer honestly. Did you take young Midoriya's quirk when he was younger? Silence filled the room as everyone absorbed the weight of his words. No one spoke. Most turned to Izuku, who stared at the floor, lost in thought. His mind raced with questions, did I really have a quirk to begin with? Was all the torment I endured due to my father's actions? Inko shared similar thoughts. She wondered if her son had truly suffered for 14 years because Hisashi had stolen Izuku's quirk. Even if he hadn't, the Hisashi she remembered would never have allowed their son to suffer. Why hadn't he given Izuku a quirk? Inko would never condone stealing from others, but if it meant protecting her son, the choice seemed clear. Bakugo stood silently, his eyes wide. Could it be true that his uncle had stolen Izuku's quirk? He felt a mix of anger and guilt. He wanted to blame AFO but knew deep down it was his own actions that had driven a wedge between them. He had insulted Izuku for years. The girls had never liked AFO, he was a villain responsible for many problems. The thought that he might be the reason Izuku had been treated poorly was unsettling. I did, AFO admitted, his voice lacking its usual pride. Everyone leaned in, eager to hear more. Aizawa, tense, rested his hand on the blade at his side, ready for any sign of disrespect from AFO. All Might summoned the last remnants of One for All, prepared to confront AFO if necessary. The only other time Toshinori had felt this way was after discovering AFO had harmed Nana. I did so for him, not for my own gain. In fact, I never even touched his quirk. I took his quirk to save him from hatred and greed, much like I experienced. My quirk, like my name, is AFO. It allows me to steal the quirks of those I touch. Izuku's quirk would have allowed him to do so telepathically. When I grew up with this quirk, people often despised those with powers. As I matured, my heart filled with hate, and I longed for power to escape being looked down upon. People were taken aback by his revelation. They had assumed his life was unusual, but they hadn't realized the extent of his struggles. When I met Inko, it began as a way to pass the time. But the more I spent time with her, the more I wanted to be with her. Eventually, I asked her to marry me, and she said yes. Then Izuku was born, and I saw a chance for redemption. I knew I would pay for my past, but I wanted Izuku and Inko to be free from those burdens. However, when the doctor told me about Izuku's quirk, fear gripped me. I couldn't let him follow in my footsteps or become a stronger version of me. So, I took his quirk, ensuring he could never become like me. I wanted him to be greater, to have a quirk that would allow him to be whatever he desired. Why didn't you believe in Izuku's strength? Inko asked her ex-husband. Emerald, I created chaos with my quirk. I tried to bring the world to a halt because of it. There are countless heroes who would want nothing more than to see me defeated. How could I let a 4-year-old child carry that power? You saw how Endeavor reacted when he learned who his father was. Other heroes would have done the same, and villains would come to attack to gain leverage over AFO. I could never put you both in that position. AFO spoke with a soft smile, revealing the love he still held for Inko and Izuku. I can give you your quirk back now if you want. It's only right. No, Izuku replied, surprising everyone. Why not? I won't accept anything from you until you return Ragdoll's quirk. She deserves it far more than I do. AFO burst into laughter, a sound that echoed through the room. Ragdoll, with tears in her eyes, recognized Izuku's kindness and how deserving he was of happiness. After his laughter subsided, AFO approached Ragdoll. He placed his hand on her head, and after a brief moment of discomfort, she felt whole again. Tears streamed down her face as she rushed to Izuku, crying and laughing, thanking him repeatedly. How about we explore a new universe before Izuku gets his old quirk back? Truth suggested, eliciting a chuckle from Izuku. I guess waiting 14 years means a little longer isn't too much to ask, he joked, though the mood shifted as they reflected on his suffering. With a snap of Truth's fingers, a new scene unfolded. It revealed a battlefield littered with defeated villains, some with visible injuries. Among them were familiar faces like Toga, Shigaraki, Overhaul, Dabi, and others from the League of Villains. The sight was grim, with both heroes and students from UA also lying defeated, Mirko among them with a broken leg. Bakugo had 2 black metal rods through both his hands, a difficult sight for everyone. Izuku spotted Overhaul and smiled, thinking that whoever was responsible for this deserved at least some flowers or candy. It was hard to see them all broken and defeated on the floor. Mirko placed a hand on her injured leg, feeling the weight of the situation. I can't see Deku-kun, Ochiko said, confused about why her green-haired crush wasn't with them. He's probably dealing with the villain who did this, Mina suggested, with Toru adding, or he'll show up all heroic and save the day like always. Izuku blushed at the praise, but that feeling faded when they saw the figure responsible for the chaos. The camera revealed a man in red armor with long black hair, streaked with green, and freckles on each cheek. His bright green eyes had turned purple. He stood over them, with 3 people lying defeated in front of him, AFO, All Might, and Mirio. Despite their condition, Izuku appeared unfazed. He crouched down in front of them and spoke, I expected more from the symbols of evil and peace, and from the successor of All Might. Clearly, your titles were just hype. You are supposed to protect those who believe in you. Yet here you lie, broken and defeated, failing to uphold the fragile peace that has cost so many lives. You placed too much faith in your own strength, Izuku said proudly, placing his foot on Mirio's head. Sorry for my actions, Mirio, he apologized, and Mirio chuckled softly. Don't worry, Midoriya. You can't know peace without knowing pain. I know pain more than anyone, and because of that, I understand true peace. I will become the source of fear, ensuring that everyone fears me, and through that, the world will know true peace. My subordinates and I will guarantee it, he declared. Behind him stood 10 individuals in black robes adorned with red clouds. I hoped we could play with them ourselves, Madara-sensei, one of them said, wearing an orange mask. Izuku replied, don't worry, Tobi. We will show the world who their new rulers are, starting with Japan. Now, show your strength. The 10 of them leaped away after signaling their agreement. Todoroki, barely conscious and battered, managed to ask, who even are you? I am just a boy who lost his mother because of heroes and villains who were supposed to bring peace. I wanted to be a hero, but time and again, I faced loss. First, My father was taken from me because of a man you call a father who didn't care about collateral damage. Then, just before the UA entrance exam, All Might was careless, and a villain used my mother as a puppet, Izuku said, anger rising as he recalled the painful memories. I apologized already. I never thought that would happen. I tried to make it better, All Might said, struggling to speak. Oh really? So, my mother's neck wasn't broken and used as a shield? No, she is still gone, and you are not forgiven. But this is about something bigger, Izuku replied. Silence fell over the group. They struggled to comprehend Izuku's pain, realizing that none of them could imagine seeing their own mother used in such a horrific way. I will bring peace. No more fighting or killing, and I won't have to act. Don't oppose the Akatsuki, and we won't retaliate. Those are the rules everyone must follow. Izuku stood up, and one of the weaker villains, who hadn't been completely subdued, grabbed Ochiko Uraraka. The villain had nails as strong as steel and sharp as swords pressed against her neck, drawing a little blood. Ochiko, her friends shouted, fear for her safety evident. Don't worry. Deku-kun is here, and he would never let anyone hurt me, she said, looking at Izuku, who nodded in reassurance. Suddenly, a kunai flew forward, striking the villain down. More versions of Izuku appeared, attacking the villain from all angles. You did not follow the only rule I gave. Now you will understand a part of my pain, he said, delivering swift justice. Back at the theater, everyone watched in horror, some feeling sick. They had wanted to see the villain punished, but this was more than they had anticipated. The scene shifted back to the three heroes, but the villain fell to the ground, screaming. Tsukimi, Izuku declared, his eyes transforming into a new form. I will leave for now. You have 1 week to swear your loyalty to the new order. If not, my plans will move to the next phase, and that is something I don't want to do. With that, Izuku vanished into a swirl of clouds. DMN, Siro said, and most of the guys nodded in agreement. He looks cool with the long hair, Midnight whispered, just loud enough for her friends to hear. AFO stood up and approached Izuku. Can I give your quirk back, son? Izuku looked around, expecting anger but instead saw smiles and nods. Even All Might encouraged him to take the deal. I will accept this quirk. I will ensure to help everyone with it, Izuku replied. I will ensure that the list of pain and despair you created with your quirk will be erased. With those words, Izuku regained his quirk. As he contemplated his options, he considered various paths, Zoro Midoriya, solo leveling Midoriya, or Izuku joining the Straw Hats. Each choice held its own potential for adventure and growth. Despite the late hour, Izuku felt a sense of accomplishment with how he had developed in this chapter. Izuku had just received his powers and felt an overwhelming surge of strength, though he couldn't quite grasp the reason behind it. Ochiko, sitting beside him and still a bit intimidated by his father, asked, So, Deku-kun, do you feel any different? Yeah, I do. I feel stronger than before. It's quite the sensation, Izuku replied, examining his hand. AFO, satisfied with what he observed, returned to his seat with a smile. He genuinely hoped his son would choose the right path, a path he believed was destined for him. After all, Izuku's counterparts across different universes had incredible powers, with only one being considered evil. Mina chimed in, so now our class cinnamon roll has both the powers of the greatest hero, All Might, and one of the greatest villains, All for One. Plus, he has psychic powers too. This elicited giggles and laughter from the group. More like cinnamon roll, Truth remarked, causing some confusion among the others. He continued, not only does he have the usual thoughts of a young adult, but he has also broken multiple laws during his battles. Aizawa, calm as ever, inquired, what laws? He knew Izuku would always be a bit of a troublemaker. How about his illegal quirk usage when he, Ida, and Shoto took down Stain? Truth explained. The room erupted in disbelief. Oh yeah, you all thought it was Endeavor. It was a deal they made. The three boys wouldn't get a black mark on their records, and Endeavor would take the credit. This revelation made everyone ponder. One of Endeavor's most significant arrests wasn't even his own. But that's a story for another time. Let's explore a universe where Izuku is incredibly powerful and quite good-looking, Truth suggested, receiving enthusiastic agreement from the women in the room. The guys knew they had to go along with it for the sake of harmony. Monoma, uninterested in the chatter, saw an opportunity. He planned to get close to Izuku and steal both his quirks. First, he would copy AFO's abilities and then take the quirks from both AFO and Izuku, ensuring no one could stand in his way. Can you explain the universe beforehand, Truth? Sometimes it's a bit confusing, Shoji asked, with many nodding in agreement. I can do that. In this world, there are no heroes or villains, only hunters. Their job is to clear gates, random portals that open around the world, filled with monsters like high orcs, goblins, and wolves. Each monster, gate, and hunter has ranks, from E being the weakest up to A, with S being extremely rare. So, let me guess, Midoriya is S rank? Monoma interjected, sounding annoyed. Yes and no. Initially, Midoriya is known as the weakest hunter, starting at the bottom of E rank, Truth explained. That would make him a bit stronger than the average person. He could beat most normal people in a fight, but it would be close. What are our ranks? Mirko asked. Some of you have ranks, some don't. In this world, quirks are called awakenings. Some receive an awakening, and some don't. For instance, Ochiko is a B rank healing mage, Aizawa is a C rank fire mage, and Kirishima is an A rank tank. Most of you are B or A. The only real changes are Jiro and Monoma, who are both S rank. All Might, however, is even above that. He's a nation-level hunter. What's the difference between those ranks? All Might inquired. A normal S-rank hunter still needs help taking down A-rank dungeons. Nation-level hunters can handle them solo. It's quite impressive. But Midoriya, being E-rank, struggles during each dungeon. During a D-rank dungeon, they encounter a double dungeon, which is extremely rare. Aizawa, Ochiko, and Izuku enter that dungeon but face a disastrous outcome. In the end, their group either fled or was defeated. Aizawa's arm was injured, and Izuku was gravely hurt. Ochiko, while physically unharmed, was left traumatized by the experience. How frightening was it? Someone asked. Let's just say that not even All Might could instill that level of fear. Aizawa urged both Midoriya and Ochiko to run, but they couldn't bring themselves to leave. Izuku sacrificed himself to ensure Ochiko could escape, promising to take her to dinner once he got out. As they fled, Izuku faced a near-fatal encounter. He experienced a rare kind of reawakening, granting him the ability to level up his stats and more. It felt like a game to him. With this newfound power, he became incredibly strong, strong enough that even the All Might of this universe couldn't touch him. Now that we have that covered, let's start the show, Truth announced, snapping his fingers as the scene began. The visuals displayed a cave-like area, marked by chaos. A scream echoed as Zero, clad in armor, faced a dire fate. The scene shifted to show others injured or defeated, including Ida, who struggled to crawl away. Kirishima stood alone, his armor battered, fighting against two high orcs. Despite being in A rank, he found himself overwhelmed. The high orcs coordinated their attacks, one breaking Kirishima's shield while the other targeted him directly. Kirishima believed he was dead. Ida looked back and saw the high orc swinging downward, aiming to strike him. Ochiko could only scream as the orc swung its axe horizontally, threatening her life. They all screamed in fear, feeling that it was the end of their lives. In the theater, their friends echoed their cries, desperately hoping for All Might to arrive and save the day as he always did. Izuku pleaded for his other self to show up and protect his friends, wishing for him to arrive with a smile, just like All Might. Then, a sudden slash was heard, followed by silence. Not a single sound was made except for the sound of bodies falling to the floor. Tears filled the eyes of those who remained. The orc that had threatened Ochako was now suspended in the air, a long sword embedded in its chest. The orc that had aimed to harm Ida was taken down by a powerful blow, and the two that had targeted Kirishima were cut in half by a giant sword. In the theater, everyone wondered who had come to their aid. Was this a new monster or a savior? Regardless, it gave the three of them a moment to escape. They turned toward the entrance, where their savior stood. The remaining high orcs glared at the newcomer, filled with anger. Izuku commanded the three high orcs behind him to attack, and they obeyed, turning the tide of battle in their favor. As this unfolded, Izuku approached Ochako. "Are you okay?" he asked. She looked up at him, tears in her eyes, and hugged his leg in gratitude. "That can wait, Ochako. They need your help now." With that, she sprang into action to assist. Though she longed to cry in Izuku's arms, she knew that could wait until they were safe. "I'm going to take care of the boss. Get ready to escape. You three stay with them," Izuku instructed the high orcs who had just defeated their foes. As they stood guard, Izuku walked forward, hands in his pockets. The survivors wanted to call out to him, urging him to stop and not go alone, but they knew he was no ordinary hunter. He was a man even the strongest hunters sought for help, a one-man army. Izuku continued forward, his soldiers dispatching each monster that appeared. Although it was supposed to be a low A-rank dungeon, he recognized it as at least a high A-rank challenge. They needed an S-rank hero or more A-rankers on their side. For Izuku, A-rank dungeons posed no challenge. He barely gained experience from them. After about 5 minutes of navigating the many hallways, he found the boss's door. Without hesitation, he opened it, revealing a room filled with high orcs, hundreds of them, ready for battle. Inko, watching from the theater, expressed her concern. "He can't fight all of them, can he? That's beyond insane." "Do not worry, Inko. Your son in this universe could take down an entire hero verse if he wanted," Truth assured her. "Still, young Midoriya should have more help against so many monsters. He and his small group of soldiers are at a significant disadvantage," Toshinori added, worried for his successor. "Whoever said he only had a small army?" Truth replied with a smirk. Izuku waved his arm, and a large army appeared behind him. The five standing next to him radiated a different energy, a feeling of pure power. They recognized one figure, a large shadow with a hammer and shield. "Tetsu Tetsu," the students exclaimed in surprise. "What am I doing as one of Midoriya's shadows? Aren't they supposed to be monsters or something?" Tetsu Tetsu asked, confused. "No, Midoriya can extract and use the shadows of anyone, monster or human. In your case, Midoriya was asked to join a B-rank dungeon, but it turned into a red gate, a portal to a dangerous place. At that time, Midoriya was still an E-rank, while you, Tetsu Tetsu, an A-rank tank, were the party leader. Long story short, nearly everyone who went with you perished, while those who accompanied Midoriya survived. After about 3 days, you arrived at Midoriya's camp, angry that they were hoarding supplies in the winter wasteland. The same foes that had defeated your group came back, and Midoriya took care of them, extracting their shadows, including yours. Because you were an A-rank, you were named Iron," Truth explained, with Tetsu Tetsu coming to terms with his situation. The shadow army led by Midoriya quickly overpowered the orc army. The high orc shaman remained seated, watching as Izuku advanced without lifting a finger, his shadow soldiers clearing the path for him. No high orc dared to approach. The shaman raised his hand, summoning 5 high orc commanders. "Iron, Tank, Tusk, Igris, Baru, take care of them," he commanded. The 5 sprang into action but were swiftly overmatched. Izuku continued forward, finally pulling 2 daggers from seemingly nowhere. "I thought he was a mage class because of the summons. Isn't this like an MMORPG game?" Kaminari wondered aloud, recalling that most mages typically wield wands or staffs. He is a special case. He's classified as a mage yet fights with daggers like an assassin. He also has enough strength and health to be considered a tank, someone explained. He was a jack of all trades and a master of each of them, Truth said with a laugh. Izuku, wielding his 2 daggers, shot forward with incredible speed that made Ida and Mirko envious. He slashed with his daggers, swiftly defeating the boss. As he did, the shadow soldiers took care of the high orcs. Once finished with the dungeon, Izuku approached the boss's defeated form and commanded, "Arise." At his words, the shadows of the high orc shaman, commanders, and soldiers began to rise, now ready to serve Izuku. He made his way toward Ochako, Ida, and Kirishima. Ochako had managed to heal them all but was now out of mana due to the severe injuries they had sustained. Izuku picked Ochako up in a bridal carry, and together they exited the cave. In the theater, Ochako and Izuku found themselves blushing at the screen. Ochako hugged Izuku close, unaware of her own actions. The other girls silently wished they were in her place, while Toga, Mina, Setsuna, Yui, and Nemuri expressed their thoughts out loud. As they stepped out of the portal, cheers erupted for Izuku. The screen faded to white. "What? That's it? We need more," Denki exclaimed, enjoying the universe that felt like a game. Others agreed, finding the experience entertaining despite some intense moments. "Later, maybe. Now we have more to watch and enjoy," Truth replied. Izuku's friends began discussing their next viewing options. Mina suggested, "Let's see Izuku dressed up again." Setsuna chimed in, "He should really wear normal clothing for once." Mineta, who had been unusually vocal, was asked by Denki why he was so animated about Izuku's fashion choices, considering he usually had a rivalry with him over girls. "Of course, I hate him for taking all my hot babes, but it can't be helped. I won't make that womanizer dress better so he can charm the rest of Japan," Mineta said, and Denki nodded in agreement, acknowledging Izuku as a good friend but wishing for his own romantic success. Momo gently suggested, Midoriya could indeed reconsider his clothing choices. Confused, Izuku asked, "What's wrong with my clothing now?" He liked his comfortable t-shirts. Inko, his mother, chimed in, "Sweetie, I love you, but your clothing style is not great. I don't even know how you keep getting those shirts, I've never bought one for you." Mitsuki, trying to reconnect with her nephew, offered, "I'd be happy to help you look a little better when we get back." The idea of a makeover sparked excitement among the group. Izuku, puzzled, wondered why he needed a makeover since no one had mentioned his clothing before. Perhaps friends did give each other makeovers, but he wasn't sure if this was a kind gesture or a form of teasing. Truth interjected, "I found one. We could also do a makeover later, it won't be hard to create some new outfits." He snapped his fingers, and a new t-shirt began to materialize. "I guess you'd like a backstory on this," he said, and the audience nodded in anticipation. Izuku never belonged to this world. He lived in a realm of pirates and marines. Toshinori smiled, believing his successor would always choose justice. Actually, Midoriya is a pirate, but not just any pirate. He joined the crew of Monkey D. Luffy, who aspires to be the king of the pirates. Together, they journey across the seas, recruiting strong allies and facing challenges. Now, let's watch this. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room, where a large figure was sleeping under a blanket. The camera zoomed in, revealing a tall man with a strong jawline and long whitish hair. As a loud noise startled him awake, he muttered, "I guess the captain's back." The camera pulled back to show Izuku, now towering at an impressive height, equipped with a large weapon on his back. "Oh, my freaking god," the audience gasped in shock at the sight of the transformed Izuku. Inko exclaimed, "That came out of me," causing laughter to ripple through the crowd. "Don't worry, Inko, he was a grower. He came out normal-sized and then grew." Izuku crouched slightly and jumped. It looked as if he charged up one for all with the distance he made. He grabbed the large weapon on his back, a gift from his father, and thought back to the events that had unfolded. After the war, both Ace and Whitebeard had sustained serious injuries and were not expected to survive the day. They returned to the Moby D with Luffy and Izuku. Luffy had fought hard to reach Marineford, while Izuku was sent there following the chaos at Sabaody. Izuku found himself among the Whitebeard pirates docked at a nearby island. Recognizing who they were, he felt a surge of anger. His island had been destroyed because of his lineage, but he pushed that anger aside. "I need a ship to get back to my crew," he declared. Josu and Marco stepped forward, ready to confront him. "Do you not know who we are, kid?" Josu asked. "Yeah, you're the Whitebeard pirates. If you don't want to give me one, at least call Ace." "He should want to help," Izuku replied. The mention of Ace brought a somber mood over the crew. A deep voice interrupted, and Whitebeard appeared before Izuku. "DMN, he's huge," Zero remarked, with others nodding in agreement. Mirio commented, "Midoriya does look like him." Present Mike leaned in to whisper to the UA staff, suggesting that Midoriya's mother might have a type, larger-than-life figures with scars. "Why would my son care if he talked with you?" Whitebeard asked, standing in front of Izuku. Anger surged through Izuku, and he clenched his fist, wanting to confront his father. And that was exactly what he did. He punched Whitebeard squarely in the face. Whitebeard staggered back, surprised, and touched his nose, realizing he was bleeding. He retaliated, but instead of Izuku stumbling back, he was sent flying several meters away. "Holy cow, how strong is that old man?" Tetsu shouted, astonished. "Papa is stronger," Eri chimed in, with Kota nodding beside her. "What the heck? He hit him, and he only flew like 21 feet. Why would he attack Pops?" one of the crew members wondered. "What is your problem, boy?" Whitebeard asked, surprised that Izuku hadn't been sent flying further. "You will pay. Because of you, my mother is dead." Izuku yelled, charging forward to punch Whitebeard in the gut, causing the larger man to lift slightly off the ground. Whitebeard, now seeing Izuku's face clearly, recognized the striking green eyes. "Inko," he said softly, halting Izuku's advance. The Whitebeard commanders quickly jumped on Izuku, pinning him to the ground. "You're Inko's boy, aren't you?" Whitebeard asked. "Yeah, so what of it?" Izuku replied defiantly. "What happened to her? How did she die?" Whitebeard's voice was filled with sadness. "When I was 4, Marines and pirates attacked our island. They had heard rumors that the child of Whitebeard lived there, but you had no idea. They came to kill me. My mother protected me. I hid under her for 3 days while the fighting continued. I promised to become strong, stronger than anyone else, even stronger than you, so I would never have to hide while my loved ones were harmed." This revelation brought tears to the eyes of those present, angering them at the Marines who were supposed to protect people, not destroy lives. "Wait, you're Pop's kid? Is this real?" Marco asked, glancing at Whitebeard, who sat back down, signaling for his crew to release Izuku. "I believe so. Inko was the love of my life, but she feared the ocean, so we could never be together. I never knew we had a child. If I had, I would have made sure you were protected. I never wanted anything like this to happen to her. It did, but that's in the past. I need to find Ace." "Where is he?" Izuku pressed. "That won't be possible, kid. Ace has been taken by the Marines. We're going to save him soon." With that, Izuku decided to join the Whitebeard pirates, who had no choice but to accept him. During the battle at Marineford, Izuku reunited with Luffy, and they fought with all their might to save Ace. They managed to unchain him, but just as they were escaping, Akainu launched an attack, causing chaos. In the midst of the turmoil, Izuku pushed Luffy out of the way, risking his own safety. Whitebeard and Ace jumped in front of him, and with Shank's help, they managed to escape on the Moby D. I don't like that man, Dad. He attacked you and the others, Kota said to Izuku, who held him close. Eri clung to him, frightened by the sight of the battle. Whitebeard and Ace were both gravely injured. Izuku wept over his father's nearly lifeless body. Why didn't you care before? Why protect me now? I was ready to see my mother again. Gururara. It's not your time yet, son. Don't worry about your mother. I will keep her company until you live a full life. Then you can tell her all your stories. A tear rolled down Izuku's cheek. Only if you stay around to listen as well, he replied, tears also escaping from Whitebeard's eyes. Marco, get a pear from the kitchen for me. Marco quickly complied. Here, Pops, he said, handing it over. I want to give you two things. First, my weapon, Murakumajiri. I don't have much to offer, but I want you to take it. Second, my fruit. After I die, it will go to this fruit. Please do eat it. Now, my children, do not cry over my death. Live your lives. Yes, Pops. With that, Whitebeard took his final breath, a smile on his face. The pear in his hand transformed into the Gura Gura no Mi, and Izuku stared at it, feeling the weight of his loss. He heard Luffy's cry and understood its meaning. He had lost his brother. Izuku had secured Murakumajiri and approached Luffy, exchanging a few words before they parted ways. He then crawled over to Marco, pleading, Marco, I beg you. Train me for 2 years. Teach me how to become strong like our father. Please. In the present, Izuku landed on the ground with Murakumajiri in hand, spotting a large robot made from Kuma targeting Zoro and Sanji, who were bickering about who had destroyed the other robot. Izuku dashed forward and sliced the large robot in half, catching the attention of his friends. Izuku, they both shouted in unison. A smile spread across Izuku's face as he greeted his friends. He recalled a time after Alabasta when the Straw Hats had been cornered until a woman landed on their ship. The worried expressions on their faces transformed into smiles as the woman blushed and said, Hina is glad to see Zuzu again. Sanji, frustrated, exclaimed, It's not fair. This was a common occurrence. Can your flirting wait until we get out of this mess? Zoro remarked as he settled down for a nap. Hina, slightly annoyed, agreed and began using her cage fruit to create metal spikes. Izuku grabbed them like spears and hurled them at the marine ships. After defeating the entire marine fleet, life returned to normal. Zoro and Izuku trained with heavy weights, while Sanji often protested whenever he saw Izuku getting close to Hina or any other woman, insisting that such a brute should never disrespect a lady. The 3 male members of the Straw Hats made their way to Luffy, their captain, who was surrounded by a large group. Luffy, they called out, drawing his attention as the 4 of them reunited after 2 years apart. They headed toward the Thousand Sunny, where the rest of the crew awaited, Usopp, Nami, Robin, Frankie, Brook, Hina, and Chopper. Izuku reminisced about the joyful moments spent with his friends, the nights cuddling with Robin while reading, the hours with Nami in her map room, the music sessions with Brook, and the fishing trips with Usopp. Chopper often sought refuge behind Izuku during scary moments, knowing he would always be protected. Izuku cherished the time spent with Frankie working on various projects, and the peaceful moments shared with Hina while watching the sky. He felt grateful to have everything he wanted back, and this time, he was determined that they would never part ways. The Straw Hats stood together on their ship, with Nami and Robin joining Izuku, much to Sanji's chagrin. Despite his feelings for women, Sanji respected their relationship, knowing that their hearts were intertwined. Let's get moving, guys. Usopp shouted, noticing a fleet of marine ships approaching quickly. Let me handle this, Izuku replied, placing his foot on the railing. Need Hina's help, Zuzu? She asked. No, I got this, he assured her, preparing to swing his fist. The Straw Hats believed Izuku had become strong enough to deliver a punch capable of destroying several marine warships. However, they were surprised when a bubble surrounded his arm. He punched forward, creating a shockwave that shattered the warships in front of him. The crew was left in awe. What was that? Usopp and Chopper exclaimed, excited by the spectacle. That's Whitebeard's devil fruit, isn't it? Robin inquired. Izuku nodded with a bittersweet smile. Yeah, my old man gave it to me in his final moments, along with this, he said, tapping his weapon. There's no time for sadness, we have a destination, right, Captain? Izuku said, prompting Luffy to smile. Yeah, let's set sail to Fishman Island. With that, they entered a bubble and set off underwater. Well, he is incredibly strong, Setsuna remarked, only to receive a playful smack from Ibra. Don't use the Lord's name in vain, woman, she replied with a smirk. Next time you whip me, do it harder, she added with a wink, causing Ibra to look away, flustered. Now, what should we do next? Truth asked, eager for suggestions from the group. Now, what do we do next? Truth asked, eager for suggestions from the theater. The students responded with a chorus of ideas. Give me back my quirk, Endeavor shouted, his voice filled with desperation, causing the room to fall silent. Well, about your power, here, Izuku, Truth said, snapping his fingers. Suddenly, Izuku felt a surge of energy coursing through him, prompting him to take a deep breath. What is this feeling? Truth explained that Izuku was now holding more quirks through All for One. Izuku looked at his hand, which ignited briefly. That power is mine and it should be returned to me. Enji declared. Well, that now is all up to Izuku here, and to be honest, you haven't really made a good impression on him. You should stay quiet before I decide to see how much of a human body I can change before it starts to affect the others. This threat silenced Enji for the moment. He didn't want to lose more than he already had, his quirk and his strength, the two most important things to him. Without those, how could he ever escape All Might's shadow? Regarding what to watch, I heard a nice suggestion, Midoriya's fights. Although I don't know who suggested it, that doesn't matter. Is everyone okay with watching Izuku's fights and seeing his thought process while battling? Truth asked, and the students nodded in agreement. It won't be all of the battles Izuku has been in, as that would be far too many. I see why Aizawa calls you a problem child, you're still in your first year. But first fight, Izuku and Ochako versus Bakugo and Ida. Aizawa looked at Truth with a face that expressed relief as the screen began to play. All Might reached into two boxes, one black labeled villain and one white labeled hero. As he reached in, he spoke. The names of the teams that are first to fight are these. He revealed the two ball, indicating that Team D was Midoriya and Uraraka as heroes, while Team A was Ida and Bakugo as villains. The screen showed Midoriya and Bakugo first, both looking shocked. Ida stood behind Bakugo, and Ochako stood behind Izuku, equally surprised to be chosen first. Team Midoriya will be the heroes while Team Bakugo will be the villains. Everyone else can head to the monitoring room to watch. Bakugo and Izuku exchanged a glance just before Bakugo walked off, growling at the contact. As Bakugo and Ida made their way indoors, All Might addressed them. The key to being successful in this challenge is to embody villainy. If things go too far, I will step in. Understood? This only made Bakugo growl more, he didn't want to be stopped. The scene shifted to Ida and Bakugo in a room with a massive missile. Ida approached it and gave it a light knock, confirming it was empty. Meanwhile, Bakugo was deep in thought about Izuku, convinced that Izuku had hidden his quirk all this time just to make a fool out of him. It didn't matter, Bakugo was determined to show that he was superior. You didn't think that one through it all, Kirishima remarked to his frustrated friend. What do you mean? Bakugo snapped back. I mean, why would he endure 14 years of bullying by hiding a quirk that could have stopped them all? Bakugo knew Kirishima was right but could only respond with a frustrated grunt. The scene then shifted to Izuku and Ochako standing outside the building where the villain team would enter. Ochako made small talk about how All Might looked just as big in person as he did on TV, while Izuku was nearly having a mental breakdown. He was jolted back to reality by a shout. You're sweating through your costume. I can't believe how skinny you look in that hero suit. Kaminari exclaimed, which was true. In his hero suit, Izuku appeared just as slender as he did before he started training, though he had gained some muscle over the past months. Izuku spoke nervously, it's just because we are up against Kaken, plus there's Ida too. He began listing Bakugo's strengths to Ochako but then regained his determination. I refuse to lose today. It was a fated battle between rivals, but this caused Izuku to feel meek again, and he apologized. Alright, your time starts now. The hero team may enter, All Might announced. Izuku and Ochako entered through a window, with Ochako commenting, now we are in. Izuku quickly warned her to watch out for blind spots. As they moved cautiously, Izuku was lost in thought about One for All, realizing he still couldn't control it properly. If he used it now, it would be too much force for anyone to handle. He needed to rely on Ochiko's zero gravity and his own skills. He thought about all his notebooks and encouraged himself, I can do this. Suddenly, he had to dodge as Bakugo jumped around the corner, blasting where Izuku had just stood. Izuku barely managed to avoid the attack but tackled Ochako out of the way of the blast. He quickly checked on her while ensuring Bakugo wouldn't continue his assault. Great dodge, Midori. Mina cheered, shaking her body in front of Izuku, causing him to blush intensely. Ochako looked up and noticed that half of Izuku's face mask had been blown away. The other students watched the match unfold, with Kirishima commenting that sneak attacks weren't manly or heroic. He's playing the part, acting like a villain should, he noted. The scene shifted back to Bakugo, who charged out of the smoke created by his blast. I won't hurt you so bad that they have to stop the fight. Just close, he yelled, preparing a right hook that Izuku easily caught before throwing Bakugo to the ground with enough force to knock the air from his lungs. I am not the same helpless, defenseless kid I used to be. From now on, Deku is the name of a hero. Izuku thought to himself, reflecting on the amazing heroes he had studied, including Bakugo. He wanted to learn everything he could. This declaration made Ochako gasp slightly, while Bakugo's anger flared. Deku, you're shaking in your boots. You're so scared, but you want to fight me anyway. That is why I hate you, he growled, his voice rising. Kind of rude behavior, Ibra muttered to herself, hoping Bakugo would calm down as he entered the arena. Ida called out to his teammate, Bakugo, status report. Where are you? Bakugo shouted back, shut up and defend the weapon. Ida stood near the weapon, hands on his hips, frustrated. Are you forgetting what our mission is? Hello, he hung up on me, he exclaimed, shocked by Bakugo's actions. Bakugo sprang into action, launching a blast from his hands. Izuku quickly told Uraraka to move ahead. Bakugo charged forward, aiming a high kick at Izuku's face, but Izuku blocked it with his arm and used the strong capture tape they had received to wrap it around Bakugo's extended leg. He is using the capture tape, Bakugo thought, while Izuku's mind raced with thoughts of his hero analysis book. But before he could execute any capture technique, he had to dodge another explosive punch from Bakugo. Do you really know all your pages of your hero notes? Aizawa asked. Sort of, Izuku admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. The rest of the group was impressed by his knowledge. Izuku returned to analyzing the fight. Bakugo was changing his tactics, making it harder for Izuku to predict his movements. Izuku knew he had to come up with a plan, so he ran, forcing Bakugo to chase him. As Bakugo created small explosions to heat his hands, Izuku thought back to his childhood. This time, he would fight back. Bakugo searched each floor and room, while Uraraka, in the bomb room, alerted Izuku that she had found the bomb. She stifled a laugh at Ida's monologue about embracing villainy, but he heard her. Uraraka, remember to keep your composure in real-life situations, it could cost you your life, Aizawa warned, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Izuku felt a surge of confidence as he realized where the bomb was, but Bakugo suddenly appeared around the corner, his gauntlets pinging. "I am all loaded up," Bakugo said, a mischievous smile on his face as he explained how his gauntlets worked. They stored excess sweat to release at a chosen moment, creating a massive explosion. Bakugo pulled back the pin on his gauntlet, monologuing about the power of his stored sweat. All Might, sensing the danger, shouted, "Don't do it, young Bakugo. It will kill him." Bakugo retorted with a grin, "He'll be fine as long as he dodges." Then he released the pin, causing a massive explosion that shook the entire area. Izuku braced himself and jumped out of the way, but the blast still hit him, sending tremors through the observation deck. Emerging from the smoke, Bakugo looked fierce. "The more nitrosweat stored, the bigger the explosion. Even if you give me everything you've got, you will never beat me." Ida attempted to radio his teammate but was ignored. Seeing an opportunity, Ochako decided to go for the bomb while Ida was distracted, believing Izuku was still okay. She activated her quirk, allowing her to float toward the bomb. Ida, using his speed, raced toward the bomb before Ochako could reach it, causing her to miss and tumble over until she landed against the wall, upside down. "I can keep this up, little hero, until time runs out." "Oh, what will you do?" Ida said, not enjoying his role as the villain but knowing it was necessary for the exercise. "It's all right, Ida." It was the goal of the exercise, Ochako reassured him, and he nodded in agreement. "You dodged the attack, so you can still fight, can't you?" "Come and get me, Deku," Bakugo taunted, signaling for Izuku to approach. Izuku focused on the mission, asking Ochako about the situation, which only fueled Bakugo's anger further. "Young Bakugo, don't use those attacks indoors again. If you do, I will stop the match, and your team will lose," Aizawa warned. He knew he should stop the match, but he wanted Izuku to understand his current abilities. "You really have to stop the match, not just for Midoriya, but to enforce that those dangerous attacks cannot be used on classmates," Aizawa insisted, with Recovery Girl nodding in agreement, frustrated with All Might. Although Izuku was a sweet kid, the constant need for healing was becoming a burden. "Fine. We'll just fight hand to hand," Bakugo shouted, using explosions to propel himself forward. Izuku prepared to counter Bakugo's usual right hook, but Bakugo anticipated this and changed his tactics. Bakugo unleashed two explosions in front of Izuku, one to blind him and another to alter his course, landing behind him. Izuku, now blinded, had no idea Bakugo was right behind him. Bakugo used a powerful explosion to halt his momentum, positioning himself right behind Deku. He unleashed another explosion, which caused Deku to cry out as he was propelled forward. Yui, observing the match, expressed her admiration for Bakugo's skill with his quirk, noting how effectively he utilized it in both combat and movement. Meanwhile, back at the observatory, the students discussed Bakugo's impressive abilities and speculated on why Izuku wasn't using his quirk. Bakugo then executed a signature right hook, connecting with Deku's elbow and ribs. Seizing the opportunity, Bakugo employed a new series of explosions to maximize his force, mirroring the technique Deku had used on him earlier. Deku felt overwhelmed by Bakugo's strength and realized he needed to rely on one for all to compete, but he struggled with the thought of harming his childhood friend. Tsuyu pointed out that using 100% of his power would be dangerous for Bakugo, a sentiment that even Bakugo silently acknowledged. All Might, watching from the observatory, contemplated stopping the match but hesitated. He observed Izuku trying to escape Bakugo's relentless attacks, unaware that Izuku had devised a strategy to win without causing harm. As Bakugo approached, Izuku caught his breath against the wall. Bakugo confronted him, accusing Izuku of hiding his true power and questioning his confidence. Izuku, feeling a surge of determination, admitted that Bakugo had always been stronger but expressed his desire to win because of Bakugo's greatness. Bakugo, focused on the fight, shouted for Izuku to come at him. The two charged at each other, preparing their attacks. Bakugo readied an explosive strike while Izuku prepared a punch powered by One for All. At the last moment, Izuku adjusted his attack, transforming it into an uppercut. All Might realized he couldn't intervene. Izuku needed to prove himself. As Bakugo's glowing hand approached, Izuku's arm also glowed with the energy of One for All. Just as Bakugo's attack was about to land, Izuku shouted for Uraraka to act. His fist unleashed a powerful wind pressure that not only absorbed Bakugo's strike but also propelled him backward. Uraraka, responding to Izuku's call, swung a concrete pillar, sending debris toward Ida, who had been caught off guard. As she leaped over the gap created by Izuku's attack, Bakugo looked on in shock and disbelief. He confronted Izuku, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. Izuku, struggling with the backlash of his power, explained that he had no choice but to fight this way. All Might acknowledged Izuku's victory, declaring the hero team the winners as robots entered to assist the injured. The students reacted with excitement, though Eri and Koda wished to see Izuku victorious without suffering. As the next fight was announced, Izuku faced Hitoshi Shinso. Present Mike hyped the audience, explaining the rules of the match. Shinso, confident, taunted Izuku, who was already aware of Shinso's quirk. However, anger flared within Izuku, prompting him to respond to Shinso's provocation, which allowed Shinso to gain control over him. Aizawa reminded the others to be mindful of their opponent's quirks, while Shinso smirked, enjoying the unfolding situation. Present Mike expressed shock at Izuku's apparent SBMSN, leaving everyone in disbelief as it seemed Izuku was giving up. Izuku was berating himself internally, frustrated at his own foolishness. He had anticipated this outcome, and now he was on the verge of losing the match without even making a move. The scene shifted to the viewing area of Class 1A, where Ida was gesturing emphatically. "If you go out of bounds, you'll lose the match," he warned, trying to alert his friends without being too loud. Meanwhile, Aizawa, wrapped in bandages and absorbed in his papers, noted, if he can just overcome Shinso's brainwashing, he would win the match. Physically, Izuku outshines Shinso. The camera then panned to Toshinori, who was whisper-yelling at Midoriya from a distance, his expression filled with concern. "Young Midoriya, you can't come over here." The audience erupted in laughter, and Inko struggled to contain her giggles at how her new boyfriend often acted in peculiar ways. Izuku's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. He screamed at his body to stop moving. He couldn't afford to lose this quickly. He had to prove himself to his mother and All Might. Just as he reached the edge of the arena, something shifted within him. OFA charged in his fingers, allowing him to move them, albeit slightly. With newfound determination, Izuku moved 2 fingers charged with OFA, creating a powerful gust of wind that nearly knocked Shinso off his feet. He managed to halt just before crossing the boundary, and the display of strength ignited cheers from the crowd. Present Mike took the opportunity to hype up the audience even more. In the stands, Ochako and Ida sighed in relief, glad their friend was still in the fight, while Ojiro leaned back in his chair, visibly relieved. Izuku panted, feeling the pain from 2 broken fingers. Shinso was taken aback. He had never witnessed someone break free from his brainwashing without assistance. "What did you do?" he shouted, but Izuku silenced him with a hand over his mouth, refusing to answer. Shinso's mind raced with questions. "You can produce that much power just by moving your fingers?" he asked, trying to provoke a response from Midoriya. "I'm jealous. Thanks to my quirk, I've always been behind. Someone like you, born with the ideal quirk, could never understand." With that, Izuku charged forward. "I'm sorry, Shinso. I didn't know," Shinso admitted, reflecting on his own struggles. While he felt he had faced hardships, he realized that Izuku had endured much worse. As Izuku closed the distance, he wanted to explain that it wasn't like that he did understand, but he couldn't afford to lose. He had to show everyone that he belonged. He positioned his arm with the broken fingers against his chest to minimize the strain, while his other arm rested on Shinso's shoulder. "I'm sorry, Shinso, but I can't lose either." Shinso retaliated with a punch to Izuku's face, but it had little effect. Izuku had faced worse pain before and pushed through. As Shinso saw the edge of the arena approaching, he struck Izuku's broken fingers, but Izuku gritted his teeth and persevered. The crowd gasped at the sight. Many had experienced injuries themselves and were astonished by Izuku's resilience. "You've got to be kidding. Get out!" Shinso yelled, attempting to push Izuku away. In response, Izuku grabbed Shinso's shirt with his good arm and, using his broken fingers, executed a shoulder toss. "I can't lose!" Izuku shouted internally as he slammed Shinso onto the hard floor with all his strength. The impact shocked everyone, including All Might, Ochako, Ida, and even Bakugo. The match had begun with Izuku at a disadvantage, but now it seemed to be turning in his favor. With a last-second twist, Izuku managed to toss Shinso out of the ring. Midnight announced that Shinso was out of bounds and declared Izuku Midoriya the winner of the match. "That was far more intense than I remember," Siro commented, while Eri mimicked the shoulder toss, causing a wave of laughter in the theater. "Yeah, it was pretty heavy. Let's continue the rest of the fights a little later," someone suggested, and the group agreed. Inko found it difficult to watch her son get hurt so much, recalling how she had fainted during the sports festival. Bakugo, too, was uneasy watching the fights. It wasn't just because it was Izuku fighting, it was the injuries that bothered him. Reflecting on how often his friend had been hurt made him uncomfortable, especially when he thought about how he had appeared during the flashbacks. Everyone was engaged in lively discussions about the fights, their excitement growing with each moment they watched. Izuku, despite facing overwhelming odds, continued to inspire those around him with his determination. Truth announced a shift in the viewing experience, hinting at the unpredictability of what was to come. Momo raised her hand, curious about what he meant. Truth explained that they might witness a scenario where Izuku had a powerful quirk from the start and was never bullied, receiving support from Bakugo. Alternatively, they could see a darker reality where Inko had passed away, Bakugo's behavior worsened, and All Might shattered Izuku's dreams, leading him down a path of villainy. This possibility weighed heavily on everyone, as they realized how different Izuku's life could have been. The UA teachers, having read Izuku's notebooks, were grateful he chose the path of a hero. They contemplated a world without him and found it unappealing. Although he might not have been the most prominent figure in their lives, his presence always brought joy. As Truth snapped his fingers, the scene shifted to a frail and sickly Izuku, stumbling through an alley. He rummaged through a trash can, emerging with a half-eaten sandwich and a half-rotten apple. Despite the grim circumstances, a smile spread across his face as he began to eat. The sight was heartbreaking, and those watching wished they could help, knowing it was just a show. After finishing his meal, Izuku realized he needed something to drink. It had been 3 days since he had eaten, and 1 day since he had last had water. A sweet girl with brown hair had given him a water bottle, which felt like a blessing to him. Toru recognized her as Ochako and commented on how cute it was that Izuku referred to her as an angel, causing both of them to blush. Izuku's struggle for food and water was compounded by frequent thefts from a group of homeless individuals who had taken to robbing him. As he left the alley, he spotted the group, and fear gripped him as they threatened him. He ran, desperate to escape. Ibra expressed disgust at the sight of teenagers chasing a young child, wishing they would instead help those in need. Suddenly, Izuku found himself in a forest, confused about how he had gotten there. Believing he was safe, he looked around in awe. The forest was filled with fruit, and driven by hunger, he began to eat. For the first time in a year, he felt full, though he still needed water. Fuyumi and Rei marveled at the beauty of the forest, agreeing it was stunning. Izuku discovered a pond and drank until he could no longer. Overwhelmed with happiness, he decided to stay in this tranquil area for a while. He remained there for a month, exploring the surroundings and always finding food and water. After nearly a year in the forest, he stumbled upon a mountain cave with a door. Meanwhile, Izuku's real body lay in a hospital, having been struck by a truck and left in a coma. The nurses, checking his file, discovered both of his parents were deceased. They contacted Mitsuki Bakugo, his aunt, who rushed to the hospital upon hearing the news, devastated to see her nephew in such a fragile state. Unbeknownst to her, she had believed his father would return from America, and she had taken time away to grieve, unaware of the true situation. When Mitsuki returned, she was overwhelmed with emotion. She had left her nephew all alone, and now she needed to find him. She had to ensure that Izuku was safe and healthy again. Day after day, she searched all over the city, visiting homeless shelters and alleyways, hoping to find him. In the theater, she felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She believed she had abandoned him yet again, but she was determined to make up for it. When she made eye contact with Izuku, he gave her a look that conveyed forgiveness. Even if he never blamed her, she needed to know that he forgave her. At the hospital, Mitsuki did everything she could to wake Izuku. She visited him every day, talking about her day and sharing news about heroes, even though she wasn't a huge fan herself. She knew how much Izuku loved heroes, so she hoped that her stories would help him wake up. Meanwhile, Izuku found himself in a strange cave that felt more like a hallway. He walked until he reached a door that led to a throne room, where he saw a man sitting on the throne. The man looked imposing, and Izuku felt a mix of fear and curiosity. "I'm sorry, sir. I just came here after running away from some scary people and thought this cave would be a good place to rest," Izuku explained nervously. The man, surprisingly, welcomed him to stay, saying it would be nice to have a guest. Grateful, Izuku felt relieved that he didn't have to sleep outside in the cold. As they talked, Izuku learned that they were in a place between worlds. Confused, he asked how they got there and if there was a way back. The man revealed that he had come after a long journey of revenge against the gods. Izuku was shown to a real bed, and that night he slept soundly for the first time in a long while. He discovered that the man's name was Kratos, the god of war, who had lost everything in his quest for vengeance. Kratos encouraged Izuku to train his body to become stronger, and so he began a rigorous workout routine. Though it felt like 10 years to Izuku, only a year passed in the real world, where he remained in a coma. On the day of his 9th birthday, Mitsuki, Masaru, and Katsuki gathered in the hospital room, singing a bittersweet birthday song while a small cake sat before them. Katsuki had changed over the years, feeling remorse for his past actions, especially after the loss of Inko. He struggled with anger towards himself for not realizing sooner the importance of their friendship. Meanwhile, in the forest, Izuku trained under Kratos for 12 years. As he learned about Izuku's dreams, Kratos made a deal: if Izuku could complete a set of exercises, he would grant him powers and weapons. Izuku worked hard and succeeded, forming a bond with Kratos through a blood contract. Over the next years, Izuku trained with the Blades of Chaos, a powerful weapon forged by the gods. He also learned to wield the Leviathan axe, a large two-handed axe inscribed with runes that enhanced its power. Additionally, he received a guardian shield that could expand and contract at will. After 60 years of training, Izuku had mastered Kratos' powers and weapons. When the time came, Kratos sent him back to his world, wishing him good luck. Izuku awoke from his coma, now 13 years old, just in time for another birthday celebration with Mitsuki, Katsuki, and Masaru, who were once again singing Happy Birthday. "Happy birthday to you," the three sang, and Izuku stirred awake at the last note. A wave of shock and happiness washed over him as Mitsuki rushed forward to embrace him tightly. "Let's hold it there for now," Truth announced, eliciting odd reactions from most of the students. The title of God of War suggested immense strength, and their curiosity about his abilities was palpable. They had seen a glimpse of the training, but it was difficult to gauge its true significance without more context. "We can always watch the rest later," Truth added, and everyone nodded in agreement, albeit reluctantly. "What does everyone want to do?" "We have been sitting here for a while already," Truth suggested. "How about we take a small break and stretch our legs? Or we could look at a couple of memes first and then take a break," he added. Everyone agreed with Truth's idea, especially the more hip members of the group who loved theater and memes. Some began to chant for memes. What are memes? Eri asked, noticing that some of the adults, like All Might, Recovery Girl, Aizawa, and Ida, also seemed puzzled. Memes are images, videos, or pieces of text that are typically humorous and spread rapidly by internet users, often with slight variations, Present Mike explained, who himself was a meme. Eri still didn't fully understand, so Izuku simplified it. They're pictures with words on them to make people laugh. Eri loved the idea and asked if they could watch some. Truth, following the universal law that states whatever Eri wants, Eri gets, complied. First one, Truth said with a snap of his fingers. Oh my gosh, I can totally see that. So cute. Mina and Toru squealed as they shook their friend. Izuku whispered, cute, under his breath, but Achiko was too embarrassed to hear him. Does that mean, like, Kirby she likes to? Mineta started, but Izuku quickly lifted him up with his quirk to prevent any further comments. Some of the boys shook their heads, remembering the lesson learned after making inappropriate comments around Izuku. He never forced his friends to hold back their words but had grown tired of Mineta's constant remarks. Well, that's out of the way. On to the next one, Truth said casually. It looks like it, Shinso remarked, glancing at the cuddle pile surrounding Izuku, all of whom were blushing. My baby is all grown up, Inko said, making her son even more embarrassed, while the others laughed. Next one, boom. That's not true, we are totally not the same, both Tetsu and Kirishima exclaimed in unison, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Denki and Shiro were in stitches over the meme, and even Bakugo and Izuku couldn't help but smile at the sight. The background of the meme might have been painful, but it showed how both had grown and started mending their friendship. Wait, is that why you guys didn't want to go swimming with me? Denki asked, noticing the guys looking away. I have good control of my quirk, it's not like I could hurt you, he added. We know, Denki, but we don't want to take that chance. We can still do loads of fun things, right? Shiro replied, and the others agreed. While Denki had never had a moment of accidental discharge, he did have his mishaps, like when he accidentally exploded Sato's phone, thinking it would charge faster with more power. Stop sulking, next one. Denki was now laughing again at a meme featuring Ida. At first, Ida wanted to scold them for laughing at others, but he couldn't help but chuckle at the humor. Everyone began to mimic Ida's straight arm chop, with Denki yelling about putting the plates in alphabetical order, causing Shiro to nearly lose it. Eri joined in with the arm chop, saying rules in a way that was too cute to handle. Oh snap, Shiro said, laughing along with the others. The kids had no idea of the deeper meaning behind the meme, and thankfully, they were oblivious. All Might held back laughter, finding it amusing despite the less enjoyable memories associated with it. AFO, however, was not amused, mainly because All Might was now dating his ex. It didn't sit right with him, but he couldn't do anything about it. The attention turned to Shoto, who was eating cold soba and staring back at them. What? He asked. Well, Mina said, leaning on Izuku's back to get closer to Shoto, you mean the meme? Everyone nodded, at least those interested in the information. Izuku had his notebook out, ready to add more details for his friends. Sort of. I have a special blanket that one side is thicker than the other while still maintaining the same weight, Shoto explained, eliciting more laughs as the meme was accurate. Izuku continued to jot down notes, while Nizu observed what he was writing, noticing it was automatically recorded in the copied notebook as well. Everyone had taken a small break, and it felt refreshing for them all. Each had the opportunity to stretch a little and engage in conversation. The teachers chatted with Bakugo about his transfer to Class 1B. Bakugo was eager to make amends for his past mistakes, and if moving to a new class would help, he was on board. However, this would only be a temporary solution, as Nizu had already planned to merge the classes into one large group. The priority was the mental health and safety of the students. Izuku played with Eri and Kota, with some girls joining in. When the time came to stretch their legs, Truth snapped his fingers, transforming the theater into a spacious open area. Many preferred this setup, with couches and chairs brought in for a more comfortable viewing experience. Enji attempted to pull his wife back to his side, frustrated by her defiance. Toya quickly intervened, pushing his father away. "If it were up to me, I would take action for what you did to us, but those kids don't need to see that. Now back off and leave our family alone." Enji, usually overpowering, found himself unable to assert his will in his weakened state. Seeing the tension rise, Truth used some of his power to create a barrier, preventing Enji from getting too close to any Todoroki. Izuku, noticing Enji's intent to grab Rei, felt a surge of anger. He couldn't understand how Enji could mistreat Shoto, one of his best friends, or ignore Fuyumi and Rei, who were both wonderful individuals. Meanwhile, Toya's actions allowed Izuku to return to playing with Eri and Kota, who were engaged in a game of tag with Ochiko, Mina, Setsuna, and Pony. Eri and Pony teamed up, with Eri riding on Pony's back as they chased the others, her laughter filling the air. Izuku partnered with Kota, using a small fraction of his power to enhance his speed, making the game more exciting. Kota perched on his father's shoulders as they ran. Eri managed to tag everyone except Izuku until Setsuna playfully intervened, causing Eri to squeal with delight while Izuku expressed mock frustration. Soon, the break came to an end, and everyone settled into their seats, each chair perfectly suited to their preferences. "Let's start right away," Truth announced, revealing an image of a castle. Denki, curious, asked what it was about. Truth responded that the details would be explained in the story. The scene shifted to a medieval town, where a man stood on a crate, shouting to the gathered crowd. "Beware, citizens of Mufasa. The reign of the Demon King will soon begin anew. We must prepare sacrifices to please our future ruler." The man, resembling a mage, warned of the impending danger. Kaminari joked about the man's dramatic DLVRY, earning laughter from the group. Jiro chimed in with a playful retort, keeping the mood light. In recent years, certain mages had been alerting everyone about a significant historical event. 1,000 years ago, a powerful being known as the Demon King had existed, a formidable magic user who was part demon and part human. He was so strong that neither humanity nor the demon race could stand against him. To ensure peace, the Demon King, Aenos Voldegode, had granted humanity gifts, including vast lands like the renowned UA Academia. He also bestowed magic upon all humans, though it came at the cost of his own life, ensuring there would be no Demon King for the next millennium. "Magic is so cool," some of the more enthusiastic viewers exclaimed, including present Mike, Mirio, and Nijire, who found the concept exciting. Greedy rulers took advantage of this power vacuum, elevating those with strong magic to the rank of knights, determined by their magical power. UA was known for producing knights who were secretly loyal to Aenos, as they believed him to be the rightful ruler. The audience shook their heads at the corrupt kings, recognizing that power often led to greed and villainy. Many believed the demon lord should have been born by now, but he was already here. Izuku Midoriya's mother, Inko Midoriya, had a father whose identity remained unknown. Izuku had been aware of his true nature for 17 years. In his first year, he was a typical baby, but once he turned 1, his magical abilities awakened, bringing back memories from his past life. Inko, who possessed weak telekinetic magic, struggled to lift even a table. To demonstrate his abilities, Izuku enhanced her magic, allowing her to lift a cart filled with food effortlessly. Her magical power surged from a mere 400 to an impressive 2,000, surpassing the average knight. DMN, Midoriya is a powerhouse. Mina exclaimed, prompting laughter at the nickname, which Inko appreciated. It was true that people with telekinetic abilities were rare and often intimidating. Those who possessed such strength could easily lift and move others with ease. Among those with these abilities were Mitsuki Bakugo, her nephew Katsuki Bakugo, and Ochiko Uraraka, who later became Ochiko Midoriya. Mitsuki had the unique ability to create explosions from her sweat, which, while not particularly powerful, helped her maintain a youthful appearance. Katsuki, the royal guard, had developed his explosive abilities further, allowing him to create blasts from his fists and feet. Initially, Mitsuki had an MP of 500, which had increased significantly over time. Her ability to explode her own limbs served as a defense mechanism, deterring potential threats. Katsuki began his journey with an MP of 1027 at the age of 10, and he was apprehensive about his current level, which would be tested at UA. Achiko, who had lost her parents, found a home with Izuku and his mother, Inko. They had formed a close bond since childhood, having met when they were just 5 years old during an encounter with rogue knights. Izuku had effortlessly dealt with the threat, solidifying their friendship. As they grew older, Izuku asked Achiko to be his girlfriend at the age of 10, and by 16, they were engaged, eventually marrying at 18. Both Achiko and Izuku were aware of their feelings for each other, though they were initially shy about expressing them. Izuku often felt envious of his other self, who seemed more confident in relationships. Achiko, lost in her thoughts, cherished her marriage to Izuku, the boy who had always protected her. Achiko possessed weak gravitational magic, which had developed into complete control over gravity after receiving a magical boost. She could make herself fly and increase gravity on objects, effectively immobilizing them. At age 10, her MP was recorded at 160, which, while higher than most her age, was still not enough to qualify her as a magic knight. As they approached UA, they attracted attention due to their powerful auras. Aura was the manifestation of their magical power, visible to everyone, though some knights could conceal theirs. Katsuki rarely hid his aura, enjoying the fear it instilled in others, while Achiko toned hers down to avoid drawing too much attention. Izuku, on the other hand, concealed his aura entirely, having learned to manage it after a frightening incident in his infancy when his aura felt overwhelmingly intense. The group discussed the implications of Izuku's strength, speculating about how powerful he might become as an adult. They recalled the strongest auras recorded, including Tashinori's, which felt like being pierced by needles, and AFO, often viewed as a villain. Endeavor, known for his flame magic, was seen as a warm presence by those who knew him. As they entered UA, they overheard whispers questioning Izuku's place among them. Katsuki felt anger towards those who doubted Izuku but knew his friend was determined to prove himself at UA. Upon entering the castle, Izuku smiled at its well-maintained condition. In the courtyard, they found Nizu, a remarkable creation of Izuku's mind magic, known for his intelligence and abilities, including rapid reading. Aizawa remarked on how useful Nizu's abilities would be for managing paperwork, a common struggle for teachers and heroes alike. Nizu began his annual speech for new applicants, followed by the written exam, emphasizing that strength alone was not enough, intelligence was equally important for aspiring knights. It was about history and laws, subjects that Izuku was well versed in. He had even corrected some historical questions, noting how humanity had altered narratives to maintain their position at the top of the food chain. When Nizu received the papers to grade, a task that would take the other knights around a week, he completed it in just 10 minutes. Upon reaching Izuku's page, he felt a wave of emotion, his old creator and friend had returned. Most of the teachers thought to themselves how fortunate they were. While Nizu was grading, the students were undergoing their MP tests. The notable MP scores included Aoyama, 1400. Mina, 1560. Tsuyu, 1560. Ida, 1810. Ojiro, 1680. Kaminari, 1760. Kirishima, 1810. Koda, 1500. Sato, 1650. Shoji, 1700. Jiro, 1560. Siro, 1550. Tokoyami, 1850. Todoroki, 2875. Hagakure, 1400. Shinso, 1500. Yayorozu, 1900. Then came the highest scores they had seen in a while. First was Ochiko with an MP score of 4,826, earning her a spot among the top 20 strongest. Next was Bakugo with a score of 5,690, placing him in the top 10, possibly even the top when it was Izuku's turn. The machine malfunctioned. It could withstand up to 9,999 MP, and the highest recorded score was All Might's. At Izuku's score broke the machine, causing it to shut down. Kirishima inquired about how Izuku's strength compared to others. Izuku explained that while an MP score around 1500 was average, it didn't solely determine one's power. For instance, Aizawa, despite having a respectable MP score, could defeat opponents with higher scores due to his skills. This resonated with the students, who understood that quirks worked similarly. Ochiko quietly remarked that she thought Izuku would be careful not to break anything. He responded with a light-hearted defense, admitting it was his first time using the machine. She giggled and affectionately kissed him. Two knights approached, Aizawa, also known as Eraser, with a score of 2000 MP, and Rumi, or Mirko, one of the top knights with a score of 6000 MP. Mirko, impressed, suggested they test Izuku's MP in another way. As Izuku stood up, Ochiko and Katsuki followed closely. Katsuki insisted he wouldn't let Izuku go alone, despite knowing his friend could handle himself. Ochiko held onto Izuku's arm, providing support. Mirko was about to protest when Nizu appeared, beaming with excitement. Nizu rushed to Izuku, expressing disbelief at seeing his old friend. He led Izuku to a sitting area, sending the others away, leaving just the staff, Nizu, Izuku, Katsuki, and Ochiko. While the staff was puzzled, Katsuki and Ochiko felt a sense of pride. Their friend was reclaiming his glory. The last staff member to arrive was Namuri, a sleep gas magic user, who questioned the gathering. Nizu declared that the time had come for their demon lord to return and restore peace to their world. Some staff members speculated about Bakugo being the demon lord, but Katsuki pointed out that it was Izuku, who remained calm and composed. AFO, another knight, commented on Izuku's seemingly small aura, prompting Izuku to stand and request some space to avoid any accidents. Once the area was clear, Izuku released 15% of his magical power, which was enough to bring some of the knights to their knees under the weight of his aura. He offered to increase it further, raising it to 20%, which left everyone in awe. They bowed before Izuku, acknowledging him as the Demon King returned. The excitement among the students was palpable, with many expressing their admiration for the display of power. Namuri, now seated with the female pros, remarked that Izuku didn't need to exert his aura to impress her, and the other girls shared in the sentiment, blushing at the thought of being in his presence. Inko had enjoyed the universe. Not only was she still alive, but Izuku didn't have any pain and grew up surrounded by friends and love. She was aware of the crushes many girls had on Izuku, as a mother often knows these things, and the girls were not very good at hiding their feelings. Although the idea of her son dating Midnight was not her favorite, given that her public image was a bit unconventional, she recognized that Midnight was a nice and kind woman, at least according to what Izuku always told her. Perhaps it would be good for her son, maybe it could help him come out of his shell a bit. Kinda wish my quirk was like that. Having zero gravity is cool and all, but complete gravitational control is kind of way cooler, Ochiko said, managing to control her blush. What are you talking about, Chako? Your quirk is awesome, Toru replied, wanting to lift her friend's spirits. I know, Toru. I don't hate my quirk, I just think it would be amazing to have that kind of ability, Ochiko explained. Well, it might still be a possibility, Izuku chimed in, his hand on his chin as if deep in thought. What do you mean, Deku-kun? Ochiko asked, intrigued. I meant that you could still discover more about your quirk as you learn and train. Instead of just removing someone's gravity, you might be able to add to it, pinning them to the floor. Maybe you don't even remove gravity but alter it, and with enough training, you could do more than just float people, Izuku suggested. Most students looked at him in shock. Did he really think that much about their quirks and their potential upgrades? Didn't you guys know that many quirks improve during hero courses? It's only natural. From birth to 18, we still grow. Look at PBRTY, all sorts of changes happen. With the intense quirk used during hero training, discovering that a quirk can do more than you originally thought is expected, Izuku continued. Wait, our quirks can get better, many exclaimed in excitement. The seasoned heroes already knew this, having experienced it themselves. Maybe? If I had to guess, I would say that Hagakure might be able to manipulate light, perhaps even turn off her invisibility. Kirishima could harden items too. Maybe Todoroki could use both fire and ice simultaneously, but that might be a mental block. Koda might be able to influence animals' behavior, Izuku speculated, his thoughts racing. The students he mentioned began to imagine how cool those possibilities would be. Just then, Denki made a joke to Kirishima, which only his close friends heard, causing them to burst into laughter. How about we watch one of those universes? Truth suggested, his eyes wide with excitement. Not that kind of universe. I meant one where you get quirk upgrades, he clarified. After a quick nod from everyone, Truth snapped his fingers, and the show began. The camera revealed older versions of the 1A students, now in their 3A hero costumes, showing signs of a recent battle. It's us! Zero exclaimed, recognizing the group of older UA students, including Uraraka, Zero, Toru, Mineta, and Jiro. They were all enjoying their older forms, though slightly worried about their injuries. Uraraka appeared with longer hair, 2 strands framing her face while the rest was tied in a small ponytail. Her helmet was broken, and a wound was visible around her midriff as she charged through a group of villains, pushing them aside. Taking a deep breath, she called out her move, Chikyu no Haruto. With that, each villain she touched was forcefully pushed to the ground as if an invisible force had pulled them down. That's so cool, Chaco! Mina and Toru shouted in excitement. Uraraka was speechless, her mind racing with possibilities she had never considered for her quirk. Izuku suddenly pulled out a notebook, surprising even Truth. He began jotting down everything he could see, hoping to help his friends. His notes were chaotic but detailed, and he would later organize them into clean versions. As the 5 students on the ground struggled to stand, a white beam suddenly hit them in the face. The source was Toru, who had just joined the fray. Then, Kirishima burst through a wall, having just taken down 2 villains. He stood taller and more muscular than before, with scars on his arms and chest, evidence of his many battles. There you all are. Come on, we have a safe spot set up. Yamamoto even called for reinforcements, he said, helping Uraraka, who was having trouble moving. You look strong. Tetsu and Kirishima called out simultaneously, creating a moment of laughter among the group. It was good for the teachers to see the students working together. They made their way to the rest of 3A, each showing visible signs of growth and battle experience. Shoto's shirt was ripped, revealing a burn on his chest, a self-inflicted injury necessary to stop a larger wound. Izuku was absent from the scene, replaced by Shinso, who looked nearly identical to Aizawa but with a voice changer. Where's Deku-kun? Midnight asked, causing many girls to glare at her for calling him her future husband, while Izuku blushed and tried to focus on the unfolding story. Just when the smaller group of Ochako, Toru, Kirishima, Jiro, Mineta, and Zero believed they were safe, they heard a laugh they dreaded. Tamura Shigaraki stood tall on top of a fallen building, laughing as the hero students looked nearly beaten. Bakugo, Shoto, and Kirishima, the top fighters in their 3rd year, took point. Hello, little heroes. Have I been entertaining you enough with my little playthings? Shigaraki taunted. Bakugo growled, putting on a brave face, just leave us alone. Dabi and Toga chuckled at Bakugo's nickname for their former leader, and even All for One found it amusing. Aizawa scolded Bakugo, not for the insult but to prevent him from escalating the situation and risking injury. Bakugo agreed but remained defiant. The fight had been long, lasting over a day. Just an hour ago, they had defeated a villain who was jamming their signal, and Momo had called for backup, which would arrive soon. Each student was reaching their limit, even after pushing themselves to their utmost. "Well, if that's the case, you strong heroes," Shigaraki said sarcastically, clapping his hands. A portal opened, revealing an army of Nomu, each one intimidating and ready for battle. After about 100 Nomu, a larger, high-end Nomu emerged. "Oh no," most of Class 1A gasped, while some of Class 1B quickly silenced themselves, remembering their previous experiences. "Nomus, take them down," Shigaraki commanded, walking away with an evil laugh. The students, battered but determined, prepared for the fight of their lives. Just as the Nomu let out a terrifying battle cry, Class 1A responded with their own battle cry. Suddenly, a white-haired man landed in the middle of the battlefield, carrying bags in his hands. "Yo, I brought soda and snacks," Izuku said, lifting the bags to reveal cans of soda and various snacks. Class 3A cheered, relieved to see their teacher, Midoriya, also known as Gojo. The Nomu paused at the command of the high-end Nomu, which began to grow in size and power. Izuku's new look was striking, and his presence seemed to captivate everyone around him. He placed the bags near Class 3A and encouraged them to eat and drink while he took care of the situation. As the high-end Nomu charged at him, Izuku joked, "Keep watching, you might learn a thing or two." He dodged the Nomu's attack with ease, demonstrating his agility. "Listen to the lesson, students. What he says is true and could save your lives one day," Nizu advised, supporting Izuku's strategy. "Even if you seem to have one, remember that some villains play dead to catch you off guard," Izuku warned, turning to face his students, who were watching intently. "Sensei, you should keep your eyes on the enemy," Mina pointed out, to which Izuku smiled and acknowledged her. "Always keep your eyes on who you're fighting so they can't sneak up on you." Just then, flames erupted from the ground, seemingly engulfing Izuku. Concern spread among the students, but they remained focused on the army of Nomu. As the flames continued to rise, reinforcements appeared, and a heavy thud echoed behind the students, causing some to glance back in worry, but that worry quickly turned to relief. Everyone wanted to know what to watch, but Truth never gave in. He told them to wait until break time as he still had to find something to do for those who might not want to watch what he had in mind. Truth understood that not everyone would enjoy his choice for a break and didn't want to force anyone into something they didn't want to see. Perhaps they could engage in a friendly competition instead. He needed to come up with a plan. Inko suggested, "Could we do a makeover on Izuku after the break?" Izuku looked slightly offended. "I still don't understand why. My clothing choices look normal," he protested, trying to avoid the makeover. He didn't care much about his clothing, he just didn't want the attention on him, especially after spending hours watching different versions of himself. "Let's watch this new version and then one more before the break. After that, we can do the makeover, and then we'll decide what to do next," Truth said. Everyone nodded in agreement and began watching as Truth snapped his fingers. The scene shifted to a bus filled with 19 students, but Izuku Midoriya was missing. "Mr. Aizawa, when will our last classmate show up?" Ida asked their teacher. Although Izuku had been accepted into UA, he had not been in Japan for over 15 years. He had taken a special test at the request of All Might and Ryukyu. Aizawa had little interest in a student who hadn't shown up in the first week, but All Might, Ryukyu, and Nizu accepted the situation. "Wow, my boy didn't even show up and still got accepted. How strong is this version of Izuku?" Kaminari remarked. "Maybe he's a giant or something. UA is made for big people, but he could still be bigger," Ojiro added, the idea of a massive Izuku being a strange thought. In reality, Izuku and his family lived on an island off the southern coast of Japan, known as the Ryu Kingdom, a place filled with people who possessed dragon-type quirks. Izuku inherited his father's quirk, Dragon King, which was even stronger than his father's. "Dragon Deku, hell yeah!" Setsuna cheered, a fan of reptile-type quirks. Even if dragons didn't exist, they were reptiles, and that was her favorite. She admired both Ryukyu and Godzilla. One well-known person from the island was Ryuko, who grew up with the prince and shared the dream of becoming a hero. While few from the Ryu kingdom chose to go back to the mainland due to the lack of crime on the island, Ryuko wanted to help Japan. Izuku wasn't happy about it, not because he disliked heroes, he wanted to be one himself, but because he feared losing contact with her. Ryuko tried to hide her blush, aware that her feelings were becoming apparent to others. The less Rumi and Namuri noticed her blushing, the less blackmail material they had. When Izuku turned 15, the Dragon King requested All Might to meet him. Since birth, Izuku had been larger than normal. At 3 years old, he was already the size of a 6 or 7-year-old and was incredibly strong. On his 3rd birthday, he fell from the 5th floor of his apartment complex, and while Inko rushed downstairs, fearing the worst, she found Izuku laughing in a small indent in the ground, completely unharmed. The sight of Izuku falling had startled everyone, but seeing him laugh without a scratch was too funny. Inko's reaction was priceless, and even Toshinori and AFO struggled to contain their laughter, fearing Inko's wrath. This incident prompted Inko to call her husband and rush Izuku to the doctor. A blood test was attempted, but the needle broke as Izuku's skin was too tough. As he grew, it became clear that he had a mutation quirk, standing at an impressive 7.5 meters by age 15, with muscles that were growing rapidly. The boys were in awe at Izuku's size, while the girls were speechless. Rumi admired his muscles, associating them with power, while some of the other girls felt overwhelmed. "I kind of feel bad for anyone who would start dating him," Kaminari commented, observing Izuku's size. "Yeah, they're going to get crushed," Shiro added, with both Namuri and Mina chiming in, "Oh, he can crush me all he wants." The Dragon King had requested All Might, and the HPSC, not wanting to anger him, convinced All Might to go. The Dragon King then challenged All Might to a fight with Izuku. Izuku was eager, he had never been hurt before. The first time he flew, he had tired himself out but landed without a scratch. "I kind of want to do that," Sato said, expressing his thrill for skydiving and the dream of feeling pure freedom in the sky. All Might, not believing this kid could stand against him, allowed Izuku to take the first hit. After all Might had one for all on his side, while Izuku was just a 15-year-old kid. Izuku wound up and punched All Might, sending him flying hundreds of meters until he crashed into a mountain, forcing himself to stop. All Might was injured by the punch, struggling to believe it was possible. "Wow, All Might just got knocked back," Toya exclaimed, watching the symbol of peace soar through the air. "Papa, I heard a beep when the man talked," Eri asked. "That was me. I made sure that whenever someone says a bad word or something unsuitable for the younger ones, it gets bleeped out or blurred out. And just in advance for the ladies, yes, all your lady parts would also be blurred out. Unless you want someone to see everything, then you can just think of that name while also thinking, show all, and tada, they will be able to see all," Truth explained, causing the ladies to blush while some began to think. "Oh my god. You're rather powerful, aren't you?" All Might said as he returned. "Sorry, sir, I thought I held back enough," Izuku replied, shocking All Might even more. That attack had hurt more than most villain fights he had experienced, and Izuku was still holding back. All Might wondered if perhaps Izuku could be a candidate for One for All. But would that even be useful? Izuku could already defeat most normal people, and if he attacked with One for All, it might be overkill. But All Might agreed to train Izuku. He was one of the only people who could make Izuku feel even a bit of pain. What they didn't know was that it took All Might 100% to even stand a chance. Izuku's skin was like armor, able to withstand nearly all attacks, and his strength would be enough to finish a fight in one hit. "DMN, even without One for All, Midoriya is too strong," Mina said, getting some of the others to agree. Izuku would have to hold back a lot in a fight, assuming someone would be foolish enough to challenge him. Ryukyu taught Izuku more about his dragon quirk after she graduated from UA. When Ryukyu, who took the hero name of Ryukyu, returned to the island, she received a nearly bone-crushing hug from Izuku, who was waiting at the boat. Izuku had 2 years to gain control of his power before entering UA. He tried to correct them, but All Might and Ryukyu promised he could join UA. Nizu was aware of the Ryu Kingdom, as he knew everything about everyone. He would not just give Izuku space, no matter what anyone told him. UA was his school, and a spot was earned, not given. But All Might explained Izuku's size and his tendency to be too strong most of the time, so Nizu devised a test for Izuku himself. It was a simple fight against All Might, and both had to go all out. It took 7 punches before All Might surrendered and had to ask for medical help. Not even double digits, Toshinori thought to himself. It wasn't disappointment in himself, but rather an impression of the power his successor held in this universe. At least that world would be safe as long as he was around. AFO thought the same but wished he had that power. The whole world would have been brought to its knees, and he would have never had to leave Inko's side. Nizu agreed to give Izuku a spot, as anyone who could defeat the number 1 hero that easily deserved a place as a hero. Now the only issue was Izuku. He was old enough to travel on his own at 18, but he was too large for most forms of travel. He got permission from Nizu, the HPSC, and his father to fly. However, due to his size and dragon form, he would have to wait until daytime for air travel, which coincidentally was the day of the USJ incident. Nizu also began working on a dorm system large enough for someone the size of Izuku. Are we going to see Dekukuin's dragon form? Ochiko asked, excited about the whole situation. She was a fan of mythical things, so a universe about magic or dragons piqued her interest. The rest of the viewers were also eager to see dragons, wondering what kind of dragon Izuku would be and how large he would be. As Izuku made his way toward UA in his dragon form and hero costume as instructed by Nizu, all the other students were just entering USJ. While Izuku was just entering Japan's mainland, the USJ attack occurred. Thankfully, All Might was with them, although it didn't help much, as Shigaraki and AFO had overprepared. They had 4 high-end Nomu, each as strong as All Might in his prime. All Might stood no chance against that, but Ito was able to escape and contact UA. Nizu was in a slight panic. His students could die, and the number 1 hero could perish unless someone far stronger showed up. He knew just the person. Izuku was walking into a hero burger drive-thru, starving and craving a burger. Just as he received his food, he got a call. Hello, Izuku Midoriya speaking. Midoriya, we need your help. I have sent the location of your class and All Might. They have been attacked by a villain group, and All Might is in a lot of trouble. Could you please help? Nizu nearly begged. I will go right away, Izuku replied, hearing Nizu's thanks before he hung up. Izuku quickly placed his food in his bag and rushed toward the location on his phone as fast as he could. Nizu began gathering the teachers to head to USJ, not for a full fight against the Nomu but to assist his students. The students, however, were in trouble. All of them were tied down. They fought, but since they had just entered their first week at a hero school, they stood no chance. They could take down some of the thugs, but the large number of enemies was overwhelming. The thugs were now looking at all the females at USJ, which included 6 girls and Ryukyu, who had taken a teaching position for Izuku. One of the thugs made an inappropriate comment about Ryukyu, which made the others approach the ladies of Class 1A with bad intentions. Mineta thought to himself, unsure why he was feeling anxious. He didn't want anything to happen to Ryukyu, but he knew Deku would show up and steal the glory again. He could at least enjoy the anticipation while waiting for a fight scene. Izuku, meanwhile, was determined to arrive and save the day. He remembered what Truth had said, but this had to be a mistake, right? There was no way in the world that the number 10 hero, Ryukyu, would want him to see her in that way. Then the wall burst open, and a massive dragon appeared. The dragon frightened everyone in the USJ except for All Might. Even in his weakened state, All Might knew that his students would be safe. His secret might be exposed, and he might face dire consequences, but everyone else would be protected. Izuku entered the USJ and returned to his normal size, still towering over everyone with a face filled with determination. His anger intensified when he saw a villain touching Ryukyu. The ground seemed to tremble with each step he took. The villain, too scared to move, still had his hands on Ryukyu. "Let go of her!" Izuku roared, his voice echoing throughout the USJ. The thugs nearby stepped back, hands raised in surrender, except for the one holding Ryukyu. Ryukyu felt her face heat up. Being called Izuku's was something she cherished. The other girls were a bit envious of her, but in her mind, it was as if they were all being acknowledged as his. The thugs had committed various crimes, but even now at the USJ, the only one Izuku had fought was Mineta, and that was still a 2-on-1 situation. He was a pathetic criminal, yet he believed he could stand against Izuku, a towering figure of strength. If he had an animal-type quirk, he would know better than to challenge this beast. Izuku was the king of beasts. "What a cool title Tsuyu gave you, huh?" Kirishima remarked, glancing at Izuku, who simply nodded. Izuku had little patience for bullies and those who preyed on the weak. He had experienced that far too often in his childhood. Even in this tense moment, Ryukyu felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She had feelings for Izuku but never believed that the prince of the Ryu kingdom, the next Dragon King, would ever notice her. Hearing him call her his made her feel safer with each step he took closer. Izuku gripped the weapon on his back. It was the first time he would wield it himself, though it had seen battle before. This was the Kanabo mace, a gift from his father. He tightened his grip and slammed it into the floor, causing the entire USJ to shake. The thug lost his grip on Ryukyu and jumped back in surprise. Izuku lunged forward, faster than anyone his size should be able to move, and kicked the villain. The thug flew backward, defeated. The collective thought among the onlookers was that the villain deserved that punishment. They were slightly concerned for Izuku's safety, knowing he would likely face multiple Nomu alone, but they had faith in him. After all, he was capable of taking down formidable foes. Shigaraki's anger grew as he watched Izuku easily dispatch his minions. They were either defeated or had surrendered. His irritation mounted, reminiscent of his encounters with All Might. "Nomus, take that brat down. Bring me his head," he shouted. The Nomu sprang to life, ready to attack Izuku, who had just finished dealing with the threats surrounding the students of Class 1A. Just as he stepped on the last one, the other teachers arrived. "Backup has arrived." Kaminari and Kaibara cheered, excitement bubbling over as they anticipated an epic showdown. The teachers were eager to see how they could assist in defeating the Nomu. Unaware of who Izuku was, the teachers acted quickly, thinking he was a threat as he stood with a weapon. Snipe fired his custom pistol at Izuku, who didn't flinch as the bullets bounced off his skin. "Stop! He's on our side!" Nizu called out, halting the teachers just in time to hear the Nomu roar. Snipe understood his mistake but realized that shooting a student was not a good idea. The bullets had little effect, and it seemed as if Izuku hadn't even noticed he had been shot. The students of Class 1A, while unsure of Izuku's identity, felt he was on their side since he hadn't attacked them. As they saw the Nomu charging forward, they called out to warn him. Izuku was tackled by 4 Nomu, staggering slightly. "Principal, I'll handle these. Can you ensure the students are safe?" he said calmly as he grabbed the Nomu as if they were toys and hurled them aside. Nizu nodded, and Izuku prepared for battle, ready to show why no one should mess with the King of Beasts. "What the heck?" everyone exclaimed as the scene shifted, anticipating an incredible fight. Would it be a quick victory for Izuku, or would he face a more challenging battle like All Might had? As the excitement built, Truth suggested they take a break, and everyone agreed, eager to see what would happen next. Izuku, a young hero with a unique set of skills, found himself in a world where he could explore various identities and powers. He was known as the quirkless swordsman, relying on his determination and skill rather than any supernatural abilities. In another realm, he embraced the role of a Hamon user, mastering the ancient techniques to combat evil. As he journeyed through different universes, Izuku encountered characters like the Joker, who challenged his views on heroism and morality. He also crossed paths with powerful figures, such as Sukuna, testing his strength and resolve. In one of his adventures, Izuku took on the mantle of the shield hero, learning the importance of protection and responsibility. He also explored the speed of Savitar, pushing his limits to become faster than ever before. Each experience shaped him, building his character and deepening his understanding of what it meant to be a hero. Throughout his travels, Izuku formed bonds with other heroes and faced formidable foes, all while striving to uphold his ideals and protect those he cared about. His journey was one of growth, courage, and the relentless pursuit of justice. Jackal and Hyde Izuku, Scorpion Izuku, Red Hood Izuku, and Izuku with Captain America's powers are just a few of the many variations of Izuku explored in this collection of short stories. Each character brings a unique twist to the narrative, showcasing different abilities and personalities. In one story, Killua Izuku navigates the challenges of his powers, while Avatar Izuku learns to master the elements. God Cook Izuku takes on culinary challenges with a divine flair, and Titan Izuku faces colossal threats in a world filled with giants. The collection also features only male Izuku, who embarks on a journey of self-discovery, and Immortal Izuku, who grapples with the weight of eternal life. Power Ranger Izuku joins forces with friends to protect their world, while Undertale Izuku finds himself in a realm of monsters and choices. Singer Izuku captivates audiences with his voice, while Wild Izuku embraces the untamed aspects of his personality. God Izuku wields immense power, and Overlord Izuku commands respect and fear. Finally, Assassin Izuku operates in the shadows, using his skills for a greater purpose. Each story weaves together themes of growth, friendship, and adventure, creating a rich tapestry of Izuku's many lives. Let's go right into watching the final verse, shall we? Truth said, and most of the group agreed. What are we going to watch next? Deku with a gun? Sato asked, guessing a new universe. Nah, it has to be Midoriya with a sword, that's so much cooler, Subiraba retorted, clearly liking that idea more. Many began sharing their own ideas. Some from Class 1B suggested a version of Izuku with the quirks of pro-heroes, including their homeroom teacher and other well-known heroes. Truth responded, well, there are universes where Izuku has one of the teacher's quirks. I even know about a universe where Izuku has a quirk that allows him to use the quirks of people he respects. Truth enjoyed that universe and wouldn't mind showing it sometime in the future. The students were intrigued, as they knew Izuku would come up with fun and unique ways to use their quirks, and they might learn something new from him. After everyone calmed down from calling out different possibilities, they finally sat down and became silent. Truth snapped his fingers, and the show started, but before it began, Setsuna asked for details. Oh yeah, I totally forgot, Truth said, rubbing the back of his head. In this universe, Izuku becomes a hero, but not just because it's his only dream. From ages 2 to 5, he wanted to be a hero, and with his quirk, he could definitely make it work. But when he turned 5, he saw his mother cooking in her small diner for the first time. Normally, he would be at Bakugo's, but Katsuki had a high fever, so Mitsuki took him to the hospital. Izuku stayed with Inko and watched her cook. People began to sense that Izuku might want to be a chef, but they wondered how that would work. Some universes had at least a normal view of Izuku, regardless of how much had changed. Yet, Izuku had never shown that he could cook at the dorm. Izuku then gained a new dream, to be a great chef. Inko loved cooking with him. At first, he wasn't very good, but he learned quickly, and with his quirk, he picked up skills even faster. By age 6, he was already at the level of most amateur cooks. Inko, while never achieving fame due to her location, had cooking that was beyond exceptional. How would you know? Kendo asked, looking at Truth. Because I went there, he replied. How? Most of the students added. I'm a god, remember? I teleported you all here, don't you think I could teleport myself there? Plus, I can change how I look. With that, Truth snapped his fingers and changed his appearance. He transformed into a skinny guy with black hair, wearing a straw hat, a red vest, blue shorts, and sandals. They all recognized him as Luffy. Truth snapped again, turning into Izuku, then into a young All Might, and finally back to himself. Now, where was I? While Inko never gained true fame, many heroes knew about her. Most heroes have a poor diet since they often eat on the go or have short meals. Inko provided them with warm meals quickly, filled with love. Izuku smiled, cherishing his mother's cooking. Each time he ate her food, he felt happy. It might have been a special connection he had with her. Each hero present here had her cooking at least once in that universe. I know Aizawa had a 4-month PRD where he refused to eat anything not made by Inko. As heroes frequently visited while Izuku grew up, his hero worship diminished. He still loved and respected them deeply but didn't keep notebooks about them. Slowly, Izuku and Inko began cooking together, and his skills grew immensely. In middle school, Izuku and Bakugo were the top students. Izuku, while stronger, didn't have the same aggressive nature that Bakugo often displayed. Sato interjected, not looking forward to Bakugo's antics. Izuku had rules about food. You never waste food in his presence. I remember a time when someone tried to humiliate another by pouring miso soup over his head. The soup wasn't cold, but it wasn't hot either, as the guy couldn't eat hot foods. Right in front of Izuku, he did that, and Izuku nearly dislocated the guy's arm, forcing him to clean up the mess. Another time, a guy didn't like the noodles at a small restaurant and didn't finish them. Izuku ate them himself, reasoning that it was an insult to the chef and to the effort that went into creating the dish. After middle school, Izuku and Katsuki went their separate ways. Izuku attended a cooking high school while Bakugo went to a regular school focused on hero law. Bakugo understood hero law, but it would give him extra opportunities for internships at UA. The story begins after the USJ incident, with the dorm system already in place. But what is his quirk? Kurwar asked, still curious about Izuku's abilities. Truth hadn't mentioned anything yet. Oh, haha. He is made of light. He can turn his body into light and move at light speeds. His reaction time is also at light speeds. So not only can people not hit him because he turns to light, but he is also fast enough to dodge anything. Without giving them time to respond, Truth snapped his fingers, and the show finally started. It showed everyone in the Class 1A common room talking to each other. The clock showed it was around 6 o'clock, signaling that dinner was approaching. Class 1A was enjoying each other's company, with some students multitasking. Achiko and Momo were playing chess, with Momo explaining the game to Achiko, who was learning the rules that Momo's father had created to make it more fun. When Momo captured one of Achiko's pieces, she playfully started acting like a chicken, flapping her arms and clucking, which sent everyone into fits of laughter. Although embarrassed, Achiko couldn't help but join in the fun, and soon others were mimicking her as well. After Momo explained the rules, they played again. Meanwhile, Denki and Shiro were engaged in a video game, while Ida was absorbed in a book. Izuku had just come down from his dorm room, carrying a briefcase, which piqued the curiosity of some students. Mina called out to him, "What do you have there, Midoriya?" "It's my knife set," Izuku replied. Bakugo, standing nearby, interjected, "Wait, are you going to cook?" "I was planning on it, unless someone else wants to," Izuku responded. Bakugo, with a fiery declaration, warned, "If someone else dares to cook, I will not hold back." Ida quickly scolded Bakugo for using his quirk inside the dorms, emphasizing the dangers involved. Mina, undeterred, turned back to Izuku. "You can cook, Midoriya." "Yeah, I'm not half bad, if I do say so myself." With the others encouraging him, Izuku headed to the kitchen. He was accustomed to a high-end kitchen at home, but this would suffice for now. Aizawa, noticing Izuku in the kitchen through the dorm's cameras, was taken aback and quickly alerted the other teachers. They rushed to the 1A dorms, eager for a chance to taste a meal prepared by Midoriya. How good is he if Shota runs that hard for food? Present Mike joked, earning some laughs that were quickly hushed. It was clear that while they wanted to laugh, they were also anticipating some intense training ahead. He's slightly better than this Izuku, one teacher remarked, enjoying the look of determination on Izuku's face. You can cook? The students asked in unison, their voices filled with excitement. Izuku nodded, feeling a mix of pride and nervousness. Why didn't you ever say so? We could have eaten like kings. Toru exclaimed, shaking him playfully. The other girls joined in, their enthusiasm palpable. Izuku opened his case to reveal 3 sharp, gleaming blades, each a high-end knife. The students watched in awe as he handled them with care. He tied his headband around his forehead and adjusted his apron. So, what would you all like to eat? He asked. Just then, the door swung open, and the UA staff entered, looking hungry. Can we get a plate? All Might asked, already imagining the delicious food. Sure, I don't mind making a few extra plates, Izuku replied, and the teachers eagerly gathered around him. After a moment of thought, Izuku suggested, how about I make us all a shoutout steak don? The students agreed, though only a few knew what it was. Izuku began cooking without delay. What is that? Kirishima asked, while Tetsu hesitated, sensing another playful moment was about to unfold. It's a very tender steak that melts in your mouth. It was created for a Russian opera singer who wanted a tender steak while visiting Japan, Momo explained, showcasing her knowledge of food. Izuku gathered his ingredients: beef sirloins, onions, garlic, pepper, salt, potato starch, rice, and pickled plum paste. He also prepared red wine, soy sauce, and butter for the sauce. As he began to work, Izuku swiftly chopped the onions and garlic, impressing everyone with his speed. He expertly removed the tendons from the beef and flattened the steaks with a meat tenderizer. Once flattened, he covered them with onions to enhance the flavor and tenderize the meat. Why cover them with onions? Someone asked. It adds flavor and helps soften the meat, Izuku explained, showcasing his cooking skills. The students watched in amazement, realizing that Izuku was not just fast but also incredibly skilled in the kitchen. Ida, who had always aspired to be a hero, found himself reflecting on Izuku's choice to cook rather than pursue heroics. He had grown up in a wealthy household and had experienced many high-end meals, but he didn't expect much from this one. I apologize for my earlier thoughts about you, Midoriya, he admitted, recognizing the talent and dedication Izuku brought to the table. Know that I do not have those thoughts about you, as I respect you as both a hero and a great friend, Ida said, bowing to Izuku. Izuku quickly stopped him, knowing that he appreciated the sentiment and didn't mind at all. He understood. The beef needed to rest for 30 minutes to allow the onions to work their magic. While waiting, Izuku prepared the rest of what he needed. He grabbed enough bowls for everyone and started cooking the rice so that everything would be ready at the same time. He got the pans ready and waited. To entertain his friends, he showcased some of his knife skills, capturing the attention of everyone in the room, especially the girls and the pro heroes. Izuku loved putting on a show for the people he cooked for, and he enjoyed impressing the ladies. Cooking was a way for him to release all his worries and problems, so he embraced it wholeheartedly. While Izuku felt a bit embarrassed about showing off, he couldn't shake the thought that those beautiful and strong women deserved someone far greater than himself. If they could hear his thoughts, they would have surely set him straight. How could someone so talented have such low self-esteem? He was kind, sweet, and friendly, and he would never do anything to make them uncomfortable. When the 30 minutes were up, Izuku removed the onions from each steak and seasoned them with salt and pepper before cooking. Everyone preferred their steaks medium rare. After cooking each steak to perfection, he removed them from the heat and melted butter in a frying pan, frying the onions until they turned a beautiful golden brown. After tasting, he adjusted the seasoning to enhance the flavors. The sight of the food made everyone's mouths water. The steaks looked incredibly appetizing, and the onions glistened like gold. He plated the food, starting with rice mixed with pickled plum paste in the donburi bowls, followed by the meat. The final touch was the sauce. Izuku grabbed the pans he used for the beef and filled them with red wine to deglaze, boiling it down while scraping the flavorful bits from the bottom. He added soy sauce and mixed everything together, adjusting the flavor to perfection before thickening the sauce with dissolved potato starch. He poured the sauce over the bowls, topped them with onions, and added chives for color and taste. With that, he finished cooking. "That looks good," Ciro remarked, as some students were ready to do anything for a bowl of food. The aroma filled the dorms, making everyone's mouths water and their hunger grow with each passing moment. Izuku served everyone a bowl, and they immediately thanked him and began to eat. The first bites were met with overwhelming delight. The taste was beyond words, bringing tears to some as they savored the meal. The reactions were so intense that even those who weren't present had to laugh at the red faces of their friends. Not even Aizawa's glare could stop the laughter at the enthusiastic responses to the food. The girls had their worries. First, they feared they might gain weight because the food was too delicious to resist. Second, Izuku had skyrocketed to the top of their husband material list. He was already at the top, but this meal had solidified his status. Lastly, they were aware of their enthusiastic reactions, and the smirk and wink Izuku gave them suggested he had heard everything. The girls noticed Izuku's flushed face and his posture, realizing he had heard their reactions too. Despite their embarrassment, they felt a sense of happiness. Their excitement had clearly affected him. After dinner, everyone thanked Izuku, and some of the guys jokingly suggested he should marry them for his cooking skills. When he mentioned he was straight, some even playfully suggested he date their mothers or female relatives. Shoto even offered his mother and sister, which sparked ideas among the girls. The girls considered the possibility of sharing their feelings for Izuku. Fuyumi blushed but hid it, as she had feelings for him. Rei, on the other hand, was unsure of what she felt. Izuku was special to her, a reason she had found freedom from her past struggles, but she had forgotten what love felt like after years of hardship. The guys felt embarrassed at the thought of wanting to be in a relationship with Izuku just for his cooking skills. Izuku, ever humble, apologized, "Sorry, I could have improved the taste if I had more space and better prepared ingredients." Nizu quickly ensured that the kitchen would be expanded and that fresher food would be available in the future. Izuku was relieved that making a business deal would serve as a special project for their business course. He cleaned the kitchen and his knives while the other students eagerly anticipated their meals. "Wow, now that we have a break, what's the truth?" Mina asked, trying to distract herself from thoughts of food. "Sure, Pinky, calm down. I thought about watching Izuku go on some dates with you fine ladies," someone suggested. The girls internally cheered at the idea. "That could be interesting," Momo added, attempting to sound composed. "Do we have to watch that too?" Monoma remarked, visibly displeased at the thought of watching someone from Class 1A. He was plotting his own scheme and hoped to find an opportunity during the makeover. "No, you don't," came a response as a door swung open. "I've set up a world with games. You can walk in, sit at a computer, think of a game, and play it. Or if you're not a gamer, you can always watch a show or hero tube." Most of the guys left, while the girls remained seated. "Well, before we start, let's do this." With a snap, a new portal opened, and some people walked out. It was day 7 out of 7, marking a full week of uploads. The author contemplated whether they would upload the next day, as it would take a lot of writing to create a date for each character. They also planned to include Cammy and Melissa in the dates, and were open to suggestions for additional characters, provided they weren't already in a relationship unless given a compelling reason. There would be no voting in this chapter or the next, but ideas for dates were welcome. The author had seen suggestions from the previous chapter and intended to use them, also requesting more clothing ideas. The author expressed frustration over the negativity surrounding certain characters in the fandom. They noted that some people disliked Ochako without valid reasons. While it was acceptable to have different shipping preferences, the author felt it was unfair to hate on a character simply because she was part of a popular pairing. They pointed out that Ochiko's desire to become a hero was motivated by her wish to support her parents, not just for money. The author also criticized the tendency of some fans to read stories they disliked and then leave negative comments. They compared this to breaking up with someone over a fictional scenario, emphasizing that it was unreasonable to judge a character based on fanfiction. The author concluded their thoughts by expressing appreciation for the positive interactions they received on their stories. They enjoyed reading comments and felt uplifted by the support, while negative feedback could dampen their motivation to write. Chapter End. Gio wanted to provide an update on the progress of the date chapters. He had completed all the dates for the 1A and 1B girls, totaling 12 unique experiences. Each chapter aimed for a minimum of 1,000 words, and while some were shorter, he planned to revise them to meet that goal. Gio intended to continue writing 1 or 2 dates at a time, treating each as its own story. He sought feedback on what readers felt was appropriate for these dates. So far, he had included some playful interactions and implied romantic moments but had not depicted anything explicit. He was considering whether to include more NTMT scenes, particularly for characters like Midnight, and wanted to gauge the audience's comfort level with that direction. He also shared the word count for each date, expressing excitement for the overall project. Ochako, 913, will increase. Momo, 1377. Toru, 710, will increase. Tsuyu, 846, will increase. Kyoka, 1005. Mina, 1214. Kendo, 1243. Setsuna, 983, will increase. Ibra, 1086. Pony, 1189. Yui, 1102. Komori, 799, will increase. The total word count was 12. Gio hoped readers were as excited as he was for the upcoming chapters, noting that he would need to add context and build up to the dates, which could significantly increase the overall length of the finished chapter, potentially reaching around 40,000 words. Truth snapped his fingers, and 2 new women emerged from the portal, both familiar to the group. The first was Melissa Shield, the blonde-haired daughter of All Might's sidekick from his time in America. The second was Kami Atsushimi, the fawn-haired woman who had been impersonated by Toga during the licensing exam. Where are we? What is going on? Melissa asked, taking in the scene around her. Truth reassured them, saying instead of explaining everything, he would just show them. With another snap of his fingers, all the necessary information flooded their minds, as if they remembered experiences without having been there. So, we're going to see stuff about Buff Green there. Cool, Kami remarked, taking a seat. Melissa chose to sit closer to All Might, who was next to Inko. Now, I will ask only once. We're going to watch your Izuku Midoriya date several women in this room. If you don't want to watch, that's fine. And if you're worried about any inappropriate moments, don't be. You can decide who gets to see what. For those who don't want to see certain things, the screen will simply change to something else. Are you all ready? Everyone nodded, and with a snap, the first date began. Izuku was waiting in the dorm room for Ochako. This was their second date, but they weren't officially a couple yet. Shortly after starting their second year, Izuku had mustered the courage to ask Ochako out, and she had happily agreed. Their first date had been wonderful, and now it was time for the second. Dressed in blue jeans and a red top, with a blue and white checkered button-up shirt, Izuku was filled with excitement. He had barely slept the night before due to his eagerness, yet he felt energized. My baby looks so handsome, Inko said with a smile, while Eri and Kota watched happily, enjoying the moment. The elevator pinged, and Izuku turned his head at the sound. The doors opened, revealing Ochako. She wore white sneakers, wide black pants that reached just under her chest, and a long orange vest adorned with red flowers. A black backpack completed her look. How beautiful, Uraraka, Inko complimented, causing Achiko to blush even more. Izuku was momentarily speechless, taken aback by her beauty. Hey, Deku-kun, you okay? Achiko asked, noticing his reaction. Yeah, I'm fine. I was just a bit shocked. You look beautiful, Uraraka, he replied, causing her to blush in return. You stole his breath away for a second, good job, Chako, Mina teased, boosting Achiko's confidence. They made their way to the theme park, starting by exploring the area to decide on attractions. Achiko loved the thrill of the rides, while Izuku found them a bit underwhelming, given his abilities. However, seeing Achiko's joyful expression made it all worthwhile. Understandable, All Might commented, recalling his own experiences at theme parks during his prime. After the roller coasters, they decided to grab some food. Achiko insisted on paying for herself, but Izuku firmly told her he would cover everything since he had asked her out. His recent hero work had brought in a good amount of money, and both All Might and his mother encouraged him to take on various requests for extra cash and confidence. As they enjoyed their food, they headed to the games area to try their luck. Izuku excelled at the ball throw, easily knocking down the weighted cans, while Achiko struggled with the final ones. However, she was quite skilled at the grabber game, and as night fell, Izuku won several prizes for her, including a large giraffe, a tiger, and a Kirby stuffed animal. He also won a smaller Kirby for himself and a teddy bear for Eri and Koda. But we want a Deku one, they both chimed in, eager for a stuffed version of their hero. Truth, unable to resist their request, provided them with a hero-sized Deku plush, which they adored. Now it was time for the main event. Izuku took the lead, pulling Achiko along, which surprised her since he had mostly followed her lead throughout the day. But she happily went along with it. All the things they won had been shrunken down with the quirk of a worker there, where it would be small for around 3 hours. More than enough time. Izuku muttered to himself, getting slightly lost in thought at the sight of the new quirk. Izuku and Achiko now stood in front of the Ferris wheel. They quickly got a seat, with the operator giving a thumbs up to Izuku. They sat in silence for a little while until they reached the top. Achiko gasped. Just as they reached the top, fireworks went off in front of them, lighting up the starry night. For Izuku, it was extremely beautiful. The night was filled with small white dots, now enhanced by an impressive display of colorful explosions. And Achiko, oh, the beautiful Achiko Uraraka, her big brown eyes sparkled at the sight of the fireworks, her cheeks slightly flushed. It gave Izuku the last push he needed. That is so pretty. Mina, Toru, Setsuna, and Komori exclaimed at the sight of Uraraka and the fireworks. Izuku was momentarily speechless when he saw Achiko. He took a deep breath to steady his nerves. He could take the soft approach and ask her, but seeing Achiko's face, he chose a bolder path. He gently placed his hands on Achiko's cheeks and kissed her. Most of the girls thought, oh my gosh, how lucky. Inko cheered and smiled at her son, while Mitsuki looked on with a proud smile, seeing her nephew do something she never would have guessed. Achiko felt incredibly lucky to be kissed by Deku. Achiko's mind was racing. Her Deku-kun had kissed her. She snapped out of her shock and kissed him back, deepening the kiss as she leaned in. Izuku stumbled back in his seat and Achiko found herself on his lap, her legs on either side of him. Izuku's hands moved from her face to her hips. They both got lost in the moment. Okay, I just see them sharing a sweet kiss, but by the look in Midoriya's eyes and the blush on Uraraka's face, they seem to be doing something more, Mina said with a smirk, noticing the atmosphere between them. The kiss broke when the cart started to move again. Both blushed, momentarily forgetting where they were. Uraraka, do you want to be my girlfriend? Izuku asked shyly. Yes, 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 she cheered, kissing him again. They quickly exited the Ferris wheel and made their way back to the dorms, not saying a word. Oh, things are heating up, I see, Mitsuki remarked with a smirk, enjoying the reactions from the classmates. At least be safe, Izuku. Izuku felt embarrassed and was surprised he hadn't fainted yet. Once they entered the dorm, Ochako pulled Izuku into her room. As soon as they were inside, they kissed again, scrambling toward the bed. The kiss deepened as they shared their feelings. "Oh, Deku-kun," Ochako murmured, and Izuku responded by holding her close. Izuku then asked, "Call me Izuku." Ochako nodded, feeling the warmth of the moment. They continued to kiss as the scene transitioned to black. Later, Izuku found himself in front of his mirror, making sure his suit looked presentable. The main suit was black with a green undershirt that made his eyes and hair stand out. A black tie hung loosely around his neck, as he had never learned how to tie it properly. "You look great," Setsuna complimented, and Izuku replied with a soft thank you. The girls appreciated how he looked in a suit, it was a classy look. "I knew I should have put you in a suit sooner," Mitsuki said, with Masaru and Inko nodding in agreement. Izuku had gotten this suit right before a hero gala, his first ever gala. He had spent the day with Shoto and Ida searching for the right one. Ida had been a great help, while Shoto kept insisting that a suit was just a suit. Izuku silently thanked his friends, feeling grateful for their support. Mitsuki, a fashion designer, believed she should have helped him with his clothing choices. During the hero gala, his suit had received positive feedback. So when Momo asked if he wanted to attend a gala with her, he agreed. She needed a date to avoid being set up with business tycoons attending the party. Izuku made his way to Momo's dorm room, relieved that they were the only ones there since the others had plans outside of UA. He knocked 3 times, and after a short wait, Momo opened the door. She wore a hero version of her costume, her hair down. "That is such a beautiful dress," Inko told Momo, who smiled at the compliment. Izuku nearly fainted at the sight of Momo, the dress accentuated her figure beautifully, making her look like a goddess. He caught his breath and spoke first, stuttering a little as he did not expect her to look as good as she did. "You look beautiful, Yaoyorozu." "Please call me Momo," she replied. Sure, you can call me Izuku then, okay?" Izuku said, trying not to look too happy. "Momo, you look amazing." Mina cheered for her friend, shaking her shoulders. While Izuku's comparison of her to a goddess felt a bit much, the fact that he saw her as a woman was a wonderful feeling. They made their way down to the common floor. Doing a last-minute check, Izuku offered his arm, and they walked to the UA entrance, which would have been a short 3-minute walk. Momo's father wanted to send a car, but Momo informed them that her date, whom they had no idea about, knew how to drive and had a car himself. Izuku had bought his own car with money he earned from a couple of photo shoots. He initially wanted to help his mother, but since Inko and All Might had been dating for over 8 months and Inko was now living with Toshinori, he decided to treat himself to a car instead. Inko and Toshinori exchanged shy glances, both enjoying the thought of living together. Izuku was happy for them, knowing that if his mother was happy, he would be too. It wasn't an expensive or fancy car, but it was his, and he was proud of it. He opened the door for Momo first so she could enter. As they drove, Izuku spent the time asking questions he felt he should know. Momo and Izuku had been dating for about a month but had kept it private for now, wanting their relationship to be just theirs for a little while longer. Inko playfully warned Izuku, "If I find out you're dating and I'm not informed, I will take action, understood?" Izuku nodded, promising that she would be one of the first to know if he started dating someone. Momo shared some personal details with Izuku that couples should know, ensuring they wouldn't be caught off guard if her parents asked questions. When Izuku asked if she was sure she wanted him to be her boyfriend, Momo confidently replied that she wouldn't want anyone else. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she admitted that Izuku was the best boyfriend option in her class, a sentiment echoed by the other girls. They arrived shortly after, with Izuku opening the door for Momo and handing his keys to the valet. He overheard whispers from people around him, judging him for being with someone like Momo, but they entered the gala nonetheless, with Momo hugging Izuku's arm closer. It's often the case that people judge based on appearance rather than character, Ryukyu remarked, recalling her own experiences of being judged at galas early in her hero career. Izuku met Momo's parents, who were welcoming, appreciating his good reputation from the sports festival. He enjoyed friendly conversation with the Yaoyorosis while Momo excused herself to grab a drink. Izuku offered to get whatever she wanted, but she assured him she could manage. "Wow, leaving your date to entertain your parents alone, not cool," Kendo joked, eliciting laughter from those around her. Momo felt embarrassed, realizing she had left her boyfriend to engage with her parents without her. At the bar, Momo quickly attracted the attention of a young, fit man with a large ego. "Hey, how come someone as pretty as you is here alone? How about I keep you company?" he suggested. "No, thank you. I have a date to get back to," Momo replied after ordering an appletini for herself and a whiskey for Izuku. "Come on, I can promise you a better night," he insisted, winking at her. Momo felt uncomfortable and reiterated, "No, thank you. My date is more than enough." She grabbed her drink and started to walk away, but the man grabbed her wrist, insisting she couldn't walk away from him. Suddenly, Izuku appeared, gripping the man's wrist tightly, causing him to wince in pain. "You should back off when a lady is uncomfortable," Izuku said firmly before releasing him. The man felt as if his arm had just been crushed. "You're a sad excuse for a man," Izuku added, standing his ground. The man, identifying himself as Damien, boasted about his future as a CEO, thinking it would intimidate Izuku. "I'm Izuku Midoriya, hero in training," Izuku replied confidently. Though Damien was ranked higher, Izuku had faced formidable opponents and earned respect as a hero. "I don't even want someone like her," Damien sneered, pushing Izuku's patience to its limit. Izuku turned the man around and delivered a punch that sent him to the floor. Rumi cheered, enjoying the moment, while Izuku felt a sense of satisfaction in standing up for his friends. He was ready to confront the bully further, but Momo intervened as security arrived. It was soon revealed that Damien was kicked out of the venue. Throughout the rest of the evening, Izuku stayed close to Momo, his arm wrapped around her waist. Mitsuki expressed her disbelief that the man had gotten off so easily, and Izuku felt a mix of emotions as he held Momo, trying to calm himself. Momo felt safe in Izuku's embrace, grateful for his defense of her honor. As they drove back, Izuku held her hand and apologized for causing a scene, but Momo reassured him that she appreciated his actions. When they returned to the dorms, Izuku walked Momo to her room. He wanted to go inside but decided against it, simply wishing her good night. Just as he turned to leave, Momo pulled him back, kissed him on the cheek, and whispered her thanks. Their faces lingered close, gazing into each other's eyes, and Momo leaned in again, this time kissing him on the lips. For the group that had just finished gaming, the atmosphere was quite awkward. A woman with a clear crush on Izuku was blushing and visibly embarrassed, while others reacted in varying degrees of shyness. Some, like Namuri and Mina, couldn't take their eyes off him, while others seemed unable to look at him at all, as if they feared being turned to stone. Meanwhile, a few others wore smirks, laughing quietly at the situation, as if they understood the reason behind the reactions. Izuku, however, appeared completely focused on the screen, his expression unreadable. As the screen began to show colors, Truth anticipated the outcome, knowing it wouldn't be pleasant. "Okay, before we really start, this is going to be rough," Truth warned. Izuku, concerned for his friends and family, asked, "What do you mean? Am I going to get seriously hurt again?" He was accustomed to facing pain himself but didn't want his loved ones to witness anything distressing. Truth chuckled lightly, "No, it's so much worse. In this world, you're like a supervillain." The teachers who were reading the notebook exchanged worried glances. "Don't worry too much. Izuku here doesn't want to destroy the world, he just wants to mess with All Might. He tends to go a bit overboard," Truth explained. "But why does he want to go after All Might?" Sato inquired, puzzled. "Yeah, Izuku is the biggest All Might fan," Toru added, causing those unfamiliar with their history to notice her casual use of his first name. Truth continued, it all started when All Might deflated on top of a building. Izuku was already feeling lost after losing Inko, and that pushed him over the edge. He gave up but then learned about One for All and became furious about All Might's perceived indifference, leading him to want to expose the truth. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Puddin, wake up." The green-haired woman known as Miss Joke, or Emmy, appeared, looking different than usual with her hair in pigtails. "So Miss Joke is a villain too?" Sato asked, and Truth nodded. "Yes, but that's a whole other story for another time, maybe when we watch the second part." Emmy urged, "Puddin, you have to wake up, it's a big day today," as she brought breakfast to a figure in bed with messy green hair. "Pumpkin pie, just let me sleep." "I was up all night sending a message to that blonde balloon," he replied, groggily. "Blonde balloon?" Mirio asked, and Izuku explained, "When All Might first told me about his situation, he said he kept skiing air like those pool toys, and the first image that came to mind was a balloon." This made everyone laugh, even Toshinori. A well-trained Izuku finally sat up, looking pale. "We need to help that big man baby remember," Emmy said, glancing at the alarm and smiling. "We have plenty of time for some fun first." With that, Izuku pulled Emmy back into bed, both of them laughing. "Midoriya has game, even if he is a villain," Siro commented, causing the ladies who had openly expressed their crushes to laugh even more, leaving the gamers confused. They couldn't reconcile the idea of Izuku being flirtatious with the shy person they knew. The scene shifted to All Might, who stood over 5 defeated members of the corrupt HPSC, each with a smile carved into their faces. The sight was shocking, even for the pros, and Inko, despite Eri and Kota not watching, blocked their view and closed her eyes, not wanting to see the grim scene. The HPSC had repeatedly pushed down real heroes to elevate their corrupt allies, and now these individuals bore the marks of their crimes. All Might shook his head, heading to UA for an important day at the USJ. "That's a troubling name, but I don't like where this is headed," Kaminari said, having seen enough movies to make the connection. Many shared his unease but were reluctant to confront Izuku, even with All Might by their side. Meanwhile, Bakugo and Class 1A were looking forward to the USJ. He was frustrated after a weekend visit to his father's grave, where he had witnessed his mother crying and reminiscing. "Ah, Bakubro has feelings," Kirishima teased, prompting Bakugo to retort angrily, "Yeah, for you." Mina chimed in, recalling her date with Kirishima, causing both boys to blush. "Shut your face, raccoon eyes. The only people who have feelings are all of you lonely weirdos for DKU." This outburst caused some to blush and others to laugh, but Truth silenced them all. "Man, I'm feeling weird about the break-in," Kaminari said. "That's because you're a crybaby," came the reply. "It was the media, and nothing else, so why was Bakugo crying?" "I'm not crying, Bakugo. I just have this weird vibe about this," he replied. Many students shared the same feeling. "Don't worry about anything, young ones. I am here to keep you safe," All Might said with a laugh, calming the nerves of the kids. They felt secure with the number one hero around to save the day. "I feel like this is going to go so wrong," Toshinori remarked, with AFO and Nizu nodding in agreement. Nizu was just happy to be on the right side. He knew he would have trouble dealing with someone as clever as AFO. Izuku walked into a bar, dressed in a purple suit with his hair slicked back. He wore a confident smile that, unlike All Might's reassuring grin, gave off an unsettling vibe. Beside him stood Emmy, now clad in a red and black spandex suit. "Wow," Kaminari exclaimed, biting his hand as he took in Miss Joke's appearance. It was an instinctive reaction, shared by many of the other straight guys present. Mineta was rocking back and forth, clearly flustered. In the bar sat a man slightly older than Izuku, multiple hands holding him as he played on a Game Boy with his pinky stretched out. Across the bar, someone surrounded by mist was cleaning glasses, while a third figure in a black suit with a breathing mask covered the top of his head. Oh no, Zero said, placing his head in his hands. The League of Villains was already a challenge, but with Izuku joining them, it was going to be pure chaos. Hopefully, with All Might on their side from the start, it would be a better fight. Ah, you have arrived. We have been waiting, AFO said. Sorry for the wait. Mornings took a little longer, but we are here now, so let's get this done, Izuku replied, prompting the Mist Man to step forward after AFO nodded. He opened a portal, and they stepped through without AFO. Without AFO, it felt a little easier to manage, but it still didn't look good for All Might. He was barely holding his own against the League of Villains, even with Izuku's help. Now, he would be facing Izuku. They reached a large underground location filled with thugs. Is this all your power? You would be destroyed the moment you enter, Izuku laughed, which only angered Shigaraki. No, this is just a small glimpse of our power. Kurojairi, bring 2 Nomu. We're only allowed to take 1 Nomu, Kurojairi replied. I don't care. We're bringing 2. Now get them. Shigaraki insisted, scratching his neck in frustration. Oh, what a smart move, AFO remarked, with Nizu agreeing while sipping tea. What do you mean? Inko asked, unafraid of the supervillain. The others were hesitant to inquire further, given his intimidating reputation. Pardon, they are so boring. When are we going to have some fun? Emi said, hugging Izuku's arm and playfully using his hand. That can wait. We have to do this first, Izuku replied, preparing for the next phase of his plan. The harlot is in heat, Namuri joked, causing Emi to laugh. You're one to talk, Miss Bar Date, she shot back, sparking laughter and blushes among the group. Izuku groaned and buried his face in his palms. Now let's get moving, hands. With that, Shigaraki scratched harder but nodded to Kurojairi, who opened a portal. The smaller villains began to pour out as Shigaraki and Kurojairi moved forward. Ready to see an old flame? Maybe you can reignite it, Izuku teased, handing Emi a small flamethrower, prompting her laughter. That's a pretty good joke, Dabi said, with Aizawa chuckling in agreement, even if the joke was at his expense. He is called the Joker, at least he has jokes, Owaze added, with Setsuna joining in on the laughter. The students were in a panic as villains attacked with a massive army. If it weren't for All Might, they feared they would have been defeated. At that moment, All Might was handling the villains until he stopped. The students then saw him. The purple suit, green hair, pale skin, and a massive smile on his face, there was no mistaking it. It was the Joker. All Might's expression shifted when he saw him. Come on, big guy. I thought smiling was your whole thing, you know, to hide the fear, right? Ha ha ha. Izuku laughed. Such a villain line, you should really try acting, Izuku, Tomoko giggled, amused by his dramatic performance. The thought of Izuku in theatrical clothing acting in a romantic play with her as the lead female crossed her mind. All Might lunged to punch Izuku, but a Nomu blocked his attack. Sorry, Mighty. We might have it out later, you know, when it's a fairer fight. For now, I'm going to entertain the kids. I hope we can chat before we go, Izuku said before jumping into a portal with Emi toward the children and the other teachers. Not to throw All Might under the bus, but please let him stay down there, Ojiro said, clearly not looking forward to facing someone who had used 5 people as a message without breaking a sweat. The kids and teachers should have run away, but witnessing All Might struggle in battle shocked them. Izuku and Emi jumped in front of the gate. Hope we didn't interrupt the show, but we should be the ones to entertain you at this point, Izuku announced, catching the attention of the teachers and students. Aizawa laughed so hard he was in tears until Emi playfully shot him in the stomach. He wasn't injured, but he was unable to use his quirk. What did you do? Pudden asked. It's the wrong gun, she replied before Izuku pulled out a new pistol and handed it to her. Emi then shot Aizawa in the knee and arm and 13 in the upper leg. I know what that is, Izuku and Kirishima said, both feeling frustrated. Izuku felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He was using bullets made from his daughter. Don't worry, Izuku. You took them right after you helped Eri escape from the overhaul group and gave her to a group of kind people. Before you ask, you didn't take her yourself because you were being pursued by a constant army of heroes and police. The students began to scream in fear. Bakugo charged forward, ready to confront them. Izuku ducked under Bakugo's punch and injected him with a syringe. Bakugo fell to the floor, laughing uncontrollably. What was that, Miss Joke's quirk? Fukidashi asked, with Truth explaining. Yes and no. It's a liquid Izuku made from Emi's blood, which she willingly donated. It lasts for 2 hours and forces the user to laugh and maintain a smile like Izuku's. He calls it Joker Venom. Now be good little brats and be quiet, Emi said, using her flamethrower against the charging Kirishima, who fell to the ground in pain. The students were paralyzed with fear, unable to act. Joker knew exactly how they would respond. Now, please, I'm going to talk with Toshinori, or All Might. With that, Izuku walked down the stairs. Pumpkin, if one of them moves, take out 2 of them. Your choice, he finished with a laugh. I swear, he is a better villain than us, Toga remarked, while the kid struggled to understand. I mean, the idea of taking out 2 if one attacks is a smart move. It makes people think twice before acting. Plus, taking 2 members out that quickly and effortlessly discourages anyone from fighting back, Aizawa explained. Izuku walked down to see the 2 defeated Nomu, with Shigaraki and Kurogiri standing face to face with All Might. He grabbed a second gun and began shooting Shigaraki in the arms and legs. Why did you do that? Shigaraki asked. To stop you from killing All Might, of course. I need him alive, Izuku replied, walking next to them. Kurogiri, get him out of here before I take action. Kurogiri complied, not wanting to test his luck. Izuku then turned his gun toward All Might, who was barely holding on to his muscular form. What is his deal? First, he defeats us in 2 moves, and now he has All Might on the ropes but doesn't finish him off. What is his endgame? Shinso asked, struggling to grasp the full supervillain mentality. Izuku emptied his magazine into All Might's arms and legs until All Might deflated, and the last bullet shot past him. Now you wanted to fight me, right, Toshi? Come on, 2 quirkless fighters smiling at each other, Izuku laughed as he began to punch Toshinori on the floor. Toshinori lay on the ground, his nose bleeding and one eye swollen shut. Kids, look at the symbol of peace, the hero of all, the defender of the innocent. Beaten and bloodied under a quirkless villain, ha ha ha. Emi laughed while the students cried in fear. Taking out the number 1 hero in front of the next generation of heroes is a brilliant move to discourage them. Most young heroes aspire to follow in All Might's footsteps, so seeing him like this would be devastating, AFO said, impressed with his son's audacious plan while feeling disappointed in his current successor, who would have never devised such a strategy. Izuku took a picture of All Might, beaten with a red smile on his face, alongside his own face. He posted the picture with the caption, "It's a hero's job to smile even in the face of defeat." As the screen faded to black, Izuku's eerie laughter echoed. Yeah, I don't want to deal with evil Izuku, like at all, Tsuyu said, and everyone, even the villains, agreed. Izuku was incredibly clever, and using that intelligence for villainy was a bit much. Well, villain Izuku doesn't appear that often. I'm not a fan of him myself. I do enjoy anti-hero or vigilante Izuku from time to time. Sometimes he takes a strange route, which can be entertaining, Truth said, making everyone feel better. Most preferred to see hero Izuku above all else. Monoma managed to find a seat just a few away from Izuku. Truth smiled at Monoma, already anticipating what was about to unfold. Let's see what to watch next, Truth said, switching it up again for everyone and allowing them to vote. In a world where heroes and villains coexist, Izuku Midoriya finds himself in various extraordinary scenarios, each showcasing his unique abilities and character development. In one tale, Izuku embodies the spirit of a powerful hero, drawing on the strengths of iconic figures from different universes. He navigates challenges with the powers reminiscent of characters like Captain America and the speed of Savitar, all while maintaining his core values of justice and friendship. As he encounters allies and adversaries, Izuku's interactions reveal his growth. He learns to balance his heroic aspirations with the weight of responsibility, often reflecting on the importance of teamwork and trust. In moments of doubt, his friends rally around him, providing support and encouragement that strengthens their bonds. In another story, Izuku takes on the role of a dual-natured character, acting as a hero by day and an anti-hero by night. This complexity adds depth to his character, allowing him to explore the gray areas of morality and the choices that define him. Throughout these adventures, Izuku also discovers the power of music, using his voice to inspire those around him. His songs resonate with his classmates, creating a sense of unity and hope in their community. As the chapters unfold, Izuku's journey is filled with excitement, challenges, and emotional moments that shape him into the hero he aspires to be. Each story, while distinct, contributes to the larger narrative of growth, friendship, and the pursuit of one's true potential. When Truth mentioned giving a vote, everyone became excited about sharing their choices. Suggestions flew around, with some saying, him as a demon, while others chimed in with ideas like, oh, him as a cyborg or robot, or maybe as a pro-hero. One voice piped up, one where he doesn't get all the attention, earning glares from the onlookers. Him as a family man, someone suggested, to which another replied, oh, that sounds like a fun idea. Kirishima added, I kind of wish for a bit more action. The group slowly agreed, and Truth proposed, how about him being immortal or unkillable? Everyone nodded in agreement. Truth explained, so he is immortal. Well, sort of. He ages and can die of old age, but there's no other way to kill him. Even if Aizawa tried, it wouldn't work. His quirk is a unique mutation, super regeneration. Nothing can nullify it, not even Aizawa's quirk or the special bullets that stopped Mirio's quirk. He's also much stronger than an average person. His regeneration keeps his muscles in top shape, so even if he ate 1,000,000 calories, he would still be fit. Some of the girls and guys felt a pang of jealousy, wishing they could eat whatever they wanted without consequences. Can his quirk be stolen? Someone asked. Nope, it can't be taken. You tried when he was at the doctor's office, but it didn't work, Truth replied, glancing at AFO, who was intrigued by the power of such a quirk. Now let's get to watching, Truth said, snapping his fingers to start the show. The screen displayed a beautiful sky with the sun shining and a gentle breeze. As the camera panned down, it revealed a young boy, Izuku Midoriya, around 9 years old, being held by a man who was threatening him. Izuku wore a bored expression, which surprised the viewers. I really hope he has his quirk by now, Sato said, and most agreed. Izuku looks bored, and I don't think someone who thinks they might die would look like that, Mitsuki remarked, not expecting her nephew to be in such danger. Give me 500 million yen and a truck to get out of here before I do something drastic, the man yelled. Let the kid go. After that, we can talk about the money, Death Arm, the hero on the scene, called out, wanting to prevent harm to the child. That's a lot to ask. At least hold on to something else to increase your chances, AFO advised, explaining that having more hostages could improve negotiations. Izuku, recognizing the strategy, added, if you want something from someone, it's better to hold 2 of the things they want instead of just 1. This was a tactic he had learned to deal with bullies. Izuku's mother stepped forward, saying, can you let him go? We have dinner with friends soon, and we don't want to be late. Her calm demeanor shocked everyone. Don't you get it? If I don't get that money, your son isn't going to eat anything because he'll be gone, the man retorted. Then do it. Shoot him and get it over with. It's not like you have the courage to do that anyway, she challenged, leaving everyone stunned. Inko expressed her discomfort, saying, I get he's unkillable, but I don't like hearing someone talk about my son like that. The others chuckled at the oddity of the situation, feeling strange at the thought of a mother speaking so boldly. It's super weird to see, but really cool to see Midoriya like that, Setsuna commented, making Inko smile at the nickname. Izuku, please stop playing around, his mother urged. Okay. Mom, he replied, then swiftly grabbed the man's wrist, surprising him and causing him to fire the gun. Panic ensued, except for Inko, who remained calm. The heroes rushed in, but before they could reach him, Izuku flipped the man over, disarming him in the process. Wow, that was impressive. Kamakiri exclaimed, while the others who enjoyed action movies admired the scene. That was a great takedown. Nice use of the wrist, Aizawa commented, though he added, it would have been better if you hadn't gotten hurt, but decent work for a 9-year-old. Sorry, Mom, but I got some stains on my shirt, Izuku said with a smile, standing there as if nothing had happened. The group was unsure how to react to the boy who seemed unfazed by the chaos around him. Only Izuku would apologize about a shirt stain after such a moment, someone joked, causing laughter among the students. I'd be mad if that joke wasn't so funny, Izuku chuckled, sharing a laugh with his friends. Come on, Izuku, we should get going. We still have dinner to make it to, Inko said, glancing at her watch. Izuku nodded and started walking toward her, but Death Arm stopped him, insisting, no, you need to see a doctor. You just got shot. No, thank you, Inko replied, showing a card with Nizu's number. Any questions can be directed to him, but for now, we have dinner to attend. With that, both Inko and Izuku headed over to the Bakugos for dinner. Left behind, Death Arm made the call to Nizu, who relished these kinds of moments. He had met Izuku shortly after the boy turned 5, when Izuku had been involved in a chaotic incident during a fight he was helping with. To say how shocked everyone was after moving the car and crying next to the scene, Izuku found himself face to face with a now fine 5-year-old boy in messy clothing. Instead of crying or yelling, the boy began to excitedly talk about being in front of heroes. Classic Deku behavior, Kami remarked, eliciting giggles from the girls while Izuku shook his head with a smile. It was strange to see a child who had once been in such a dire situation now muttering about how Nizu was the only animal pro out there, attributing his genius intellect to the many agencies that sought his help in rescue missions. Nizu took that moment to stay in touch with the Midoriya family, ensuring that any hero wanting to learn about Izuku's quirk or life had to go through him. He loved hearing stories of Izuku overcoming life-threatening injuries and even suggested self-defense training. Money wasn't an issue, as Inko had made some wise investments, allowing her to work from home and spend time with her son. Midoriya got that cake, Kami joked, while Mineta wanted to agree but was stopped when Izuku, All Might in his heroic form, and AFO glared at him. He didn't even notice Bakugo, Mitsuki, or the other girls interested in Izuku glaring at him. He closed his eyes and looked down, wanting to enjoy life for a while. He might have his desires, but he wasn't reckless. The scene shifted to UA, where a group of new students sat in their classroom, all except Izuku. They were trying to make friends, with the girls chatting and the boys forming smaller groups. Bakugo sat in his chair, feet on the table, ignoring Ida, who was trying to engage him. Bakugo had no interest in conversation at that moment, planning to act tough until Deku arrived. Please don't do what I think you're going to do, Izuku said with a smile, as Truth laughed. The pros began to understand what was about to happen, with Toga, Dabi, and Stain eagerly anticipating the reactions of the others. Izuku Midoriya was with his teachers, who were also curious about the upcoming events. Aizawa and Nemuri walked with Izuku toward homeroom. Standing at 2 meters tall, Izuku was taller than both of them. Nemuri clung to his arm, claiming it was to prevent him from getting lost in the large school. Izuku didn't mind, he enjoyed the attention. So, this Izuku is at least honest with his thoughts. If you ever want me hugging your big strong arms, just ask, and I will be your koala all day long, Nemuri said, leaning toward him. Oh, me too, Mina chimed in, with other girls agreeing. To everyone's surprise, Izuku didn't blush as he usually would, he simply smiled. As they approached the door, Izuku signaled for them to step back slightly. He entered the room, and immediately, all eyes were on him. Yo, the name. Izuku began, but before he could finish, Bakugo jumped on him, causing a loud explosion. The students reacted with shock, yelling in disbelief. However, laughter soon followed as they realized it was all part of the act, with ketchup sprayed on the walls instead of anything real. It looked so fake and rather amusing to them. That blast was better than last time. Nice. Izuku said as he sat back up, surprising the students when his face began to reform. Now, yo, my name is Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you. Bakugo helped him up, laughing at the shocked expressions of their classmates. Midoriya's quirk makes him unkillable. Nothing any of you can do can end his life. We know, we've tried, Bakugo explained. Even electrocution? Kaminari asked, recalling a past incident. Yeah, I think we did that when you turned 10, right? Izuku replied, reminiscing about the car battery incident. While it's weird, it would be cool to try once, Sato said. I always wondered if I could punch through someone like in those action movies, Kirishima added, imagining himself as an action hero. For Izuku, this was all part of his quirk training, learning to handle pain and unusual moments. Kaminari grabbed Izuku's head and poured all his power into him, causing Izuku's eyes to explode. He blinked once, and they were back to normal, perfectly fine. So, as quirk training, you really just kept killing yourself. Cool but so weird, Shoji remarked. I mean, after a while, I guess it's the same as doing squats or leg presses, Rumi mused, wondering if it compared to the pain she endured in her daily workouts. Izuku was curious about what Monoma was thinking while the others were casting their votes for the story. He couldn't understand why Monoma would want to compare sizes. He wasn't very familiar with what guy friends did in their spare time, but he was fairly certain it wasn't that. Besides, he and Monoma weren't even friends. Izuku always tried his best to make friends, especially since he had a long list of enemies and bullies who already disliked him. With his aspirations of becoming a hero, that list would only grow. But for his classmates at UA, he made an effort to connect with everyone, whether they were in a business course or part of the Big Three. To him, everyone deserved friendship. Unfortunately, Monoma was often rude to him, which made Izuku feel frustrated. He didn't want to ruin his relationship with the 1B students, but Monoma's behavior was certainly a reason to limit his visits. Pixie Bob suggested a beach episode featuring Izuku in a Speedo, which made Izuku cringe at the thought. Kami chimed in, imagining Izuku in a loincloth with a primal look in his eyes. Kaminari added that they should give him swords to cut things up, pretending to unsheath an imaginary sword. Ida proposed the idea of Midoriya having a speed quirk, which everyone seemed to like. He asked about Izuku's top speed, eager to compare it with his own abilities. The response left everyone in awe when they learned that Izuku could reach around 187.765 miles per hour. They had heard of fast before, but this was on another level. The scene shifted to Izuku in high school at Aldera, where he was busy learning advanced mechanical techniques. Pony wondered if Izuku's speed quirk made him smarter, to which Izuku chuckled, acknowledging the nerdy part of it. Truth explained that his quirk accelerated everything, including his brain, allowing him to read an entire book in just 2 weeks. This led to some playful banter among his classmates, with Kyoka expressing her wish to read that fast to make homework easier. Izuku was focused on his studies, flipping through pages at super speed, completely engrossed in his work. He was so absorbed that he didn't notice when the teacher began discussing their futures. Bakugo interrupted him, reminding him that class was over and confirming their dinner plans. Izuku agreed to pick up some tuna on his way to deliver a parcel. Inko, Izuku's mother, playfully remarked on how cute he was as a DLVRY boy, which made him blush. He worked for a hero agency as their top DLVRY boy, using his quirk to make deliveries efficiently. As he prepared to head out, Bakugo offered to help him with the next DLVRY. After a quick trip on the train, which felt slow to Izuku, he arrived at the Ryukyu agency. He put on his DLVRY cap and greeted the receptionist, Nijire, who blushed at his presence. After showing her his identification, she handed him the parcel he needed to deliver. With the parcel secured, Izuku took off in a racing stance, the force of his speed causing the door to close behind him. Eri and Koda watched in excitement as he dashed away, trying to mimic his speed. It was a heartwarming sight, with Eri doing her best to keep up, though Koda was a bit faster. It would take Izuku not even an hour to travel from the top of Japan to the bottom, and that would be without using his full speed. He didn't know how to bypass buildings yet. It took him around 5 minutes to reach his destination and deliver the folder. Ragdoll expressed her excitement about the idea of traveling that fast. She often craved fresh fish and thought about how wonderful it would be to run to the coast and buy some in just 10 minutes, or to enjoy a meal in the mountains in only 30 minutes. The thought of skipping the long car rides to get fast food was thrilling. On his way back, Izuku stopped at his favorite fish market, where he knew the owners. "Hey Gon," he greeted. Gon, who stood at 5 feet 5 inches with dark green spiky hair, wore green shorts and a white t-shirt. He always carried a fishing rod. "What can I get you?" Gon asked. "I need some good tuna," Izuku replied. Gon proudly showed him a thick, healthy tuna that Izuku took as he ran back home. Back at UA, Izuku wore a big smile on his face. After 2 weeks of hard work with Meihatsum from the support course, he had finally finished his hero suit. It was a large, impressive piece of armor that looked intimidating against villains. Melissa admired the detailed design, noting its potential scare factor. Mei was already brainstorming ideas for additional pieces for other students. The armor was lightweight, allowing Izuku to reach his top speed without hindrance. It was also bulletproof and resistant to knives, thanks to Todoroki's help in testing materials. Izuku had to travel about 15 minutes to get the best soba in Japan as part of their deal. "I would be okay with that deal," Shoto said, looking at Izuku. Izuku sighed and shook his head, jokingly offering to pay with cold soba if he ever needed help creating a heat-resistant suit. Shoto cheered, causing everyone to laugh. Now that his suit was complete, Izuku was proud of its design. It was a solid piece of armor without weak points, a concept that initially seemed crazy to Mei. However, during his internships, Izuku had learned to phase through objects, a skill that surprised everyone. "What?" multiple people exclaimed. It gets explained later on, and yes, it's sort of like Mirio's quirk, but Izuku can phase through people, truth clarified, leaving others in awe of his abilities. Izuku had his internship with Gran Torino, a rather eccentric old man. When Izuku first entered the building, he found Gran Torino lying face down, which initially looked alarming. However, he soon realized it was just ketchup and sausage. "Did he really do that?" Ochiko asked, laughing when Izuku nodded. Momo chimed in, recalling Gran Torino's past battles. "Yes, he was my mentor during my first year at UA and a close friend of my master, the 7th user of OFA. He has a unique teaching style," Toshinori reminisced. Izuku quickly moved to help Gran Torino, who shot up and dusted himself off, declaring, "I'm alive." The rest of the internship involved Izuku either enhancing his already impressive speed or learning new ways to utilize it. He gained a lot from the internship, discovering a special type of energy he called the Speed Force, which he could HRNSS for attacks. Initially skeptical of Gran Torino's methods, Izuku soon found himself amazed by the old man's knowledge. "Because that man is the devil," they both said in unison, sharing a laugh. To others, he was just a quirky old man, but to Izuku and Toshinori, he was a formidable mentor. Izuku spent half the week with Gran Torino, learning to manipulate his molecules at different speeds, allowing him to phase through objects. When he returned to UA and demonstrated his new skills, Midnight made a joke about needing Izuku's help at night, which drew laughter from some of the women. The guys remained quiet, aware of Midnight's interest in Izuku but finding the humor a bit dry. Surprisingly, Izuku sat there with a smile, only slightly blushing. Chapter end. Great suggestion, Inko. Do we have any more suggestions? Truth asked, prompting a flurry of ideas from the group. Izuku was a ninja, and he also had a talent for boxing. Sato and Ojiro suggested gaining some support, but it wasn't enough to get chosen. Izuku often sang songs, which caught the attention of Achiko, who mentioned that a big group of girls were backing him, although the guys didn't fully agree. Kaminari, ignoring the disapproving looks from the women, expressed his desire for some action instead of just singing. Mineta chimed in with a mischievous grin, suggesting a world filled with attractive women. Truth, with a playful tone, agreed and hinted at a particular world he had in mind. Toga, confused at first, quickly caught on when Truth clarified his idea, leading to some whispering among the women. Achiko was chosen to lead the Liking Deku Club and was pushed forward to explain the rules. Truth laid out the plan. Izuku would be completely unaware of what was happening around him, unable to see or hear anything. The group would have a separate area to watch, and they were excited about the prospect. Izuku sat in the middle, and everyone else was divided on either side, curious about what they were about to witness. Masaru asked what they were watching, and Truth explained that they would see a world where Izuku was the only man in Japan, but there was more to it. Kaminari realized that some of them would be portrayed as women, sparking a lively discussion among the guys about how they might look. Nizu inquired about how humanity would continue in this scenario, prompting Truth to explain that it began with a decline in the male population, which went unnoticed until it became critical. As females began to gain quirks and the male population dwindled, women decided to invest in human growth, leading to a unique situation. Mineta, feeling envious, asked if they were really going to see a world where only Izuku was a guy. Truth confirmed this, and with a snap of his fingers, the show began. The screen displayed the hallways of UA, eventually focusing on Izuku, who appeared disheveled and sweaty as he approached a vending machine. Kaminari joked about Izuku's workout, while Shiro speculated about who his workout partner might be. The women watched eagerly, hoping to be part of his life. Izuku took a deep breath and headed back, needing to prepare for what was next. As he entered a room, he found the women of Class 1A and 1B, along with Mei and Namiri, resting on futons. They appeared to be in a peaceful state, which led to a mix of reactions from the guys watching. Izuku, focused on the scene, was oblivious to the curious stares directed at him. The women who weren't part of the scene felt a pang of jealousy, wishing they could switch places with their classmates. However, they smiled at the thought of Izuku's growing confidence as he navigated the situation. Izuku moved to the corner where his belongings were set up, ready to continue his day. He first grabbed his phone and saw a series of messages. Kaken reminded him not to forget about Friday, as he had made a promise. Auntie inquired when he would visit again, expressing her longing for his company. Bunny playfully challenged him to either keep her entertained or face her wrath. Pixie Bob urged him to visit, reminding him of his promise. These were just a few of the texts that filled his screen. Masaru reflected on his unusual situation, feeling a bit uncomfortable seeing his wife text their nephew in such a casual manner. He noted that in this world, he was just a donor and didn't know them well. Mineta, frustrated, wanted to confront Izuku for being a womanizer, especially since he had many admirers. Truth shook his head at Mineta's thoughts, realizing he needed to learn how to treat others with respect before he could find a meaningful relationship. Bakugo dealt with teasing from his peers, frustrated that his female counterpart seemed overly interested in Izuku. While he didn't dislike Izuku, he certainly didn't want to be in a compromising position with him. Bakugo preferred to face challenges head-on rather than in such a manner. Izuku tucked his phone away and got dressed, contemplating how he had reached this point in his life. At 19, he felt as though he had lived for 42 years. It was a perplexing thought. Magic! Kaminari exclaimed, causing laughter among their classmates. They speculated about the nature of his situation, with many guessing it had to do with quirks or some extraordinary phenomenon. Truth clarified that maintaining a universe or multiverse required hard work. Izuku reflected on his life, realizing he was living a second chance. 20 years ago, he would have been just a thought in his father's mind, but now he was a 20-year-old in his second year at UA, in a different world. His classmates were different, with a significant number being female. Despite his past relationships, he found himself single in this new life. During his third year at UA, Izuku had taken on a leadership role in the fight against the League of Villains. He had lost many friends in battle, and during a final confrontation with Shigaraki, both had perished, leading to the League's victory. Shigaraki had used a powerful quirk, causing devastation. In what he thought was his end, Izuku encountered a mysterious entity that sent him to this new world for a fresh start. "That's quite the evil plan," Sato remarked, and Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. He questioned how Shigaraki had acquired such a quirk, recalling that in their world, Shigaraki only had decay. Truth explained that Shigaraki had stolen a powerful quirk from All for One, which had allowed him to challenge Izuku effectively. Izuku learned that he was the first male born with a quirk in Japan in over 55 years, and his physical abilities were enhanced. As he walked down the hallway, he spotted Aizawa and Present Mike engaged in conversation. They both smiled as he approached, with Present Mike's grin being particularly wide. "You look great," Present Mike complimented, while Aizawa offered a more subdued greeting. Namuri playfully whistled at their appearance, acknowledging their good looks despite their unconventional hairstyles. As Izuku got closer, Present Mike greeted him enthusiastically, asking if he had completed his task. Setsuna joked about Present Mike's eagerness, while Rumi commented on Izuku's impressive presence. Curious about the task, Shoto asked what it entailed. "I think I did, but I can't be sure," Izuku replied, giving Aizawa a friendly kiss on the cheek. Just then, his phone vibrated, and he realized he needed to hurry. Rumi was gathering everyone, and he didn't want to miss out on the fun. He dashed away, enjoying the laughter from Present Mike as he left. Why does Midoriya have the stamina of a superhero? Kaminari wondered aloud, prompting laughter from the group. Truth chimed in, noting that Izuku's stamina was impressive, making him a formidable presence. As Izuku made his way to Rumi, Present Mike and Aizawa headed to the classroom. Upon entering, they were greeted by an unexpected sight. All the women from 1A and 1B, along with Mei, were sprawled out on the floor. It was clear to Izuku and the other women that something unusual was happening. Each woman had a noticeable change in their appearance, and Namuri was the only one awake, having just come from the shower. She sat comfortably on a chair, feeling empowered by the attention she was receiving from Izuku, who was wide-eyed and speechless at the sight of her. "Hey, what are you doing here? If you wanted to see Aizu, you just missed him," she said playfully, drying herself off. Present Mike chimed in, suggesting they could all hang out over the weekend. Namuri then shared her hopeful belief that she might be expecting a baby, placing a hand on her belly as she envisioned a future with a child. "Inko, Izuku's mother," exclaimed in surprise, bringing Izuku back to reality. She reminded everyone that he had already unintentionally gotten Ochiko Prgnant in the past, which led to a mix of reactions and laughter among the group. As the conversation continued, the women began to share their own thoughts about the possibility of having children with Izuku, imagining him entering the room with a smile, surrounded by babies that looked like a blend of them all. Shiro commented on the awkwardness of the situation, while Bakugo, feeling embarrassed, protested against Mina's teasing. The playful banter continued, with everyone enjoying the light-hearted moment. The chapter concluded with a note about potential future stories, inviting readers to share their thoughts and preferences. Truth had managed to mute Bakugo, rendering him unable to make a sound despite his furious expressions and the sparks flying from his hands. To Mitsuki, this was a moment of bliss. After years of enduring her son's loud outbursts, She recalled a time when his cries had woken her from sleep, his frustration directed at a cartoon character asking for directions. "Can you give me that ability, please?" she nearly begged Truth, who chuckled in response. "Don't worry, Mitsuki. I'm sure that once you all leave here, he'll be a different person. But if he still yells at that cartoon character when you return, I'll grant you that ability myself," he assured her, prompting a sigh of relief from her. As their conversation continued, Truth snapped his fingers, initiating a transformation. All Might shifted from his skeletal form into a healthier-looking version of himself, while AFO regained his face, his scars fading away. The brightness of the light was overwhelming, as he hadn't seen color in over 6 years. Mirio experienced a sensation he hadn't felt in months, his quirk had returned. Testing it out, he phased his hand through Tamaki's chair, tears of joy filling his eyes. He had feared he would have to give up on being a hero for years, but now that worry was gone. Aizawa noticed a change on his face, the scar from the USJ incident had vanished. He felt restored, ready to use his quirk at full capacity again. Toga's eyes widened momentarily as the voice in her head, which had urged her to seek blood, faded to silence. This was a new experience for her. Usually, after drinking blood, the silence lasted only a day at most. She had learned that the source of the blood mattered. If it was given willingly by someone she cared for, the silence could last much longer. Izuku felt a warm sensation enveloping him, a soothing warmth that healed. He looked at his arms, noticing the scars disappearing. Eri and Kota, witnessing this transformation, asked about his injuries. "Papa, what's happening? Where are your Aokis?" Eri inquired, leaving Izuku momentarily speechless. "That's my doing," Truth explained. "I removed everyone's injuries, Izuku's scars, Toshi's wound, AFO's face, Toga's struggles. Anything that troubled you, I fixed. So my arms are as good as new now?" Izuku asked, receiving a nod from Truth. Eager to test his newfound abilities, he attempted some handstand push-ups, focusing intently on his balance, unaware that his shirt had slipped, revealing his toned abs. The sight drew the attention of the women present, who couldn't help but admire him. Before Izuku could continue, Truth snapped his fingers, teleporting him back to his seat. "As entertaining as that was, I prefer not to drown." "I can feel the humidity rising with every move you make," Truth remarked, causing the women to blush, realizing the unintended implications. "How about we listen to some of Izuku's songs?" Inko suggested, prompting an embarrassed reaction from Izuku, who called out to his mother. "Oh yes, that would be lovely. I haven't heard him sing since he was 8, Mitsuki added, further flustering Izuku. The women were thrilled by this revelation. "Wait, our Izuku can sing?" Achiko asked, with Inko and Toshinori confirming. "Yes, he used to sing all the time, but around 8 or 9, he became shy and only sang on special occasions," Inko reminisced, recalling the last birthday when he had sung just for her. "That sounds like a great idea, Inko. Let's take a vote," suggested one of the others. Instantly, Izuku's family and the girls who admired him responded with enthusiastic agreement, leaving the boys with no chance to object. "These are all songs from our Izuku, the only change I made is that the videos have visuals, but that doesn't matter," Truth said, snapping his fingers to start the first song. "A little shy, but that's okay. A little quirky, wouldn't you say? But that's just the way I am. I have everything to prove and nothing to lose, so I'm going to do what I can with what I have." The first song was about Achiko, and Mina commented on how sweet it was, causing Izuku to feel embarrassed. He remembered that it wasn't the most romantic song he had written about his classmates or even about Achiko. Achiko blushed deeply, her first crush had made a song about her. She recalled being present during the school festival after the overhaul raid when Jiro wrote Hero 2. It took Jiro some time to release the song, which emerged from her reflections on childhood and her inspiration. The lyrics expressed determination and resilience, emphasizing the desire to touch hearts and rise above judgment. Shiro noted that the song referenced the sports festival where Ochako nearly took down Bakugo, a moment Izuku had replayed in his mind multiple times. It was a significant memory for him, as Ochako was not only his first real friend but also the first girl he had fought against Bakugo. Despite Bakugo's past as a bully, Izuku admired Ochako's bravery in standing up to him. Mina affectionately told Ochako that they loved her just the way she was, kissing her on the cheek, which made Ochako smile through her blush. Setsuna remarked on how talented Izuku was at creating beats, and the group shared a light-hearted moment. The next part of the song reflected on family and the hope that parents would be proud of their gifts. Inko expressed pride in Ochako, leading to playful teasing from Kaminari about Izuku and Ochako possibly being like a daughter-in-law. This made Izuku blush as he imagined a future with Ochako, causing her to float slightly in excitement until truth gently held her down. As the song continued, Mineta made a comment that earned him a stern look from Izuku, prompting laughter from the group. They acknowledged that while Mineta had a bold approach, it was important to put oneself out there. Toru then asked Jiro for her thoughts on the song, noticing her blushing while lost in thought about a duet with Izuku. Momo teased Jiro, who was brought back to reality by a gentle touch. Jiro admitted the song was really good but wondered why Izuku hadn't sung during the festival, prompting Eri and Kota to chime in with their own questions. Izuku explained that he struggled with being in front of a large crowd, which made everyone laugh. Kirishima agreed, while Monoma chimed in with a comment that made Izuku take a deep breath to calm himself. He didn't like seeing his friends talked down to and felt the need to stand up for them. As the group expressed interest in hearing a second song, Truth snapped his fingers, signaling the start of the next performance. My friends keep encouraging me to tap into my full potential. They don't truly understand the challenges I've faced and the experiences that have shaped me. I look at my hands, these exams feel easy. I have determination in my DNA. I can't forget the painful memories of the past, and the reflection of those moments still haunts me. I've learned to control the fire within, and I won't let anyone underestimate me. When villains try to challenge me, they quickly realize the consequences. Mina expressed her excitement about the music, but her mood shifted when she learned about the past incident. Shoto, curious, asked if Izuku had really made a song about it. Izuku explained that creating music helped him process his thoughts and emotions. He apologized to Shoto, who reassured him that it was a good song, emphasizing their friendship. This made Izuku smile, and Toya complimented the clever use of fire and ice in the lyrics, proud of his younger brother for having such a supportive friend. Shoto reflected on his struggles, acknowledging the pain he carries. He shared that while the lyrics were sad, they contributed to who he is today, and he would never blame his mother for what happened. They all knew there was someone responsible for the turmoil. As Shoto continued to express himself through music, he felt the weight of his emotions. Hound Dog, who was nearby, offered to help if Shoto ever wanted to talk about his family issues. Shoto considered the offer, appreciating the support. Determined, he resolved to face his challenges head-on, refusing to make excuses. He felt a fire within him, ready to unleash his true potential. The villains needed to understand that he was caught between his current reality and his aspirations. He was ready to push himself, striving for greatness, and he wouldn't settle for anything less. With newfound resolve, Shoto prepared to confront his past and embrace his future. Monoma had just gotten up when Izuku approached him. "Oh, so now you're resorting to violence when someone says something you don't like? What a terrible hero you are," Monoma taunted, trying to provoke Izuku into looking like the bad guy. "I'm not a hero right now. You've been talking badly about my friends ever since I met you. Just when I expect you to say something nice, you open your mouth and talk more nonsense," Izuku replied, cracking his knuckles. "I'm just pointing out what others are too blind to see," Monoma retorted, adopting a fighting stance. "Now I'll show you what a real hero looks like." He rushed forward, but was suddenly stopped by Truth. "Let's do it like this." With a snap of his fingers, both Monoma and Izuku found themselves inside a boxing ring, wearing boxing shorts and no shirts. No gloves, no quirks, just a fair fight, Truth announced, exciting the crowd eager to see a match between two of their best fighters. The girls were particularly thrilled to see Izuku shirtless. No rounds, just keep going until one of you can't continue. Begin. Monoma, looking relatively fit with a faint six-pack, charged at Izuku. Izuku covered up, and just as Monoma threw a right hook, Izuku ducked and landed a solid hook to Monoma's chin. The impact rocked Monoma, and before he could react, Izuku followed up with a left jab to his nose. The crowd heard a sickening crack as Monoma's nose broke under the force of Izuku's punch. Overwhelmed by pain and disorientation, Monoma fell to the ground, completely knocked out. His last thought was that Izuku must have used his quirk, which was impossible since Truth had locked it away. "Truth, could you please return my scars?" Izuku asked, looking himself over. Sure, but why?" Truth replied, puzzled but willing to help. "They're a reminder of my journey. I'd prefer to keep the discomfort away," Izuku explained. Each scar represented his growth and strength. With another snap of Truth's fingers, the scars returned, but Izuku's arms remained uninjured. As Izuku exited the ring, his outfit transformed back to normal clothing, much to his surprise and the disappointment of the girls. "Now for him," Truth said, snapping his fingers again. The ring vanished, and Monoma was seated in a chair on the other side, wearing a shirt that read, "I am an idiot and tried fighting Izuku." The crowd erupted in laughter, even as Monoma remained unconscious but with a healed nose. "Let's watch something fun," Truth declared, not giving anyone a choice as the screen began to display colors. "What is this about?" May asked, and Truth explained. "In this world, Izuku was summoned to a different realm where some of you already exist. Unlike before, he didn't have a quirk, or rather, in his original world, there were no quirks. But in the world he was summoned to, magic exists." This revelation excited everyone, as they enjoyed stories involving magic. Yes, although he started with weak magic, he changed after being betrayed by one of his classmates, Monoma. Before they were summoned, Momo and Izuku were quite close. Momo had a huge crush on Izuku. She began reading the same manga, watching the same anime, and playing the same games. Izuku was oblivious at first, but Monoma noticed and was frustrated because he had feelings for her too. Momo blushed at the mention of her crush, but frowned when she heard about Monoma's feelings. So, Monoma attacked Izuku with a fireball, but no one knew he did it, and they thought Izuku had died. However, he survived and became incredibly strong. "Now, let's begin." The screen started to play. It showed Izuku, but he looked very different. His hair was pure white, one eye was covered by an eye patch, and one arm was robotic. He wore a long black coat and sat on a log, staring into a fire. Suddenly, someone emerged from what looked like an SUV. "Looking good, Izuku." "Really badass," Mitsuki commented, with Inko adding, "I like the white hair, but too bad about his eye." Ochiko nodded in agreement, secretly loving the intensity in Izuku's eyes, which always burned with determination. While Ochiko was the only one to nod, many of the other women shared her sentiment. If there were an official fan page for Deku, it would surely feature pictures of his eyes, especially since he often looked oblivious to being photographed. Although he didn't have an official fan page yet, there was an unofficial one run by fans, with names like Dekufan1 and Deku Future Baby Mama. Out stepped a young-looking Ochiko Uraraka, her long brown hair framing her petite figure. "Hey, Chako," Izuku greeted with a smile as she approached and shared a warm kiss with him before sitting on his lap. "Hey, Zu. Have you seen the others?" "No, but I know Eri went with Momo to grab some water." "I have no idea where the others went." "Wow, Midoriya is dating someone much younger." Zero teased. "I mean, she is 323 years old," Cammy joked. "I need to know her skincare routine." "Well, she sort of is a vampire." "Like Izuku, she is very powerful," Ochiko added with a smile. She was powerful like Izuku. So what, are they dating or something? Kaminari laughed, noticing Ochiko's blush. They are engaged, well sort of. Izuku gave her a ring, and she took it as a proposal, which he didn't deny, Truth said with a smile, enjoying the laughter around him. Just then, Momo emerged from the forest with Eri, who had fish-like ears but no horn. "Hi Papa," Eri said, proudly showing a small pan filled with water. "Oh my gosh, it's Mermaid Eri." "It's so cute," the women exclaimed in unison. Izuku had already taken 48 pictures and counting. Eri smiled and laughed at her mother's reactions, contemplating dressing up as a mermaid for Halloween. Now it's just those other two. Although, it's kind of nice not having those weirdos nearby, Izuku remarked, just as a voice called out from the forest. "Oh, master, how mean to speak of us like that. Please give me more," Ryuko said, stepping out with a large fish. The laughter erupted again, as Ryuko seemed to enjoy the playful banter. Yes, after an incident where Ryuko went full dragon and Izuku tried to stop her but failed because of her tough skin, she started calling him master, Truth explained, eliciting more laughter. "Wait, if her skin was too tough, how did he defeat her?" someone asked. "Oh, he used his iron rod and..." "Well, let's just say it was quite a struggle," Truth said, knowing he had made it sound a bit inappropriate. Ryuko blushed deeply, unsure how to respond. "Oh my, Ryuko, if I knew you were that adventurous, we could have been better friends," Namuri teased, earning a growl from Ryuko. "Oh, there's the playful dragon. Could you not have stayed away?" Ryuko shot back, receiving a playful retort. "Oh master, you're so rude to me. Please never stop," she said, causing Izuku to shake his head at her antics. As he began gutting the fish, Ochiko moved away from him, and he quickly finished the task. "Is that a real KNK?" Izuku asked, genuinely curious. "Sort of. It varies from person to person, but it often involves playful teasing," Kaminari explained, receiving some strange looks from the group. "I found it interesting, so I learned about it," he added, and Izuku noted it down, thinking it might be useful. After cleaning his hands, Izuku stood up, only to be tackled to the ground by Rumi, who had bunny ears covering her eyes. She showered him with playful kisses on his neck. "Get off, you playful rabbit!" Izuku exclaimed, playfully tossing Rumi into the water. "Seems Rumi jumped Izuku again," Ryuko giggled, making Ochiko shake her head. Izuku sighed, "That rabbit in heat. Does she have to jump me every chance she gets?" Only he would see that as a problem, Namuri laughed, while Setsuna agreed with a chuckle. Most guys would love the attention from Rumi. Well, he is in a relationship with Ochiko, so I guess that's expected. "What a loyal man," you said with a smile. "Sort of. Ochiko is okay with him having fun with others, as long as his heart belongs to her," Truth added, making the girls smile, though Ochiko blushed at the comment. Moments later, Rumi returned, soaked and shivering. "I'm so cold. Can I sleep with you tonight, Zuzu?" she asked. "No, if you're cold, jump in the fire," he replied without hesitation, cutting the fish into bite-sized pieces for Eri. "Eat up, we're entering the dungeon tomorrow, and I don't want to carry your dead weight," he joked, glancing at Ryuko, who shivered in response. "I feel he does that on purpose," Kendo remarked, with Yui adding, "I wouldn't mind if he did that to me." Ibra blushed at her friend's openness, causing everyone to laugh as they noticed Izuku starting to doze off. You could clearly see him trying to speak, but no words came out. His brain was struggling to process everything, Truth observed. "Before you all start shouting out your secrets and overwhelm Izuku, how about we watch the next universe?" he suggested, and everyone agreed, sharing ideas for the next adventure. In a world where heroes and powers intertwine, Izuku Midoriya finds himself in various extraordinary roles, each showcasing his unique abilities and character development. In one scenario, he embodies the spirit of a Dragon Ball Z warrior, harnessing immense strength and energy to protect those he cares about. In another, he navigates the challenges of being a hero in the My Hero Academia universe, where he faces off against formidable foes while grappling with his own insecurities. As a quirkless swordsman, Izuku demonstrates that true strength comes from determination and skill rather than innate powers. In a different narrative, he channels the essence of a Harem user, mastering a technique that allows him to combat evil with grace and precision. Izuku also takes on the mantle of a shield hero, embodying the values of courage and resilience, proving that even the most unlikely individuals can rise to greatness. In a more whimsical twist, he becomes a character reminiscent of a video game hero, blending technology and strategy to outsmart his opponents. Throughout these adventures, Izuku interacts with a diverse cast of characters, forming bonds that deepen his understanding of friendship and heroism. His journey is filled with emotional moments, from the thrill of victory to the weight of responsibility, showcasing his growth as a hero. As he faces various challenges, whether as a Titan or a Power Ranger, Izuku learns that true heroism lies not just in power but in the heart's resolve to protect others. Each chapter unfolds a new aspect of his character, revealing the complexities of his journey in a world where heroes are defined by their actions and choices. So, what do we want to watch? I love hearing all of you, but if we can't find a universe to agree on, this could go on for hours, Truth said, noticing the split in opinions. Half of the group wanted to see Izuku portrayed as a wild man, an idea suggested by Rumi, which sounded appealing to many. The other half was drawn to Kaminari's suggestion of a badass Izuku who wielded swords and could defeat enemies in an instant. However, no consensus was reached. How about we let Truth decide at random again? This way, we won't argue, Izuku suggested, glancing at Yu and Namuri, who had just been glaring at each other moments before. Wonderful idea, Izuku. This way, we can just enjoy watching my baby boy be cool without all the yelling, Inko said with a big smile, bringing a sense of calm to the room. That was until Monoma stirred awake. What happened, he mumbled, rubbing his chin where Izuku had struck him. Looks like you got quite the wake-up call, someone teased. Monoma wanted to retort but was deterred by the intimidating presence of All Might in his muscular form, along with AFO, Bakugo with sparks flying from his hands, and the fierce glares from the women who cared for Izuku. The collective intensity was enough to make Monoma feel uneasy. After a brief silence, Monoma nodded, too intimidated to speak. Now, let's get to watching, right? Someone called out, and the mood shifted back to excitement. As Truth snapped his fingers, the screen flickered to life. An older-looking Izuku appeared, sitting at a desk, engrossed in paperwork. He wore a sharp suit that accentuated his muscular build, his forearms visible beneath a crisp white shirt adorned with rings on each finger. Looking good, Izuku, Mitsuki commented, with Kirishima adding, manly as heck. Rumi chimed in, not a fan of all the bling, but I do like the overall look. A knock on the door pulled Izuku's attention from the paperwork. Enter, he called, his voice deeper than in his younger days. A striking woman entered, Albedo, with her lustrous black hair and captivating features. Ah, Albedo, what is it? He asked. Truth explained to the group that Albedo had known Izuku since he moved from his childhood home and had become both his bodyguard and partner. Hello, Izuku-sama. There are 2 guests for you at the reception downstairs, Nizu and All Might. Should we let them up? She asked. After confirming, she also mentioned a problem in the south. Send the Pleiades and contact the local guardian. They should be informed, Izuku instructed as Albedo nodded and left to fetch the guests. What are the Pleiades and the local guardian? Someone inquired. Truth elaborated that Izuku operated as a powerful vigilante, using the Pleiades, 6 women in maid outfits who followed his orders, and local guardians who protected specific areas. Izuku set his paperwork aside and glanced at the time. It was just past 5. He walked to his oak bar, which held ice cubes and a smoker chamber for his drinks. Pouring himself a glass of expensive whiskey, he was joined by Nizu and All Might, with Albedo leading the way. A son of my own taste, AFO remarked, appreciating the whiskey. Perhaps back home, I can offer you something, he added, reminiscing about his own collection of fine whiskey, now gathering dust. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, questioning AFO's intentions regarding his son and the potential dangers of his old villain compound. It should just be a 20-minute trip, which could be shorter if I give him some fun quirks, AFO remarked, as if it were as simple as handing Izuku a comic book. Welcome, Nizu and All Might, to Nezric Trading Company. What can I do for both of you? Would you like a drink? Izuku greeted them with a friendly smile as they entered. No, thank you, I can't drink, All Might replied in his smaller form. Nizu also declined, leaving Izuku as the only one with a drink. Albedo, you can go home early, he said as he walked past her, giving her a quick kiss. Albedo attempted to deepen the kiss, but he gently smacked her hand away and shook his head. Leaning in, he whispered, I'll make it up to you later. Just be a good girl and wait for me. Her wings fluttered excitedly as she excused herself and hurried out of the room. Toward their shared home. Many of the women nearby muttered enviously, noting how lucky Albedo was. While not all of them were into his playful banter, they were intrigued by the idea of impressing Izuku. The single straight guys felt a pang of jealousy, wishing they could take his place. So, Izuku, you're becoming quite the charmer, Mitsuki teased, glancing at Todoroki, who looked puzzled. Wait, so when Midoriya gets older, he'll start attracting women? This earned a collective facepalm from his siblings. Sorry about that. What can I do for you? Izuku asked as he settled back down in front of Nizu and All Might. Yes, this includes you. We wanted to discuss the vigilante Ain's old gown becoming a hero, Nizu explained. Izuku didn't react, curious about how Nizu had found out, but he had expected it. I'm not sure that involves me. I feel like I have a bit more substance than Ain's, Izuku joked, laughing off Nizu's statement. While that may be true, Ain's has the power to alter his appearance, Nizu replied. But do you really think it's wise to approach a powerful vigilante with just a chimera and a retired pro? Or did you think skeletons are friendly with each other? Izuku quipped, making All Might chuckle. Izuku's jokes elicited laughter from everyone present. Emi was nearly in tears from how hard she was laughing at his humor, which perfectly suited her. Inko was also amused, recalling how she had teased Toshi about his appearance. She preferred the healthier-looking All Might for cuddles, much like how Izuku had developed more muscles over the months. Don't worry, we're not here for a fight. We have an offer for Ain's, Toshinori said, trying to maintain a friendly demeanor. Well, hypothetically, if I were Ain's, what would the offer be? Nizu chuckled. In this scenario, the offer would be for him and his group to become heroes. Why would I take that offer if I were Ain's? Money isn't a problem for me, as you can see. So why? Izuku asked. From what I can tell, becoming a hero doesn't seem to have many real advantages. He's in a room with two heroes who know his secret, and he isn't even sweating, Nizu noted. Well, it is Izuku, so he might just do it for the chance to be a hero. It's kind of his style, Ochiko chimed in, with Inko nodding in agreement as the girls giggled. Izuku leaned back in his chair, smiling. They had figured him out pretty well, at least most of him. Nizu smiled, anticipating this question. Let's see, he said, pulling out his notepad. Clearing his throat, he continued, your relationships with Momo Yaoyorozu, Ochiko Uraraka, and Itsuka Kendo could become public without the fear of Ain's being discovered. You and your vigilante companions could operate both day and night when you're not busy with business. No other heroes would be chasing you. Is that good enough, or do you need more reasons? Izuku chuckled silently. Oh wow, Izuku has quite the fan club, Kaminari remarked sarcastically. To be honest, having only 4 admirers seemed low considering the world they lived in, where everyone likely had a crush on him. Kaminari felt Izuku deserved the love and was determined to show him as much brotherly affection as possible without it being awkward. How about I try to contact Ain's and set up a meeting? I have a lot of contacts, but it might be on short notice, Nizu suggested. That's acceptable. I hope you're ready for that meeting soon, Ains. Oh, my apologies, Midoriya, he added as he stood up to leave with all might. Izuku laughed to himself, finding the situation amusing. Nizu was chuckling as well, realizing that Izuku was playing his cards perfectly. While Nizu and All Might suspect that Izuku was Ains, they had no concrete evidence. It was a clever play on Izuku's part. Checking his watch, Nizu noted that the conversation had lasted around 20 minutes. He stood up and walked out, ready to tackle his work at home. As he exited his car, he noticed a note on his door, clearly written by Ochako. Hello, Izuku-kun. We noticed you sent Albedo home early and mentioned she deserved some punishment, so we took the initiative and are handling it right now. Izuku stepped into his house, excitement bubbling within him as he called out, Daddy's home. The atmosphere was charged, and he could hear Momo's playful response echoing through the halls. Momo and Ochako exchanged glances, both feeling a rush of warmth on their cheeks. The laughter surrounding them was light-hearted and filled with camaraderie, as their friends enjoyed the moment together. Momo felt a familiar blush creeping up her face, recalling the times she had been dared to make playful sounds during their gatherings, often fueled by the fun of the night. In Class 1A, it was a tradition to gather for game nights, where the atmosphere was always lively. Bakugo, surprisingly, was more relaxed after a glass of wine, while Midoriya managed to shed some of his shyness. Ochako, on the other hand, was known to become quite daring after just a little to drink, her light-hearted nature shining through. That was pretty funny, right? Let's move on to something new, Truth announced with a snap, prompting cheers from the group, eager for the next round of fun. As the night continued, ideas for new stories and adventures flowed freely. There was talk of exploring different universes, with characters from various worlds interacting with their powers. The group brainstormed exciting scenarios, imagining Izuku as a hero in different roles, each with unique abilities and challenges. With each suggestion, the excitement grew, and the possibilities seemed endless. The night was filled with laughter, creativity, and the bonds of friendship that made their time together unforgettable. The excitement had settled significantly since Truth announced they would be watching a new universe. Each of them began sharing their suggestions, eager to guess what world they would explore. Pixie Bob enthusiastically proposed, what if there's a universe where Izuku is a wild beast man in the forest near our home? He could be seen as the forest guardian, and we would offer ourselves to him for protection from dangers. Mandalay blushed and shook her head at her friend's animated suggestion, while Ragdoll laughed. Emmy chimed in, I think Izuku would fit perfectly in an old western. Picture him on a horse, bringing justice from town to town, armed only with his two trusty revolvers. Her love for classic Western movies was evident in her enthusiasm. Mirio added, I'm hoping for a version of Izuku with a dark and powerful ability that he has to learn to control. It would be like the famous Menma series. Rumi interjected, all great ideas, but none match the universe we're about to watch. It features Izuku with a cool shield. She expressed her skepticism, believing that a shield didn't seem very exciting. Truth chuckled, recalling the universes where Izuku had triumphed using only a simple metal dinner plate. Don't worry, even with just a shield, he's still Izuku Midoriya, an absolute powerhouse. Izuku rubbed his head shyly at the compliments, feeling more comfortable with their admiration for his skills than their romantic notions. Sato asked Truth for more details about the world they were about to see. Well, I can't reveal too much, but Izuku gets a shield that prevents him from using other weapons. However, he can switch shields, and some grant him unique abilities, Truth explained, trying to keep the story intriguing without spoiling it. Let's start watching Izuku in action. Someone suggested, and with a snap, the screen lit up. The scene showed a 17-year-old Izuku on his knees, pushing a broken fridge over a trash-strewn beach. He looked fit and, after repositioning his hands, effortlessly lifted the fridge as he walked up the steps. He tossed it into a large truck with ease. The group wasn't surprised by Izuku's strength. Mina asked, why not just lift it? Save yourself the trouble. Izuku replied, pushing works out my lower back and leg muscles. The sand makes it a bit tougher. Well done, young Midoriya, a voice said, and Izuku recognized it as Mr. Yagi. It's much easier when it's just a fridge and not a fridge with a 600-pound man on top, right? Izuku shot a glare at his teacher, who laughed heartily. True, but you still need to go plus ultra whenever you try something. Remember, we're still working on your body. If you used your power now, your limbs would be in trouble, Mr. Yagi reminded him. Both Izuku and All Might shared a laugh, knowing the truth in the comment. The scene shifted to an older Izuku in his hero costume, lying on the floor with a smile on his face, tears streaming down. Above him, someone was crying. As the camera widened, it became clear what had happened. Izuku lay on the ground, injured, with a makeshift bandage created by Momo. The group shielded their eyes from the unexpected scene. What was that, Truth? We needed a warning. Bakugo exclaimed, voicing the collective sentiment. Sorry about that, Truth replied, acknowledging the intensity of the moment. Above Izuku's head, Ochiko Uraraka was crying, cradling his head in her lap. In a weak voice, Izuku said, Please, Ochiko, don't cry. I love you so much. He coughed, struggling to speak. I'm sorry, but our date will have to wait. Ochiko squeezed his hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. Izuku, please don't go. I can't live without you. I promise I'll come back to you, no matter how long it takes. I will always love you, my cute Machi, he whispered, his body going limp just as All Might and Recovery Girl broke through the wall to reach him. Inko, tears in her eyes, looked at her son's last words, hoping for some miracle to bring him back. The heartfelt confession was bittersweet, overshadowed by the sadness of the moment. It was the same for them all. At the USJ, Shigaraki used his quirk to control metal, launching a pipe toward Aizawa. Ochiko intervened, and Izuku pushed her out of the way, taking the hit himself. Shigaraki, believing Izuku had died, left, thinking it would crush the symbol of peace and his own pride. Toga, with a mischievous grin, remarked about Shigaraki's attempts to harm her future partner, causing Dabi to nearly choke on his coffee from laughter. They often found amusement in teasing Shigaraki, especially when he was not around, as he would throw a fit about being the leader and deserving respect. Izuku was declared dead for over 4 minutes, during which Ochiko held onto him, pleading for him to return. When Recovery Girl announced that he was alive again, his heart started beating weakly. Present Mike tried to lighten the mood, urging Izuku to promise he wouldn't die. The Deku fan club echoed the sentiment, startling him into a quick nod as he promised, even though he knew he couldn't guarantee it. Soon, Izuku appeared healthy again, though he looked different, sad. Next to him sat someone who resembled Ochiko but had animal ears and a tail. Mina commented on the cute appearance, while Truth explained that Izuku had made a promise to a god to defeat a demon lord in exchange for a wish. He elaborated on the existence of multiple gods, including those who controlled various subworlds. Are you okay, Izuku-sama? The woman asked, munching on mochi. Izuku replied that he was fine but felt a pang of sadness as he remembered it was Ochiko's birthday, a day he had missed in this strange land. Kirishima sympathized, recognizing how hard it must be for Izuku to see someone who looked like the person he loved enjoying her favorite snack. Izuku excused himself, needing fresh air. He jogged into a small forest, climbed a tree, and gazed at the stars, whispering, I will come back, Ochiko. Meanwhile, Ochiko sat on the roof of the new UA dorms, holding a small All Might figurine Izuku had gifted her on her first birthday knowing him. She wished for him to wake up soon, cherishing the connection they shared. Their friendship had blossomed since they were children, becoming best friends despite the challenges they faced. Inko and Mitsuki reminisced about their bond, with Inko teasingly calling Mitsuki, Blondie, as they shared a warm hug. The girls admired Ochiko for being Izuku's childhood friend and crush. As they grew older, their relationship deepened. On their 12th birthday, Izuku finally asked Ochiko out, and she agreed. In their first year together, they held hands, both too shy to take further steps, but their bond continued to grow. They exchanged small kisses and hugs, cherishing each moment together. However, whenever Achiko found herself alone, she would hold on to the All Might figurine she received when she was 5. Though it showed signs of wear, it remained her lucky charm. It needed a charge, which came from Izuku, but it was always fully charged. For Achiko, 2 months had passed, while for Izuku, it had been 2 years. Kaminari inquired about the situation, asking, "Weird god magic?" Truth nodded in agreement, and they shared a laugh. They had been in this strange place for an unknown duration, but whenever they returned, it felt like waking up from a dream, like weird magic. During those 2 months, Achiko visited Izuku every day after school and sometimes before. She spoke to him as if he could hear her, which in a way, he could. Each time she arrived, Inko welcomed her as family, allowing her to come in freely. Achiko would work on her homework with Izuku, asking him questions and answering them herself. If she finished her homework, she would watch a show and give him a rundown of what they had seen. Nizu informed everyone, studies have shown that coma patients can hear those around them, and it has even been claimed that this can help them recover faster. They all nodded in understanding. Achiko shared meals with Izuku's family, sitting next to him at the table. Inko or her own mother would bring food, and they would eat together. Achiko even spent a few nights there, as Izuku had his own room, a small gift from All Might and Nizu. Speaking of All Might, he visited nearly every day, appearing in his weaker form, which Achiko was aware of due to her knowledge of One for All. "That's really sweet," Nijaya remarked, wiggling in her chair with excitement. "Thank you for that," Izuku said to Achiko, who blushed and waved it off. The other girls felt a bit left out but understood, as they hadn't developed as close a relationship with Izuku as Achiko had. The scene shifted back to Izuku, who stood victorious before a being of pure light, managing to look directly at it without discomfort. The being introduced itself as God, or the Absolute Being, and since Izuku had fulfilled their agreement, he was granted one wish. "So, what is your wish, Izuku Midoriya?" it asked. Supported by Raphtalia, who was also injured, Izuku declared, "I want to return to my world, and I want Raphtalia to come with me." With a snap, Izuku found himself back in his original world. Kirishima, with tears in his eyes, expressed pride for his friend, saying, "What a man. And he's taking Raphtalia with him. That's a big opportunity for her." Ryukyu added, "Changing locations for love isn't that strange." Achiko chimed in, "They didn't mention anything about love, though." Momo smiled and said, "Just one look at her face, and it's clear she is in love." The scene transitioned to Izuku in his UA dorm, with Achiko Uraraka, now Achiko Midoriya, on one arm and Raphtalia Tanuki, now Raphtalia Midoriya, on the other. After returning, the two girls got to know each other, forming a close friendship that blossomed into a unique relationship among the three of them. Emi laughed, saying, "That's pretty funny," while Siro, confused, asked what was amusing. Emi explained, "Tanuki translates to raccoon, which is what she clearly is. Kind of funny." They all shared a giggle, and Truth added, "She didn't have a last name before, as she was a SLV, but Izuku gave her that name." Shortly after expressing their feelings, they decided to get married. It felt unusual yet wonderful, and it made for a great story. Izuku gently woke both of his wives, saying, "Wake up, we have to get up." They both kissed him, then shared a kiss with each other, playfully teasing Izuku. Izuku blushed, turning as red as Kirishima's hair, and quietly exclaimed, "Wow, that's hot." His words caught the attention of those nearby, eliciting laughter and blushes from everyone, especially when Emi explained why she found it funny. The scene shifted again to a fight between Izuku and Bakugo, both now third-year students at UA. Bakugo had to retreat to fix his gauntlet after Izuku broke it. "Air shield. Push," Izuku commanded, creating a shield that propelled Bakugo backward, causing him to fall. "Shield prison," he declared, trapping Bakugo in a ball made of shields and chains. Into Iron Maiden, he added, transforming it into a large iron structure that echoed Bakugo's frustrated cries. Rumi commented, "Get smacked like that," as she watched Bakugo struggle against Izuku's overwhelming defense. Despite Bakugo's skills, he found himself outmatched. Why did he run, though? Bakugo isn't a pushover, someone remarked. Izuku has nearly unbeatable defense with his shields and control over One for All. He could generate enough force to push someone over easily, another explained. Aizawa called out, "Izuku Midoriya wins the match," as Izuku let the iron structure disappear, revealing Bakugo face down on the floor, his pants around his ankles and boxers adorned with small All Might faces. Kirishima tried to stifle his laughter, feeling a bit sorry for Bakugo. It was kind of hard after Kaminari asked if he had decided to wear those boxers at the moment. Bakugo nearly exploded without his quirk. Truth reassured him, saying, "Don't feel too bad, Bakugo. I know some here have those boxers as well." "Who?" Rumi asked, knowing she didn't have All Might underwear. "I won't give away secrets like that carrot thong," Truth replied with a smile, enjoying the playful glare Rumi shot him. "How about before we have a confrontation on our hands, we watch another one?" Izuku suggested, wanting to avoid any tension between Truth and Rumi. "Sure," they all agreed. "Hope you enjoyed it. The list is still quite long, so I might combine a couple of them into a single chapter. For example, I could group Wildcat and Jackal together, along with some others, to shorten the list. If you have suggestions on what could be joined together, let me know. I would prefer to focus on chapters that I find more enjoyable to write, like this one. Here are some ideas for chapters in the MHA world with their powers. Dr. Stone. Dragon Ball Z. Naruto Izuku. Izuku Sukuna. Izuku Watch Dogs. Quirkless Swordsman Izuku. Harem Deku. Iron Izuku. Sans Izuku. Gunslinger Izuku. Wildcat Izuku. Jackal and Hide Izuku, Izuku as a hero by day and a villain anti-hero by night. Scorpion Izuku. Red Hood Izuku. Izuku with Captain America's powers. Killua Izuku. Avatar Izuku. Titan Izuku. Power Ranger Izuku. Undertale Izuku. Wild Izuku, a Zoan-like character. God Izuku, with godly powers. Assassin Izuku, anti-hero. I look forward to your thoughts. With Rumi and Truth still glaring at each other, Izuku tried to calm them down. Rumi continued to stare at Truth as he asked for suggestions. The room fell quiet for a moment, with some people slowly coming up with ideas. Some suggestions were familiar, but there were new ones as well. Awais proposed an Izuku with elemental powers, reminiscent of his favorite childhood show. He imagined Izuku wielding fire, water, wind, and earth at will. Although Awais had never disliked his own quirk, he had always dreamed of casting fireballs and moving mountains. Yu suggested a quirk similar to hers, envisioning Izuku growing to a massive size and battling villains. She pictured him carrying a large boat on his shoulder to protect its passengers from storms or threats. All good suggestions, but let's see what the winner is, Truth said. With a snap, the screen began to show colors but paused. Before you all ask what this is, in this world, Izuku has a quirk that makes him extremely powerful, but it also makes him very hungry. How powerful is that? Masaru asked. Let's just say, if we use All Might as a baseline, Izuku at full power would be on par with All Might, while All Might would be like a sick child in comparison. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. So, if Izuku were to go full power and punch the ground in the middle of Tokyo, what would happen? Setsuna inquired, with Izuku thinking for a moment. Tokyo would be gone, maybe even Japan. The earthquakes would cause mass destruction, along with tsunamis. It wouldn't be a pleasant experience, Truth said, enjoying the reactions from everyone. Now, let's stop wasting time and start the show. Language, Bakugo. Ida yelled at Bakugo, who had just cursed. Eri and Kota heard a beep but understood that Bakugo had used inappropriate language. Truth agreed and began playing the show. The screen displayed UA, illuminated by a bright sun, showcasing it in a majestic light. The camera zoomed in on a boy with messy green hair and a monkey tail, standing in front of the gate with a large smile, filled with excitement. "He has a monkey tail," someone asked. "Yes, it's part of his quirk. If he loses control due to rage, he turns into a large gorilla and goes on a rampage." This elicited some giggles, as they imagined a gorilla with Izuku's face, though the mention of a rampage did raise some concerns about the potential destruction. Izuku entered with a calm demeanor, ready for the UA entrance exam, marking his first time in a school setting. He had been homeschooled his entire life by his loving mother, Inko Midoriya. "Such a mama's boy," Mina teased, to which Izuku proudly replied, "and proud of it." Inko approached him, giving him a hug and a kiss on the cheek. Eri and Kota joined in the embrace, sharing the moment. Once in the auditorium, Izuku sat down, his personality vibrant and outgoing. The first words from a nearby stranger were less than friendly. "I have to sit next to a monkey. What an extra." Izuku, who had limited social interaction outside of his family, assumed this kid had his own way of speaking. "Hello to you as well, spiky blonde kid. My name is Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you." "Of course, that's how Bakugo would respond," Siro remarked, as Bakugo rolled his eyes and ignored Izuku completely. Izuku, feeling hungry, began munching on chips from his bag while Present Mike explained the entrance exam. He was familiar with the process and didn't pay much attention to the details. As he enjoyed his spicy chips, a dark blue-haired boy with glasses stood up, complaining to Present Mike about a supposed mistake UA had made. The absurdity of the claim drew laughter from the crowd. Ida felt embarrassed by the laughter, realizing later that the stress of the day had clouded his judgment. "And you, kid with the green and black hair, we're here to learn how to become heroes, not to snack on unhealthy junk food. Show some respect to your fellow applicants," he called out. Izuku, unfazed, stuffed more chips into his mouth and replied, "Sorry, I get hungry." He reached for another bag, prompting Ida to nearly shout again, but Present Mike intervened to clarify. "There's no rule against eating during the explanation, most people just can't due to stress," Nizu reminded them, and the students recalled how difficult it had been to eat breakfast that morning. "Now give me a plus ultra." Present Mike exclaimed, leaving Izuku confused, as he had often heard that phrase during training. They were then sent into a room to complete the written test, which Izuku found easy, having faced tougher challenges from his mother in the past. The questions mixed typical school subjects with hero-related scenarios, such as, if you find a villain holding two people hostage, one a child over a pit of lava and the other an elderly lady on a chair, who would you save? Izuku chose to write down both options. "I found those questions strange," Toru commented, noting how unusual they were. "It's to assess who has hero potential," someone explained. Izuku completed the test in 30 minutes, finding it challenging but manageable. Once finished, he headed to the cafeteria, where he grabbed his bag and began eating. His breakfast had been light, consisting of 12 eggs, 500 grams of rice, and 500 grams of sausages, along with 2 liters of water. He decided to buy some snacks on his way to school. Sato observed Izuku's impressive meal and commented on his light breakfast, while some students looked on in disbelief at how much he could consume. As more people entered the cafeteria, a tired-looking man instructed them to follow him to the buses. Izuku sat quietly, smiling at his classmates, who were dressed in training outfits, while he wore jeans and a black shirt. Checking his phone, he noticed 2 texts, one from his mother, encouraging him to do his best and to be careful not to hurt his fellow students. Izuku replied with a smile, assuring her that they would be fighting robots. Setsuna asked if Izuku's mother enjoyed sending gifts, to which Inko confirmed that she did, often sending one daily. Kaminari inquired about memes, and Inko mentioned she had a few minion pictures from Facebook. The second text was from his teacher, whom Izuku jokingly referred to as Skeletor. The teacher wished him safety during the exam and encouraged him to give his all against the robots. Izuku humorously asked if it was acceptable to go shirtless to avoid ruining his favorite shirt, to which the teacher responded affirmatively, with a light-hearted warning not to distract too many girls. As Izuku exited the bus, he removed his shirt and folded it neatly, surprising and delighting the female students around him. A blue-haired boy questioned his decision, but Izuku explained he simply wanted to protect his clothing. Amid playful teasing from his classmates, the bell rang, signaling it was time to start the test. While others sprinted, Izuku jogged to the test site. He began to engage the robots, using controlled punches that easily dismantled them. His strength amazed his classmates, with Tetsu commenting on Izuku's impressive power, which rivaled even All Might's. Izuku scored 89 points, securing the top position with time to spare. Teachers observed him, noting that he was clearly holding back. As he continued, he opted for a more defensive strategy, using rocks to fend off approaching robots. However, when a massive robot appeared and a brunette girl was trapped under rubble, Izuku knew he had to act. Pony expressed excitement over Izuku's potential to confront the giant robot, while others speculated on his next move. Despite the chaos, Izuku approached the girl, offering help. As the robot advanced, he swung his arm, generating a powerful force that obliterated the robot and the surrounding buildings, showcasing his determination to save her. Izuku looked at Ochako and said, "Oops, I guess that was too much power," as he gently tapped the rock resting on her legs, sending it flying into the rubble of a nearby building. Mirio, surprised by the sheer amount of power Izuku possessed, remarked, "You need to get a hold of that before going pro. We don't want you accidentally hurting a villain." Aizawa, slightly amused, noted that while most people had to learn to become stronger, Izuku was learning to control his strength, which was a rare situation. "Let's get you healed up," Izuku said, lifting Ochako in a bridal carry. The sudden closeness made her faint, overwhelmed by the moment. Recovery Girl approached, gently kissing Ochiko's ankle, which healed instantly. Ochako woke up briefly, only to faint again. "Don't worry, just place her down, and I'll make sure she stays awake." "You should put on a shirt and head out," Recovery Girl advised. Izuku bowed in gratitude and made his way out as the scene began to fade. "Such a lucky girl," the other girls murmured, including Ochako, who wished it were her in that moment, feeling envious of the attention Izuku had given her. "Are you ladies done with the jealousy?" Truth asked, prompting the girls to nod, including Ochako, who reluctantly agreed. "Good, now we can move on to the next scene," Truth said, snapping his fingers to clear the screen. The story continued to explore various scenarios and alternate versions of Izuku, showcasing his adventures in different worlds and with unique powers, each chapter filled with action, humor, and character development. It's going to be Izuku as an assassin, taking care of the worst villains out there. He will be the reason villains are afraid to be out at night, stalking through the shadows and scaring them all into the open where we heroes can take care of them, Nijire said with a laugh. Or maybe it's Izuku as a god, showing his power to everyone and being worshipped by all, Siro joked, prompting laughter from the others. Truth was impressed that someone had guessed what was really going to happen. How about Izuku having no quirk but being an incredible hacker, winning fights by controlling electronics, like exploding people's phones or gaining valuable information through hacking? Mei suggested, excited about an Izuku who used clever tactics to defeat villains. Well, what if Izuku created a suit of armor that shot energy beams, taking down enemies while inside a cool suit? Melissa added, which thrilled both girls as they began discussing their own story ideas. How about Izuku as a brawler-type hero, like that vigilante knuckleduster? He could be a badass, taking down the worst of the worst using only his guts and fists. No matter how tough the odds or how badly he gets hurt, he always gets back up and starts again while maintaining a normal life, Shota proposed, enjoying the thought of a good fistfight. Instead of guessing, we could just watch it and see what it's about, Aizawa said, sipping on a cup of coffee. But what's the fun in that, Mr. Grumpy Pants? Emmy laughed at Aizawa's glare. We could watch it, but let's see if anyone was correct about the world. With a snap, Zero's name appeared on the screen. That's right, Zero guessed correctly. We are going to watch Izuku as a god. Toya asked with uncertainty, what does that mean? Are we going to see him alter reality? Would he even be able to do that? Everyone there didn't fully understand the capabilities of a god. They knew Truth could do some incredible things, but who knew if he had limits? I mean, he could be, but he wouldn't really do that to his people. For now, let's just watch what he does with it, Truth said, snapping his fingers to make Zero's name disappear as the show began. We see Class 1A sitting in their classroom, with Shinso in Izuku's seat. Aizawa was giving them a lecture about heroics when a large beam of pure light shot up right outside their classroom. Aizawa jumped out the window, ready to confront the villain. It didn't take long for the dust to settle, revealing the scene. I guess something would be different in our class if Izuku were a god, Momo said, observing the class with only Shinso present. Aizawa, you should be careful when doing things like that, you never know what the enemy could do or where you might land, Nizu advised his colleague. It's my job as a hero and their homeroom teacher to protect them, even if it costs me my life, Aizawa replied firmly. Ah, Dadzawa, Mina and Toru teased, making Aizawa smile under his scarf as he told them not to call him that again. Present Mike and Namuri called him a big softy, with Present Mike pulling down his scarf to reveal a smile, which earned him a playful hit. Midnight, Present Mike, Aizawa, Hound Dog, Lunch Rush, Snipe, Cementos, Ectoplasm, Vlad King, Nizu, and All Might surrounded the dust cloud, ready to fight the unknown intruder. Whoever you are, villain, surrender now or we will take you down. All Might called out, clapping his hands with enough force to blow the dust away. Very quick response time, Nizu remarked, impressed but believing it was more luck than anything. I'm surprised none of the kids ran out. Well, it's not like Problem Child is with them, Izuku said, fully aware he would jump out. Yes, but those kids would follow you the moment you jumped out, Aizawa replied, causing the class to laugh awkwardly, knowing it was true. What they saw was a very fit-looking Izuku. This surprised them, with some feeling a mix of excitement. Hello, good people of Earth, he said, speaking in a language they didn't understand. What did he say? Nizu asked. That's Sanskrit, the oldest known language on Earth. It was spoken the last time Izuku was here, so it's the last language he knows, someone explained. So he doesn't know everything, another asked. He does, but in the realm of gods, we all speak one language understood by everyone. On Earth, it doesn't work the same, so he used the last language he knew, Truth clarified. The heroes perceived this as an attack. All Might struck Izuku with full power, and Aizawa tried to remove Izuku's quirk in hopes of stopping him. Namuri struck with her whip, and Snipe unleashed his entire magazine at Izuku, but nothing worked. After a few moments, Izuku removed his hand and returned to the circle. That did nothing at all. All Might punched him with full power, and it didn't affect him, Kirishima said in wonder, wishing he could have that kind of defense. To him, being able to withstand an attack from All Might or Izuku would be an incredible goal. He really wanted to reach that level of strength and was already training with Izuku to achieve it, but they still had a long way to go. Sorry for that, but don't worry, I am not a villain, the newcomer said. Aizawa, still checking on Nizu, asked, then why are you here? What are you doing here, and how did you get here? I'm here because I want to check out everything I missed during my time. I got here using my powers. What is your quirk? Aizawa inquired. This power of mine isn't a quirk, it's what caused quirks, the newcomer explained. Wait, he is the reason for quirks, someone asked. Sort of. He is the reason for quirks in that world. In this and most other worlds, the reason is the real gods like Horikoshi. So if you want to thank someone for your powers, praise Horikoshi, he said with a laugh. This made them look at Izuku strangely, who was still in his casual attire. Can you get dressed, please? It's kind of weird, someone remarked. Oh, my apologies, Izuku said, quickly changing into an outfit similar to Nizu's but tailored to his size. Is this acceptable? He asked. Yes, it is. So, Izuku, how about we go inside to discuss this more? Aizawa suggested. Can we still ask what he is? Is he a hero or a villain? Those terms don't mean anything to me. I am a god, the newcomer stated. Are you kidding? Present Mike replied. Oh boo, what a killjoy, Setsuna said, playfully reaching out to smack Izuku on the head. He caught her hand and squeezed it gently, causing her to giggle. No, I am a god, Izuku reiterated as they walked. Prove it, someone challenged. How can I prove it? I could destroy humanity completely and bring it all back if you want, he replied. Give me a large diamond ring, Namuri joked, but Izuku held out his hand, and a massive diamond ring appeared, the size of a beach ball. Is this enough for you to believe I am a god? He asked as they entered Nizu's office. I don't think she meant that ring, Kami said, while Namuri looked blank. She had always wanted a diamond ring from someone special, but not one like that. Although with a diamond that size, she could do whatever she wanted. Izuku sat down in front of everyone, all eyes on him. So can I go? I want to learn about this world and see what it has to offer. You can't leave. You entered UA grounds without permission, and I still don't believe that you are a god, Aizawa said from his sleeping bag. Why don't you believe me? Is it that you don't believe in gods or is it something else? Gods don't exist. Everything can be explained with science, Aizawa replied. So how did quirks start, or this? Izuku clapped his hands, and Aizawa's sleeping bag vanished, leaving him blushing, his hands becoming his feet and his hair transforming into water while maintaining its shape. What did you do? Cementos asked. Just some funny things. I mean, I can do anything, seeing as I am a god. Can I ask, if you are a god, why didn't you remove evil from this world? Because I don't want to and promised not to. This response earned him some strange looks. Aren't you supposed to be a god? Well, yes, but there are more gods. We all agreed not to alter humanity. So I am not going to remove evil, he explained. I mean, that would remove free will from the world. It would take away the chance for people to do whatever they wanted, Momo said. Many, including her, wanted to eliminate villains from the world, but that didn't mean they wanted to lose free will. Very true, young Yaoyorozu. While we might want to get rid of villainy, it's an impossible fight, All Might added. Now I'm going to check out the classes. I want to see what they are about, Izuku said after some more discussion. They couldn't really stop him, but Namuri decided to accompany him. Izuku walked into Class 1B. Hello, everyone, he greeted cheerfully. Hi. Who are you? Kendo, the class representative, responded. I am Izuku, or God, whatever you want, he replied. Do not compare yourself to the Lord, you sinner. Ibara exclaimed, shocked by his statement. I mean, he is making some strange statements. To people he doesn't know at all, Ragdoll commented. Yeah, if someone calls themselves a god on their first meeting with me, I wouldn't believe them, Ryuko added, recalling how many villains claim to be gods or royalty. Miss Shiosaki, he is speaking the truth from what we found out, Kendo said. I do not believe it, she insisted, and as she did, her quirk was removed, her hair returning to its normal state. Only believers get quirks, Izuku said, intending it as a joke while demonstrating his power. However, this was perceived as an act of aggression, prompting one of the classmates to stand up. Oh, he is doing something reckless, Kendo sighed at her classmate, who was still convinced he could win against Izuku. I do hope I can give your quirk back, Izuku said to Shiosaki, who smiled at him. Of course, Izuku. I know you wouldn't do something like that, she replied, her smile making him blush. You attacked one of my classmates, you villain. Monoma shouted as he charged at Izuku, only for Izuku to effortlessly swat him away, turning him into a mist. "Oops," Izuku said, clapping his hands and returning Monoma to his original form. "Sorry about that, friend. I didn't mean to hit you that hard." "Hope this makes up for it," he said, handing Monoma a gold bar the size of a Mars bar. "Well, at least he attacked for a good reason, but wow, he really got taken out," Komori said, shocked by what had happened. "I mean, he did get a lot of money for it, so it might be worth it," another classmate remarked, noting that Izuku had used so much force that Monoma hadn't felt any pain. Ibra went down on her hands and knees, praying and worshipping him. "Please forgive my previous words, great Izuku-sama," she said, bowing her head to the floor. "You know that isn't needed," Izuku replied, a bit taken aback by the sudden display of reverence. Ibra's head began transforming into vines again as he announced he had to attend more classes. Emi, curious about Izuku's preferences, mentioned, "So Izuku has a thing for that worship aspect?" Izuku, lacking confidence, remained silent. However, Truth, using his unique magic, compelled Izuku to answer honestly. "I wouldn't mind it, but it's not at the top of my list," he admitted, a blush creeping onto his cheeks as he glanced at Truth. Truth chuckled, and the girls laughed, their faces flushed. As Izuku made his way to Class 1A, Bakugo shouted, "Who is that extra?" Tenya Ida quickly intervened, apologizing for his classmate's rudeness. "Hello, my name is Tenya Ida," he introduced himself, but Izuku seemed distracted, looking past the faces around him. "Hi, I'm Izuku," he replied. Namuri then announced, "Class 1A, this is Izuku. He is a god," prompting puzzled looks from everyone. Bakugo reacted dramatically, declaring, "If he's a god, then I'm his god too." Kamakiri remarked that Bakugo should learn some manners, suggesting it might save him trouble in the future. Bakugo retorted defiantly, but Mitsuki quickly silenced him, saying, "Shut up, you're too loud." Izuku, observing Bakugo, snapped his fingers, and suddenly, Bakugo's mouth vanished. "I'm not a fan of you, sit down," he commanded, and Bakugo found himself unable to resist. Bakugo then challenged Izuku, asking him to prove his divinity by granting him a horde of admirers. Izuku simply looked away, ignoring the request. Mineta, feeling ignored, exclaimed about wanting his lost belongings back, but Izuku warned him that he could remove more if he continued. As Izuku playfully pinched Ochiko's cheeks and walked toward Momo, he decided he had seen enough of this class for now and was ready to move on to the next. Mineta, receiving glares for his earlier comments, attempted to justify his behavior, but Izuku interjected with advice. "You need to work on how you present yourself. Complimenting a woman is one thing, but objectifying her won't get you anywhere," he said, recalling a time when he had heard Mineta express similar thoughts. "That's right, Mineta. We girls appreciate guys who are respectful and focus on inner qualities," another voice chimed in, prompting Mineta to reflect on his actions. With a nod, Truth suggested they move on to the next topic, and the group agreed, eager to continue their discussions. Kendo pondered the idea of Izuku having the ability to manipulate light, allowing him to perform extraordinary feats like extending the range of his punches or enhancing objects. It was a unique concept, different from the universes they had been exploring. Rin chimed in with a different take, suggesting Izuku could HRNSS electricity and become an incredibly skilled fighter, capable of defeating opponents in an instant. The thought of Izuku using JoJo's references in battle brought laughter among the group. Tsuburaba proposed an intriguing idea of Izuku possessing two distinct personalities, one being the friendly, heroic version everyone knew, and the other a darker, vigilante side that showed no mercy to villains. Rumi scoffed at the previous suggestions and declared her vision of Izuku as a wild man living in the forest, wearing nothing but a loincloth and defeating any foes that dared to challenge him. Truth suggested they simply watch the real universe to see what unfolded next. The group nodded in agreement and began to summon more snacks. Eri, enjoying her third candy apple, was reminded by All Might of their deal. She could only have 2 candy apples a day. Izuku worried about her teeth and appetite, but Truth reassured him that the sugar wouldn't affect her. The screen flickered to life, revealing a 4-year-old Izuku sitting on a fence with Bakugo. Neither had their quirks yet, and they entertained themselves by identifying shapes in the clouds while waiting for their friends. Izuku pointed out a cloud that resembled All Might, to which Bakugo replied it could also look like a bunny. They were so adorable as kids, Yu remarked, prompting Mitsuki to reminisce about young Bakugo, who had been sweet before his quirk manifested, leading to many sleepless nights due to his explosive antics. Suddenly, Izuku sneezed, and instead of a typical sneeze, he propelled himself into a tree behind them. Bakugo, startled, fell off the fence and landed on the ground with a thud. Shiro commented on the impressive force of Izuku's sneeze, while Mirio joked about how it was stronger than some punches he had seen. The idea of Izuku knocking someone out with a sneeze was amusing to them all. Bakugo, searching for Izuku, exclaimed in disbelief as he spotted him stuck in the tree. Izuku explained that he thought it might be his quirk, leading Bakugo to question whether super sneezes were really a quirk. Awaze chimed in, expressing that he wouldn't mind having such a powerful sneeze, imagining the fun he could have with it. However, he acknowledged that his own quirk was not as strong in combat. Izuku then demonstrated that he could control the wind, causing leaves to flutter around him. Bakugo, excited, wanted to show their mothers, but Izuku hesitated, feeling nervous about being so high up. The group erupted in laughter, including Izuku, who joined in despite his embarrassment. Momo recalled moments when Izuku had taken risks, like jumping off high places, which made everyone chuckle at his adventurous spirit. The scene shifted to an 8-year-old Izuku on a concrete football field, experimenting with moving rocks using various techniques. He discovered that stomping made them fly upward, while punches sent them forward. Mitsuki was surprised by Izuku's newfound ability, questioning if he was using wind manipulation to move the rocks. Truth assured her that the explanation would come later, prompting Mitsuki to playfully call him a lazy bstrd, which drew laughter from the others. Izuku successfully broke a rock into pieces and sent them flying toward a log, impressing Mina, who approached him with admiration. He confidently declared his need to grow stronger to become a hero, showcasing his determination. As he demonstrated a high kick, Mina's hat flew off, revealing her small, newly growing horns. Achiko remarked on how cute Mina looked as a child, causing her to blush as the group continued to tease her about her appearance. Mina felt a rush of warmth as Izuku complimented her, causing her cheeks to flush. The other girls joined in, teasing her about how cute she looked. "Wait, Mina, did your horns really grow?" one of them asked. "Why yes, why?" Mina replied. "That means they're going to keep growing." "Maybe it's like your nails," Izuku suggested, jotting down his thoughts. The group imagined Mina with large horns, some picturing her with cool designs while others imagined something more unusual. "Well, if you want to see an adult Mina, here," Truth said, snapping his fingers to reveal a picture of her. Everyone was amazed by her appearance, showering her with compliments about how fierce and beautiful she looked. Mina loved the attention and began to consider growing her hair out to match her new look. "Hey, why did you do that?" Mina exclaimed, chasing after her small hat as Izuku playfully used his wind powers to keep it out of reach. "Why do you wear it?" "I really like your little horns, they're cute like you," Izuku said, prompting Mina to protest that they were strange. "They're not weird, you cute little alien," Toru chimed in, playfully squeezing Mina's cheeks. "Totally, girl, you look amazing rocking that style," Kami added, giving a peace sign. Mina laughed, recalling how she used to dislike her horns. Now, she embraced them as a part of who she was. The scene shifted to a younger Izuku, around 10 years old, standing next to Kirishima and Bakugo. They were playing in a forest area that Izuku's father had purchased before he passed away. "If Izuku's dad is AFO, I bet there's a villain hideout somewhere around here," someone speculated, but another quickly dismissed the idea, noting that heroes could easily find it. "Look at this!" Izuku shouted excitedly, leaning against a rocky hill as rocks began to surround him, transforming him into a rocky figure. "Cool," both Kirishima and Bakugo exclaimed, impressed by Izuku's display of power. That's even stronger than my quirk. Kirishima shouted, trying to harden his own arm. The students watching, including Eri and Kota, were equally amazed. That quirk is really powerful and unique. What will he do next? Manga wondered aloud. Blow me up, Kaken. Izuku called to Bakugo, who immediately responded with an explosion aimed at him. A cloud of dust formed, but Izuku stood tall, though the rocks around him crumbled. Guess you need to work on it a bit more, huh, Deku? Bakugo teased as Izuku nodded and fell to the ground. Of course, he would ask that, Aizawa remarked, not surprised by Izuku's request. There are definitely different stages of testing, Jiro added with a laugh, which made Izuku chuckle in return. Going for maximum right away helps me find my limits that I need to surpass, he explained earnestly. Fast forward 2 years, and the friends were now 12 years old, enjoying a day at the beach. Bakugo was riding a water donut while Kirishima built a large sandcastle, and Mina dug a moat around it. Izuku used his quirk to playfully shake Bakugo in the water. At 12, Izuku had developed his elemental powers significantly. He had started with wind at 4, then learned earth at 6, water at 9, and just recently, he had discovered how to control flames. That's like Todoroki on another level, Shiro joked, causing laughter among his friends. Izuku had only just begun to master his flames. The first time he had used them was after a frustrating incident where someone bullied Mina. You know you can't punch other kids, no matter what, Inko gently reminded him. But Mom, they said Mina was weird. Izuku shouted, and in his frustration, flames erupted beneath a pot of potatoes, startling Inko. Ah, look at that sweetheart, so protective of his little girlfriend, she teased, making Izuku blush deeply, much like Mina. The girls felt a mix of jealousy and happiness as they watched Izuku's protective nature towards those he loved. It was rare to see him so angry, but it always revolved around someone he cared about, which made their hearts flutter. I can help, you know, Izuku offered to Mina, who was still working on her project. Bakugo chimed in with a laugh, teasing, of course, Deku wants to help his little girlfriend. In response, Izuku playfully splashed Bakugo with water, causing him to stumble and fall into the water. What did you say, combustion boy? Izuku teased, placing a bit of seaweed on Bakugo's head like a crown. The boys who hung around Bakugo erupted in laughter. Combustion boy. Oh my god, that's perfect. I'm using that forever. Shiro exclaimed, clutching his stomach from laughing so hard. That should totally be your hero name, it fits perfectly, Kaminari added, wiping away tears of laughter. The scene shifted to a 19-year-old Izuku with Class 1A at the beach. Let's do a sandcastle team build, girls versus boys versus Midori. Toru shouted, and everyone agreed. The girls immediately got to work, while the boys joined in. Izuku, however, decided to relax in a chair, calling out for a signal when there were 5 minutes left. This earned him a couple of sandballs thrown by Bakugo and Mina, who found themselves stuck in a hole they had dug. Why is Izuku alone? That seems unfair, Momo remarked, observing the situation. Don't worry, you should really watch out for yourself if you're going against Izuku, Truth warned, making the girls feel a bit nervous, considering it was 6 against 1. Laughter filled the air as Bakugo and Mina threw more sandballs at Izuku, who effortlessly dodged them. With a smile, Izuku brushed off the sand, saying, "You never learn." Kirishima attempted to sneak up on him with a bucket of sand, but it ended up spilling all over him instead. Too easy, Izuku chuckled as everyone burst into laughter. As time passed, only 5 minutes remained. Izuku stood up and stretched. Watch and learn, newbies. He stomped his foot, and a massive sandcastle emerged from the ground, towering over the others. It took him just 3 minutes to complete the impressive structure, which was the largest any of them had ever seen. Kaminari was in awe, exclaiming, "What? That's massive." Izuku winked at Momo, responding, "That's what she said." The reaction from everyone was one of disbelief. "That's as big as a full house," Ibara exclaimed, and laughter erupted again as they recalled Izuku's earlier joke. Later, in the UA gym, Izuku approached All Might. "Look, All Might," he called out. "What is it, young Midoriya?" All Might replied. Izuku activated his one for all at full cowling, his eyes glowing. "Oh my word, what is this?" he asked, demonstrating his new ability to create a wall much larger than before. Mineta, feeling a bit envious, muttered about how Izuku could create walls while he only had his sticky purple ball. The others silently agreed, wishing for their own power boosts as they watched Izuku's impressive display. "Does this also affect the others?" Izuku asked. "Yes, I think so," he replied, trying to push open the doors with the wind, only to have them fly off their hinges. "Oops," he laughed, sharing a moment of amusement with All Might. "Young Midoriya, I might have an idea. How about you try bending the hinges back into place?" All Might suggested. "But I can only bend earth," Izuku protested. "Try it, most metals have small pieces of earth in them, just like how you can control sand," All Might encouraged. To his surprise, Izuku found it easy to manipulate the metal. "So, if I can bend metal because of the earth in it, does that mean I could bend magma and blood too?" Izuku asked Truth, who confirmed, "Correct. You can bend magma due to the earth in it, and you can bend blood because of the water content. Plus, by using both water and air bending, you can create ice. It's really impressive to see. Now, let's watch a new one," Truth said, while Izuku approached Nizu. Nizu sir, I have a question about our world," he began. "Sure, young Midoriya. What's on your mind?" Nizu responded. Izuku inquired about the rules regarding taking quirks from villains, especially those on death row, to help others. The conversation continued as they explored the possibilities of quirks and their implications for hero work. Izuku pondered the implications of his unique ability to take quirks from villains, questioning the rules surrounding such actions. He asked Nizu about the legality of using this power to help others, particularly quirkless individuals who aspire to be heroes. Nizu, sipping his tea, inquired about Izuku's intentions for the quirks. Izuku explained that he envisioned using these quirks to enhance the abilities of existing heroes or to empower those without quirks who were determined to assist others. He illustrated his point by suggesting that a hero like Ragdoll could significantly improve her surveillance capabilities if she had access to a quirk that allowed her to gather information more effectively. Nizu acknowledged that villains were typically equipped with quirk nullifiers, which could make the acquisition of their quirks beneficial for the greater good. Truth, interjecting with a light-hearted tone, jokingly questioned whether Izuku was concerned about the potential for someone to misuse such power. Nizu laughed, noting that Izuku already possessed knowledge of many heroes and villains, making it unlikely that he would misuse his abilities. As the conversation shifted, Truth encouraged Eri and Koda to take a break and play, emphasizing the importance of staying active. Izuku agreed, urging the children to have fun as they dashed off, giggling. Truth then announced that they would be watching something darker, but reassured everyone that no one would be harmed. The screen flickered to life, revealing Class 1A in a dire situation, defeated and injured, with Shigaraki laughing maniacally as he left the scene. The atmosphere grew tense as the viewers reacted to the devastation caused by Shigaraki. Bakugo expressed his frustration, recalling that even he had never turned on his teammates in such a brutal manner. Moments later, All Might and the other teachers arrived, horrified by the sight before them. Aizawa was severely injured, and 13 lay in pain, showcasing the aftermath of the attack. Kaminari lamented the repeated failures at the USJ, wishing for a victory where the heroes could triumph over the villains. Bakugo, struggling to breathe due to his injuries, was comforted by his mother, while his classmates attempted to assist their injured friends. Momo, also hurt, was doing her best to help Jiro, who was in shock over her own injuries. The scene was grim, with the heroes facing overwhelming odds, and the desire for revenge against their attackers grew stronger among the onlookers. She just really hoped that one way she would gain her quirk back or something to help her. Mina had one of her horns broken off and was injured on the top of her head. One of her hands was stuck to the floor due to a large nail. Her left knee and ankle were also hurt. Tsu had her tongue wrapped around her neck, and she was also injured. Then, last but not least, was Achiko, who had suffered severe injuries. The shock among the girls was overwhelming. Each of them was heavily injured, and Achiko had trouble looking at the screen, needing to cover her eyes at the sight of her injuries. Izuku stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. He had feelings for all 6 of the ladies, and here they lay in a dire state. Todoroki was unconscious, with a new scar on his face. Kirishima had both arms injured and was face down in a crater. Tokoyami was nursing a cut on his stomach while Dark Shadow timidly tried to help those around him. Todoroki reached out to touch his scar, struggling to process his condition. Kirishima and Tokoyami were wide-eyed at the sight of their injuries. Mineta had a minor injury but was trying to help by cleaning cuts with water they found. Kaminari was in a dazed state with a broken arm. Shinso was having trouble breathing, clearly injured. The atmosphere was tense as everyone wondered where Midoriya Izuku was. The recovery girl immediately began to treat the more severely injured, while other heroes provided first aid. Ambulances arrived soon after, taking everyone to the hospital. Families were notified, and Izuku, the CEO of Midotech and in a relationship with Achiko, Momo, Jiro, and Mina, rushed to the hospital, worried about their condition. Both Achiko and Jiro faced challenges that would affect their abilities to be heroes. "Oh my god, baby girl," Mina said, as Momo hugged both her and Achiko. Achiko felt lost, realizing she might not be able to help her parents anymore. Jiro remained silent, accepting the reality that her life as a hero had changed. Izuku's expression turned serious when he saw the 4 of them. He reassured them and kissed them gently before approaching Nizu and All Might, demanding to know who was responsible for their injuries. All Might assured him they had a suspect but did not provide details, which frustrated Izuku. Tetsu tried to lighten the mood, expressing hope for payback against those responsible. Nizu mentioned that they suspected the League of Villains was behind the attack, with Shigaraki as the leader. Izuku nodded, determined to ensure his girlfriends received the best care possible. He also promised to support Achiko and Jiro in their future endeavors, whether they chose to work or not. "What a good boyfriend," Nijire commented, while Yuyu, despite her tsundere nature, found herself thinking about Izuku. Izuku knew he was preparing for something serious and was ready to take action. He left the hospital, telling the girls he had something to take care of. They understood what he meant. Back at his home office, Izuku worked tirelessly, making phone calls to locate the villains. In just 4 hours, he discovered their hideout, impressing even AFO, who had expected it to take much longer. With the location in mind, Izuku entered his basement, stepping into a secret room to prepare. He dressed in black and equipped himself with a katana and a specially created silenced weapon, ready for what lay ahead. Izuku had a plan in motion, utilizing Momo's ingenuity to create parts that would keep him off the radar of the authorities. This way, he could operate without fear of being traced back to his actions. As he moved through a secret passage toward the villain's hideout, he felt a mix of determination and resolve. After navigating the sewers for 30 minutes, he emerged near a bar that served as a front for the villains. Inside, he encountered a thug with a bat quirk, who was surprisingly perceptive. With a swift shot, Izuku took him down, ensuring he would send a message to the others. His friends, watching from a distance, were both impressed and concerned. They knew Izuku had a reputation as an assassin, but he only targeted those who posed a threat to his loved ones. He had taken down villains who had harmed his friends and family, and they struggled to reconcile this side of him. With stealth and precision, Izuku continued his mission, eliminating villains one by one. He entered a room filled with more adversaries and quickly dispatched Kurojiri, leaving the others in shock. He fired at a villain with a heat quirk, incapacitating him, and then turned his attention to Shigaraki, who was now at his mercy. Izuku's cold demeanor sent chills through the room as he demanded answers about the villain's past actions. Shigaraki, desperate and frightened, revealed the names of those responsible for the harm done to his friends. Izuku's resolve hardened as he sought retribution, ensuring that those who had caused pain would face consequences. As the tension escalated, Izuku's friends observed the unfolding events with a mix of admiration and unease. They questioned AFO's choice in Shigaraki as a successor, wondering why he had not chosen someone with a clearer moral compass. With each revelation, Izuku's determination grew stronger. He confronted the villains about their past misdeeds, demanding accountability. The atmosphere was thick with tension as he made it clear that he would not rest until justice was served. After a series of confrontations, Izuku took the time to stage the scene, leaving a note detailing the villain's crimes for the authorities. He crafted a special message for All Might, ensuring that the hero would understand the gravity of the situation and the threat posed by AFO. As he completed his task, his friends expressed a mix of awe and concern over the dark path Izuku had chosen. They knew that while his actions were driven by a desire to protect, the methods he employed were undeniably intense. "True, it's nice and dark," Truth said with a laugh. "Now let's join Eri and Koda in some fun and then get to watching some more universes." "Absolutely. I could really use some movement," Kirishima replied, excited for some playful games like tag or the floor is lava. "Let's go!" Inko exclaimed, leading the way as she started running toward her grandchildren. Most of the watchers decided to play with Eri and Koda for a while, hoping to shake off the darker memories of what they had just witnessed and enjoy some light-hearted fun. Inko was among the first to join them, cherishing the time spent with her grandchildren. She watched as Eri and Koda played with sticks, with Eri holding one that resembled a wand with a star at the top, while Koda wielded a larger stick as if it were a sword. "Watch out, princess. The dragon is about to spit fire," Koda exclaimed. Eri responded confidently, "Don't worry, hero apprentice. I will cast a shield spell. Fairy shield." With that, they both hid behind a makeshift wall to protect themselves from the imaginary fire of a pretend dragon. As the rest of the group arrived, Eri called out, "Papa, Grammy. Help. The dragon is too strong." Izuku responded, "I'm coming," snapping his fingers. Suddenly, a large cartoon dragon appeared, and Eri and Koda were dressed in costumes, Eri as a fairy princess and Koda as an adventurer. Eri now held a real magic wand, and Koda had a sword. Izuku donned a knightly outfit and brandished a sword, while Inko wore a witch costume, complete with a staff. The dragon breathed fire again, but Inko managed to shield everyone with powerful magic. Izuku slashed at the dragon, and a health bar appeared above it, indicating damage, much like in a video game. "Oh no! I need help. Please, Knight Koda and Princess Eri, help me defeat the evil dragon." Izuku called out, and the two eagerly agreed to assist their papa. Koda mimicked Izuku's air slash, calling out, "Knightly slash," while Eri unleashed a wand attack, exclaiming, "Fairy beam." Others joined in the fun, and Truth conjured cartoon monsters for them to battle. As they explored, they discovered items like crowns, swords, and even chocolate coins, making it a delightful time for everyone. It was a bit unusual for the pro-heroes to see AFO playing with Eri and Koda. He hadn't planned to join in, feeling out of place with children. However, when Eri approached him after a drink break and asked if he was her grandfather, he confirmed it. She then invited him to play, and despite his usual demeanor, he couldn't refuse his granddaughter's request. So, he joined in. The 2 hours spent playing were incredibly enjoyable for all. AFO and All Might engaged in a friendly rivalry, each trying to outshine the other without resorting to conflict. After the fun, they returned to their previous attire, except for Izuku, who, with the ladies' insistence, wore a snug t-shirt that highlighted his physique, paired with black sweatpants and red shoes. Although the shirt was tight, it was comfortable, and he was grateful for the choice, especially compared to the other options suggested. Now that our enjoyable playtime is over, let's get back to watching a universe, Truth announced. Everyone agreed, a bit too tired to shout out suggestions, so they settled into their seats. The chairs were somewhat uncomfortable, but Truth snapped his fingers, and they received more comfortable seating, which they appreciated. With another snap, the screen lit up. Izuku felt conflicted as he woke up. He loved the idea of school and the opportunity to learn about quirks, which fascinated him. Nerd, Setsuna teased, prompting laughter from the group, including Izuku, who embraced his identity. Says the Dino nerd, he shot back, making Setsuna laugh in return. However, he was apprehensive about being in school with Bakugo. Both had grown up with strong quirks, but Bakugo's ability to use his quirk will set him apart. Bakugo struggled with the fact that Izuku was better, though his more rational side acknowledged it, even if he would never admit it openly. The last thing Izuku disliked about starting at his new school was the necessity of using his quirk. It might seem odd coming from someone who loved quirks, but Izuku's quirk had a mind of its own. It made him stronger and more resilient, but it could also take control. The quirk nerd doesn't like his quirk, Bakugo laughed, his tone more ironic than mean, shared among friends. Izuku found it hard to believe he didn't appreciate his own quirk, unless it was capable of causing harm or acting out like Bakugo had in middle school. The last time Izuku had used his quirk publicly was when he was 12. He had been held hostage by a villain with a strength quirk, who had overpowered a pro hero with a single punch and grabbed Izuku. Inko had pleaded with the villain to let her son go, offering money, but nothing worked. DMN, that villain must be incredibly strong. I always sparred with that old geezer and never managed to knock him out, you thought, recalling her past encounters. Now, this villain had taken down someone with just one punch. Not someone she wanted to meet. Let my vessel go, you insolent rat, a voice said from Izuku's cheek, glaring at the villain. The villain tightened his grip on Izuku's neck. What did you say, kid? Shut your mouth, or I will take your mother hostage. The mention of his mother pushed both Izuku and Sukuna, the name of Izuku's quirk, to their limits. What is happening? Mitsuki exclaimed, disturbed by the sight. She had always found the face within a face unsettling, but her discomfort turned to anger when the villain spoke ill of Inko. Anyone who knew her understood that was crossing a line. Izuku surrendered control to Sukuna, who took over. Black markings appeared on his face and body, though the latter was hidden. His nails sharpened, and with a swift motion, he grabbed the villain's wrist, twisting and pulling until the villain's arm came off. Ha! Izuku laughed, tossing the arm aside. Gone bear, he shouted, sitting down as the defeated villain cried on the ground. Silence fell as Izuku effortlessly defeated the villain. How is he that strong? Shiro asked in disbelief. Is that his peak, or will he get even stronger? Aizawa responded, he will become stronger. Izuku's quirk has a demon-like beast inside him called Sukuna, who grows stronger each year as he gains more fingers. So he needs 2 more years to reach his prime. Nizu inquired, noting that Izuku was 8 years into his quirk's development. No, Sukuna has 20 fingers, so by age 24, he will be at his peak. At that point, he could take on both All for One and All Might in their prime. Stand back, villain. All Might declared as he arrived on the scene, still unaware of the situation. He mistook Izuku, who was laughing over the defeated villain, for the antagonist. Oh, with you, I can have fun, Izuku said, the black markings fading. Come on, Sukuna, we had a deal for no blood. You know Mom doesn't like it, he muttered to himself, not yet noticing All Might. Don't worry, in that fight, All Might would win. He would only get a few injuries, Truth assured, sensing the tension. I support All Might's decision. While he may not be correct, it's the right mindset, Nizu added, and everyone nodded, grateful for the reassurance. All Might, confused by the scene, saw Inko rushing toward Izuku, hugging him tightly. Izuku, you made me worry, she exclaimed, using her quirk to lift her sandal, making Izuku look frightened but unable to escape her affection. "I would prefer to face an army of villains," Izuku, All Might, and AFO said simultaneously, with AFO switching villains for heroes. It was understood that Inko, with her slippers, was more dangerous than anyone else in existence. She called it a smack of love. "I told you not to hurt people, even villains. You made me worry so much. Why did you just stand there, you crazy child?" Inko scolded, her sandal delivering playful but firm smacks. "I'm sorry, Mom, sorry, sorry." Izuku cried, curling up to protect himself from her affectionate reprimands. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh at the sight of one of the most powerful individuals they knew huddled in a ball, begging his mother to stop. Izuku grimaced at the thought. Despite his immense power, his mother could make him feel pain like no one else with her slipper or a rolled-up newspaper. "What is going on here?" All Might asked, bewildered. In his mind, the villain who had just ripped off someone's arm was now pleading with his mother to stop hitting him. "Oh, All Might, when did you get here?" Izuku asked, only to be smacked again, his head wobbling. "Ouch!" everyone collectively gasped as Inko playfully smacked Izuku, turning him into a bobblehead. Despite the situation, he couldn't help but laugh at how absurd it was. He remembered the time his mother had smacked his father for using his fire-breathing quirk to light his birthday candles. "Can someone please explain what is happening?" All Might pleaded, eager to escape the confusion. "Well, my son and I were following a new hero named Death Arm because he's a huge fan of heroes. He knows almost everything about you and has all your collectibles," Inko explained, ignoring her son's embarrassment. "Then a villain attacked, punched Death Arm into a wall, and grabbed my son. He tried to harm him, but Izuku fought back with his quirk," she concluded, defending her son. "How did it go when you first saw his room, All Might?" Ochiko asked with a giggle, enjoying the moment of teasing Izuku. "It was quite a sight at first." All Might was aware of young Midoriya's admiration for him, but he hadn't realized it was to such an extent. It amused him to know that his nemesis had to endure his son talking about him and even had to buy his merchandise. "Can I ask what your son's quirk is?" Seeing he was able to do that, someone inquired. "Well, my son's quirk makes him very strong," All Might replied simply. It was a straightforward explanation, though it didn't capture the full extent of Izuku's abilities, which included a second persona that called himself the King of Curses. Even at the age of 4, Izuku was powerful enough to throw an adult around as if they were lightweight. He only used his quirk in dire situations, so others didn't fully understand its potential. "That super-duper strength isn't all there is it?" Sato asked, shaking his head. "No, he will also gain the power of regeneration and some other cool abilities," All Might said, not wanting to reveal too much and spoil the excitement for those who would witness the next part of the story. The scene shifted to Izuku and both hero classes standing outside, all wearing the UAPE uniform. Izuku stood alone, ignoring the glares from Bakugo and the admiring gazes from his classmates. "Why are both classes out there?" Nizu asked, to which Truth quickly responded, after the meeting with All Might, they kept in touch. One thing led to another, and Nizu set up a meeting with the Midoriyas. In the end, for the safety of both classes, it was decided that they should combine. Aizawa approached, having just endured a lecture from Nizu and All Might about not expelling Izuku for not using his quirk during the UA entrance exam. Izuku had passed without using his abilities, which Aizawa found concerning. He believed they needed to give their all, as anything less could lead to serious consequences. Why would that be enough to get expelled? Melissa asked, and Mirio responded, sometimes people believe so much in their own abilities that they hold back against opponents they shouldn't, which can lead to injuries or worse. It's for their own safety. Correct, young Mirio, sharp as always, Nizu said with a laugh. We are going to test your quirks. We will do 8 simple physical tasks you all have done during high school and middle school. The only difference is that you are allowed to use your quirks. I want you all to give it your all, or else you will be expelled, Aizawa announced as he walked to the testing area. Bakugo, you received first place on the entrance exam. Use your quirk to throw the ball, Aizawa instructed, tossing the ball to Bakugo. You can do whatever you want, just don't go out of the circle. The students wanted to comment, but Aizawa's irritated expression kept them quiet. That Aizawa looks so much scarier than our Aizawa, Mina remarked, recalling how intimidating their Aizawa could be, but this one seemed even more so. Bakugo glared at Izuku as they walked to the circle, a grin on his face. He rolled his shoulder and pitched the ball, unleashing a massive explosion that propelled the ball an incredible 702.3 meters. Bakugo shouted as he threw the ball, leaving his classmates bewildered. "Don't tell me he really did that," Mirio said, and Class 1A nodded in agreement, causing him to laugh. It was one of the strangest things he had ever heard from a hero student. Everyone took their turns, each trying their best. Momo used a cannon to launch the ball, achieving a great distance of 873 meters, while Uraraka received an impressive score as well. Finally, only Izuku remained. As he stepped into the circle, he heard Bakugo taunt him, "Give up, you useless nerd. Bakugo, that is not how you speak to your classmates. Please refrain from such language," Kendo and Ida admonished him. "Do it again, and you will have detention for 2 months, Aizawa warned, silencing Bakugo immediately. Izuku took a deep breath, prepared for his turn. He pitched the ball with all his strength, reaching an impressive distance of 270 meters. "Dude, are you even human?" someone exclaimed, astonished by his performance. Thanks for watching, legends. If you enjoyed this story, make sure to like, share, and subscribe for more epic What If Deku stories and fresh updates. Hit that bell so you never miss the next upload. See you in the next one.